Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Um, really sorry if I didn't get back to you yesterday. I think that whatever my kid had, whatever 24-hour bug she had, she kindly gave to me because about an hour after my stream yesterday, I felt so nauseous that I could not even move or talk or check my phone or do anything without feeling like I was going to vomit everywhere. And that lasted all the way until like 6:30 this morning. And then I went back to sleep again because I was still feeling nauseous. So most of it is it's still sort of lingering with a little headache, but I literally have my bucket next to me. I kid you not, because this cannot be missed. um so that this is my life. This is what happened. Get friggin' sick. Like I'm at, like, come on, dude. I don't need this 24-hour bug bullshit. But yeah, so I have my bucket next to me in case I do feel the need to have to get sick, because this is like a non-miss today. And also, I want y'all to pay very close attention to who's with the O'Keefes today. Just pay real close attention. Say you heard it here first. And also, maybe you guys should pull up Twitter right now and keep an eye on Grant's Twitter. Just a feeling, y'all. I'm just saying. Maybe something y'all should pay attention to. Nope. I'm muting. If I have to puke, no one hears it. No, no one hears it. I'm so serious. Like, this, how dedicated I am to this. Okay, like, A, for heels, because we started this together. We're gonna friggin' finish it, whether she's in here in spirit or not. And B, I don't care how sick I am. This is the end, right? Like, and I cannot miss. I literally didn't know if I was going to make it. I literally, kid you not, I had no idea if I was going to be able to do this morning. I thought maybe I could get like Bree to get on and talk mostly and just shut my mouth and lay here next to the computer, because that's how shitty I felt come, I think it was 6 this morning still. But then I got up at like 8 and I was like, okay, this is less nausea. Okay, this is good. We're in the right direction here. Still nauseous, but able to move and talk without feeling like I'm going to projectile vomit everywhere. I can do this. I'm just like telling myself I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. It's closing statements. It's not that much. So we'll see. Got my water. I'm taking small sips. I would love coffee. That would be amazing right now, but I don't think I could stomach it. I'm telling you, I don't know what it was. Like, first it was just, she was pukey, and then she got hot. So she had a little fever. So gave her Motrin, and that came down. And this morning, throughout the night, it kept checking. She was, cool as a cucumber again, thank God. And I didn't get a fever, but just a headache. And, uh, nauseousness. Yes, this is closings, my darling. Closing statements. All right. Yeah, isn't that awesome? Thank you, Val. I mean, I'm gonna have to get some soup today because I don't think I'm gonna be able to stomach anything else, literally, which would suck. Let me unmute this just because we're at Fanny. So. I need a speedy recovery because I cannot be sick. I cannot. It's not an option. Like, people do need meds. 100% they do. Probably not. Not sure. Oh, for the love of God. Let's see. Yeah, this nauseousness is not a fun thing. I know, right? That would be, none of you are close to me. That's what sucks. So it's not even like anybody could pop over and be like, here, Lise, here's some soup. Nobody lives close enough to me. All right, so hold on, I'm just trying to get this up real quick. Slit up the top of our side. Like, that's probably not appropriate for court. Just saying. Like, just probably not appropriate for court. Wearing something like that. But I mean, that's cool. They won't attack her for it. They just attack Lindsay for wearing, like, court appropriate shoes and court appropriate attire. Yeah. I don't know. They did that one time to me, and I was like, what the hell? That's why I went to court TV today, because it was like, well, I'm not doing all that. All right, let's see. I'm gonna look. Okay. So I'm glad that the Alberts and McCabe's are there. They should be there. This is absolutely where they should be during right now. Yeah, I know. I've seen it. I saw that. Thank you, Mary. Oh, I literally, yeah, you might have missed the beginning, but I literally have my bucket sitting next to me. So if I have to puke, I am muting and I am puking because I can get through this. I know I can. Yeah, I don't know why they have yesterday's stream. Yeah, well, they won't. They can't explain it. It's non-explainable. Our own, it's not explainable. No body shots, no. It's just not explainable. Right? Vegetables sound good. I hope that people leave the Albertson and the Caves alone while they're there today. Because they deserve to be there, than anyone else. This is closing statements, and this is people who have been harassing them for 2 years. I thought about going in person myself, but then I'd miss you guys, and there is no way in hell today that I was going to be able to even attempt to make it to a courthouse with the way that I feel. So that wasn't going to happen. Come on, Your Honor. It's 9:07. Let's get this show on the road. Still Fanny.
Hey, what's up?
Oh, good. So, someone else to do the talking. Go for it.
No problem. Just give me 1 second.
Yes, sir.
I mean, I think that the jury is going to have a situation where the closing arguments are important. I heard the Alberts are going to be invited by the O'Keefes, I think.
The McCabe's as well.
The McCabe, so that kind of shows a message.
Both of them. Yeah.
I think if the jury believes there's a frame job, there's going to be a not guilty verdict by the jury. If the jury believes there is no frame job because there's no explanation for all this evidence being around, then it's going to be guilty. I think that it's going to be tough for a murder 2 charge, but I think kind of the defense witnesses kind of helped in a way for a murder 2 charge. I also like to point out that because they basically kind of highlighted that she would have to know that he was in the back of the car when she backed up into him, knowingly doing that. Another thing is that these experts were given limited information, not even the black box information, to do their reconstruction, and they were cherry-picked information to get the results that were best suited for kind of saying that it's not consistent with an accident. And I feel like there is a actual conspiracy, but it's a conspiracy with the federal government and the defense working hand in hand to try to get a rich white woman out of jail. Yeah. And it's also a social media. And I'm kind of shocked by a lot of law tubers that don't criticize the fact that these Reconstructionist experts were not given the black box, known about DNA. Every single one of the defense experts were not given the complete information to form their opinion, which to me, which is to me trying to get the results that you want. In any scientific experiment, if you skew the results, you skew the information put in there to get the results you want. Of course, you're going to get you're going to get bad results and incomplete information. Right. And the physicist guy's like, "Oh, I would. It's the science." Well, sir, you can't say it's the science if you don't even know how fast the car was going backwards. You say 15. Yeah. So when I heard that, the guy sounded arrogant and very stupid. The last witness.
He did.
Like,
I'm like, guys. 15 miles an hour. You're saying 15, but 25 might explode the taillight. Might. But you just said 2 miles an hour wouldn't even do anything to it. So it's like they did the defense theory on that one. But B, if you don't have all the information, how can you do the science, genius? You can't.
Well, they didn't do a test on the ground how hard it was with frozen. They didn't do a test on how cold. I mean, they say they did, but they didn't put in their reports, which to me is like, if it's not in your report, then you didn't do it. How cold the glass is on there and how it can cause that. They didn't
also, to point that out, it was 18 degrees outside, and they did something like 28 degrees. That's 10 degrees more than what it was outside.
Yeah. They didn't do the reverse test at 24 miles an hour. Instead, they built a cannon to shoot cocktail glasses into a car. And to me,
nobody said ever happened.
And the defense base and also these expert witnesses destroyed the defense's main defense about how the taillight broke, which is going in reverse in John's car at 1 mile an hour. He said, no, that's not possible. 1 to 5, that's not possible. And now the jury hears that. And, Karen Reed stated out of her mouth in press interviews and stuff like that, that's how she broke her taillight. And you have video at 8:20 from a police dash cam that showed it is completely shattered. You have Carrie Roberts, who wasn't even crossed, state that it was shattered. It was in the same condition as shown to her, which was what it was in the Sally Port. You have basically evidence that it's in that condition. So if she didn't break her taillight during backing up into that car, she broke it somewhere else, and she has not given an explanation how that has happened. She has not given an explanation why she's went 24 miles an hour backwards at 75% pressure on a gas. And then suddenly, she has not given that. And also you have the expert witness yesterday state that is an unusual rate of speed to reverse into. 15 miles an hour is really fast. 24 is psychotic. And unfortunately, there's a lot of people missing the key details of this case. And I think Mr. Lawley did a great job in cross. I think he fucking closed it and hope he does a great closing. I really have a lot of respect for that man. That man has been criticized, harassed, Mr. Lawley, made fun of, and had to deal with this shit for 2 years. And he only gets paid $60,000 a year, and he did it. And he dealt with it.
I will say though, he has won many cases. Like, people don't realize this. Lally has won many cases. That is why he was put on this case, because he wins cases, y'all.
Yeah. So I think Mr. Lawley deserves respect. I find it very disgusting that a lot of law tubers don't show this man proper respect for what he's done and what he's gone through. Emily DeBaker, you should be ashamed of yourself. You are a prosecutor, and yet you treat this man like garbage. You don't respect the man done in this cross. I would say, Laura, I think you are go back to chasing ambulances because your opinions suck and you have no clue. You cherry pick the clips that you want to watch, and then you say, well, the defense witnesses are great. You got a blind guy who's the eyewitness that probably saw actual Karen Reed when she went back to the scene in that 18-minute time span, but he's blind as a motherfucking bat, and he's your eyewitness. You got a dog bite expert that probably read the Turtle Boy blog to get her information and didn't know about she thought that she got.
It's time to open your first checking account at First Citizens.
Sorry, go ahead.
You got a dog bite expert that didn't even compare the dog bite teeth marks from Chloe from the dog bite history, doesn't know about the DNA from UC Davis, and basically either she thinks that John O'Keefe was attacked by a Chihuahua, a German Shepherd, or a cat all at the same time based on those marks, because those teeth marks are completely different. You got another ME who's barely alive. He's breathing like he can't even sustain himself. It's the end of his career. And he's even saying, I didn't get all the information. I didn't get the all the DNA from the back, the taillight, the car, the accident stuff, all the information that was necessary to form his opinion. He did not get.
Yep.
He only got pictures and an autopsy report.
He apparently asked about the DNA on the taillight, and they told him no.
No, they told him no. So of course he's going to go with a different opinion that it wasn't an accident if you're not told about all the information. And he wasn't told about the dog test or the bite history or given any of that stuff. So he was lied to. Another expert that was bamboozled on the stand. And then you got the two accident reconstructionist people that fucking wasted all their time building a cannon to shoot cocktail glass at it. That wasn't given the black box results, wasn't given the UC Davis test, wasn't given the hair DNA on the back, wasn't given the DNA results on the taillight. And then the last guy says, I wouldn't change my expertise to find out that there was microscopic taillight fragments in the guy's shirt. Of course that would change your motherfucking opinion. Right. There's no way you can plant microscopic taillight fragments into a person's clothes. And the people saying they washed the clothes to remove Chloe's dog bite DNA. No, it was full of throw up and blood, dumbasses. They didn't fucking wash it. So it's unfortunate that these experts were either bamboozled, and to save their own asses, they basically doubled down.
To save their own asses, they tried to double down. I found that to be completely uncredible, because no credible medical or scientific person would say, no, that wouldn't change my opinion. Of course, it was medical and science works, bro.
Yeah, it would absolutely change my opinion to find out if a car was going 10 miles an hour faster backwards than what I was testing. It would absolutely change my opinion than if I found out if the weather conditions were 10 degrees colder than what it was. It would absolutely change my idea if I found out that the ground was frozen and almost as hard as concrete due to the fact that it is frozen. It would absolutely change my opinion that I would, the other guy said they would snow. No, it didn't snow at that time. It was starting to snow. The ground was clear.
Most of these people are from California. They don't seem to realize that here in Mass, that ground freezes in November, beginning of December. So my husband built pools for 10 years, and they would have to stop working between the middle of November and the top of December because the ground would be too frozen without snow to be able to actually build.
Yeah, these are important conditions to get the results to get actual scientific results, but they didn't do it. And of course they came back with inconsistent with a car accident because they didn't get all the information. They got everything wrong. And they're told that it was a cocktail glass that shattered the taillight,
which didn't even happen. So they're testing something that didn't even happen.
Yeah. Hello, Giovanna. And I think that if there is going to be a fatal flaw to this case that the prosecution has is the trying to figure out how exactly how the accident exactly happened, where his body landed and all that. And I think that is an unfortunate thing. But if we look at all the other evidence, the microscopic taillight fragments on his shirt, the fact that there's taillight pieces buried in the snow all around him, the fact that the scene looks just like an accident, where there's cocktail glass pieces matching his DNA around him, where there's a straw around him, where there's a shoe on the ground buried there, a hat, just like an accident, where basically the key cycles show that she went 24 miles an hour backwards at 60 feet, and then a half-mile decrease with the same amount of pressure on the gas, hitting something apparently. The fact that the GPS location doesn't show that he went into the house. The fact that it shows that she basically had 18 minutes that she was missing in the morning. The fact that she left the angry messages. The fact that they were fighting the night before. The fact that kids testified that they were breaking up and that the relationship was coming to an end. The fact that this lady was a drunk and a jealous person. The fact that, all these things point out. Also the fact that her admissions that could I have hit him, did I hit him, even out of her own mouth, that she's acknowledged on national TV. And not alone that she also said, I hit him. That's the one that's been contended with. I mean, all this evidence basically points, and also the fact is that there is DNA. Now people keep on saying, it's touch DNA. Well, it's inside the fucking taillight. So how did that fucking happen?
First of all, but nobody has ever said it was touch DNA. They are speculating that it's touch DNA.
Well, let's just say if it's touch. Let's say we magically believe it's touch DNA. How is it inside the taillight piece, the broken in there? It had to break. So obviously he wasn't washing it. with his hands.
Shit.
The fact is there's many facts of this case that points to this woman's guilt and also her actions. She goes back home. What is she first thing she does? She goes upstairs alone with her dad, and then suddenly all the video ring camera is deleted from that time. And then what does she do? Her excuse, Mr. Yannetti's argument. Well, her boyfriend is dead, so she wasn't dating him anymore, so she had to get rid of the car from the scene. It's not to grieve with the family, to talk to people, to hang out. It's to go and try to get the murder weapon out of the custody of the person she murdered back to her house to try to cover it up.
She didn't even bring it back to her house to Mansfield. She brought it to her parents' house in Dighton.
Yeah. She was hoping that she would buy her enough time. She was trying to hide the evidence. It's just like if someone took a butcher knife and moved it to her parents' house. It's the same thing. This woman attempted to cover up her murder. And when that didn't work, and when she didn't get her way, she decided to work with Turtle Boy, work with skeevy, disgusting attorneys that leaked information to that fucking scumbag, and then lies. Oh, by the way, the 227 time never happened. The Celebrate expert basically shot that shit down. The deleted phone calls. Yeah.
Done. Debunked it.
I need to see counsel at sidebar.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Okay. Oh, well, this is the decision on the culpability of guilt or something like that?
I think so. Yeah. Yep.
For
the jury instruction.
Yeah. The fact is, there's so much evidence.
There's Jen McCabe and Brian Albert right there in the back.
And there's so much evidence pointing to this woman's. Yeah. There's so much evidence.
Colin's behind Paul.
Yeah, I know. There's so much evidence.
Well, for the people that don't know.
Yeah. And the thing is, what they did was, they knew this woman was guilty, so they tried to destroy the reputation of the witnesses, the eyewitnesses. They tried to destroy the reputation of everyone involved. A burn campaign to destroy it, just so that they a social media burn campaign, just so that they can get a guilty rich woman out of jail. And it's fucking terrible. Carrie Roberts. It's terrible what has happened in this case, and she might get off. There's a good chance. She might get off. She might walk away, but it's not because she's innocent. It's because money and connections have gotten her out. Corruption from the federal government, and also the money that she got raised, millions and millions of dollars, and because of a bunch of fucking grifters on YouTube that instead of keeping to the truth and having ethics and telling and doing the right thing, decided to sell their souls to the devil, collect their 30 pieces of motherfucking silver, and decide that was more important than actually justice, the truth, and actually caring about what's happening.
Emily John's dad is always there, but sometimes you don't see him on camera because he sits on the opposite side of like the barrier thing, on the side of where the O'Keefe sit. So sometimes you don't see him on camera, but he's almost always there. Yeah,
it's just sad. I mean, it's actually makes me sad because I've seen many cases like this where families have been brought to social media and their lives get grounded up like fucking beef by this machine. And this is just another family, another group of people that social media has grinded into fucking hamburger meat so that they can become products to be consumed by the media, to be consumed by people. Instead of like caring about the fact that this woman, instead of taking 16 months and saying, I'm sorry, decided to destroy the lives of 40 fucking people and and just so she wouldn't serve 16 months in jail. And it's sad. I actually feel sad because people were like, well, what happens if she's acquitted? Well, I'm going to be sad for the family. I'm going to be sad for the people that's going to continue to be harassed. And I'm going to be angry that the federal government actually caused this situation to occur.
Like, this is the thing, guys. Like, it doesn't just extend. Like, the Alberts and McCabe's are like the most harassed outside of Lindsay, but it extends to anyone like me, who I literally get text messages almost every day. I got another one last night, like while I was sleeping, 2:30 in the morning. Like, it extends to people like me who decided that when they saw all the evidence privately, that they were like, oh shit, we were wrong, to come out and be like, hey, we were wrong. She's not innocent. Like, and we have been relentlessly harassed, defamed, slandered. Somebody was just on my page when I fucking tweeted something yesterday saying like, oh, Turtle Boy called her out for for collecting money for Karen Reed and never giving it to her. That's false. That's called slander. That's called defamation. I did 150-50 for Karen when I thought she was innocent, and guess what? It's still on her page to this day for everybody to look at. That's called slander. It's defamation. When you just say something because a sewer turtle told you or a sewer turtle followers told you, you're slandering other people and dragging their name through the mud.
Well, Nick Rocco collects a illegal raffle ticket, and it's like $10. He's charging, but it's like $8.50 or something like that, or $8 that the actual base price. So where's the $2 when all this extra money for almost 50,000 to 100,000 people? There's a lot of money being exchanged that as long as you say free Karen Reed, they'll ignore the money you make on this on the side. But the moment you decide to say nope, they'll just make up shit about you, that you're a thief and you're a horrible person.
Yep.
By the way,
scammer. I'm like grifter. I make maybe $20 or $10 a stream most of the time for an 8-hour stream. That's absolutely nothing. And it doesn't even equate to the work that I've done on this case for a year. So, and I have the cost to cover first. So it's like, you're going to call someone a grifter, at least know what the fuck you're talking about, please, for the love of God.
And you could have easily just sat there and be like, oh, free Karen Reed. I love Karen Reed. She's the greatest. And you could have gotten 200, 300, 400, 500 people in YouTube chat easily. Yeah. You could have easily done that.
I was already, I was already at over 1,000 every stream.
You could have easily done that. But the fact is, unfortunately, people that try to tell you the truth and people try to actually direct you to the truth and not try to lie to you so that they can make money from you, people just don't care. They want to be told lies. They want to be told lies and it's sad. And it shows why this sad. Yeah. And it shows why this country is in such a fucking disarray, because no one wants to actually acknowledge truth. No one wants to actually search for answers. They just rather just be told lies. Oh, you're the greatest. You're smart.
Yeah, they don't take the 10 seconds to do the damn research to debunk it either. They just parrot it back and over and over and over and over. It would have taken that guy maybe 5 minutes to find the 150-50 I did. The show is still up. The donation is still up on Karen's page. It would have taken him 5 minutes to find it. Instead, he just parroted a lie.
Well, I guarantee you they're going to continue parroting lies, even if this lady gets acquitted or convicted. They'll keep on saying, what about the 227? They'll say, what about the deleted phone calls? Because that is just, they know it's a lie, but they say it because they hope that no one does the research and actually knows that Mr. Green was a hack, an idiot, a fool, that cherry picked this. Yeah. And it even apologized on the stand for the stress he did. Well, you know what, Emily K., unfortunately, I'm going to tell you the truth. Truth does not always prevail. Truth does not always prevail, just like good does not always prevail. It's just not. I wish truth always prevailed and good always prevailed, but a lot of times evil wins and a lot of times lies win over truth, because lies are just, people accept the reality in which they like. And that's how it is. And I'm sorry to tell you this. As a child, you might have thought, we're kids, we thought truth prevailed and good wins over evil, but that is not the case. That is not
in the real world, unfortunately. Sometimes evil fucking wins, and there's nothing much we can do about it.
Actually, most times evil wins. If we actually went with odds, probably evil wins 60 to 70% of the time, while good rarely gets a good actually wins. Because
I appreciate Space Ninja. Mm-hmm. And Mel, he's a good guy. I like Mel.
Yeah, Mel is actually I talked to Mel a few times. He's a very nice guy. He knows how it is to be harassed, that a cult comes after you. And he's the one that's been telling people the truth, and people attacked him. You got the idiot Glare going in there and says, oh, I guess you're reading the room. Sir, he doesn't give a fuck about reading the room. He tells them what it is. He's not like you selling out and basically changing your opinion based on popular belief.
On the room, right. If I did that, I'd be able to put food on my table every week without a fucking struggle, dude, because I was at least making it by with a couple $100 every week when I thought she was innocent, when I really thought she was innocent. And then when I didn't, I lost all that. But I'm not going to sit there and lie just for the clicks and the views and the money, because I don't want that kind of audience. I want the kind of audience that uses their fucking brain. When something changes, they change their opinion. It's common sense.
And now, and it's just people that follow the mob in their opinions are often failures. Galileo, all the great Isaac Newton, all the great inventors in the world did not follow the popular opinion. They went against the popular
Well, they did.
opinion. And they changed the world. They actually changed the world. And that's how you actually initiate change, by going against the mob and standing for yourself and being right. And unfortunately, some of these people are just fools. And now they're trying to go into the Brian Walsh case. And I got to read up on that case. But it's because Proctor and the same judge is doing that case, apparently.
It doesn't matter. He's fucking guilty of sin.
And they want to have, and they're trying to protest to have that murderer released.
Yeah, I mean, he killed her. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. He killed his wife. Like, sorry.
Like, how is it that you're trying to go into the next case? You're trying to go to Brian Walsh's case and trying to get another murderer out of jail. Is this the Free Karen Reed movement? We got to get all the murderers out of jail. We got to make sure because
they think if it's successful this time that we're just gonna do this all over again. Every day we're gonna stand outside and fucking blue shirts next time.
You got Tom CPU protesting Brian Walsh, like saying he's innocent.
Weird.
He's innocent, guys.
I've covered Sandra's case twice on my channel, and I'll keep covering it because something does stink in that case. That's very obvious, okay? But her murder or her dying is not something to be exploited like that. Her family deserves the truth, but they don't deserve it in a way that's going to muddy the waters.
Yeah, alleged murder. Thank you for the reminder, Brianna. Sometimes I go off the cuff a little bit.
Yeah,
alleged murderer.
Whatever. That's my opinion. My opinion is it's murder. So.
Yeah, but they're going to be late. I think what's happening is they're arguing the case in the sidebar because it's a pretty big. Because basically they were because the prosecution made a good argument, basically stating like this woman has consciousness of guilt because she literally moved the car to her parents' house. And there's ring video.
Something happened yesterday.
And
with Sandra's case.
And it did. Okay, I gotta look that up.
Yeah.
Yannetti basically decided that his best argument was, well, her boyfriend's dead, and so like she was broken up with him, so she had to move her car.
Bullshit.
And then the prosecutor's like, yeah, instead of grieving with the family, she decides to move her car and never see those people.
Yannetti was like, oh, she moved it back to her home, and that's when McLaughlin's like, that's the point, Judge. She didn't move it back to her home. She moved it to her parents' home in Dighton, not her home in Mansfield.
Yeah, because she knew that.
Thank you, Jess, for the $10 for ginger ale and saltines. I love your face, and I will use it for that. Facts, because like I literally didn't think I was going to make it here with you guys today. That's how sick I felt last night and into this morning. I'm laying on my bed with my computer.
Let me see. It feels like I'd be safer in prison because they won't want all the murderers to go free. Yeah, it might be. Like New York City is kind of wild. Like they let people literally go into stores and rob, and they let them right out. I'm like, soon it's going to be the opposite. Innocent people will want to go to jail because they'll be safer than the outside because they don't want to let these states don't want to actually have murderers and rapists and thieves in jail. They want to focus on, well, they could have been framed by the cops or they grew up with a bad mommy. So that's why they started stealing stuff. And it's like, Jesus Christ, man, like the system is fucked. And then you got social media. Yeah. I think you got social media, like literally helping these fucking criminals out. You know what I mean? Every single one of these criminals, they're helping out. And it's outrageous. And no one sits there.
We missed you, Kodo. We missed you. Where have you been, lady?
Oh, Kodo's been busy. You know how Kodo is. Kodo's always busy. But it's all right. Let me see. Moved her SU and started calling her parent. Yeah, parents at 1 a.m.
Parents, at 1 a.m.
Yeah, I think they fucking. I honestly think this woman is clearly guilty, but I mean the problem is the jury might be confused by all the bullshit, and I don't know, and they might be scared. They see a mob of crazy people literally celebrating a murderer by having a tailgate party and with pom-poms and with wigs outside. And the fact is, I wish I could tell the jury, no, you won't be harassed after this trial. No, you will be harassed after this trial. Yeah. Because that's what Aiden Kearney's, you will be harassed. And I would
his goal.
Yeah. So if you do a not guilty verdict, you will be harassed. If you do a guilty verdict, you will be harassed.
It doesn't Doesn't matter. One way or another, you will be harassed, period.
You know, that's what I
You
mean.
can't
Like,
wait for that jury, to be.
yeah, because like if
Oh,
the jury
good.
says
I'm
no,
glad you did, but I hope you had good on vacation. I need a.
we all do. I think that the fact is that the jury, that what will happen is Turtle Boy will try to get an interview with the jury if it's a not guilty verdict, or a bunch of people will try to do that. And if it's a guilty, they'll do the same, and there's just going to be a group of haters trying to destroy those people's lives. In the end of the day, it just shows you that this is the character of these people. Like me, if it's a not guilty verdict, I don't give a fuck. I'm not going to bother these people. I'm not going to go after them. It is what it is. I gotta just settle with it. You know what I mean? If she's not guilty, she's not guilty. It sucks. I'd be very annoyed, but in the end of the day, I'm not going to bother these people because I can't. I'm not a juror. But these people, they'll bother them because they can't. Because these people don't believe in democracy. They don't believe in the rule of law. They believe in mob rule, and they believe in dictatorships. That's what this group of people want. They're not Democrat. They're not part of a democracy or a republic. They want an actual dictatorship, and they want mob rule, and that's it. And that's who we're standing up against. We're standing up against people that want a dictatorship, and we're standing up against people that want to do mob rule.
Yeah, well,
Personally,
that's what he built his fucking stupid channel on, is like harassment and fucking lies and internet rumors and conjecture, and that's literally all he does.
And it's just crazy that the system protects him. Like, he can go to witnesses' business, and people are. Yeah, I couldn't believe that he wasn't arrested for that.
No, and if I was Jill, at least if I'm going to get charged with assault and battery, I'm going to knock his ass the fuck out. So then you can charge me with assault and battery, not for just batting his phone out of his hand. I would have just knocked him dead cold out.
Yeah, and then you have the Boston News that's just like, oh, well, blogger assaulted wrongfully. It's like, bro, he came there.
That was Channel 10. That was Sue McSewer's channel. Which clearly, how are you there so fast? You clearly were called beforehand. Let's get real here.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I've been telling people. The mainstream media works hand in hand with these tragedy pimps, that we call them. Yeah. These people like Turtle Boy, Bullhorn Betty, Dolly Vision, all these other people. I can name a whole list of them. And they basically work hand in hand with these garbage individuals so that they can get the scoop and they can get a little spice in their news stories, and that they can keep their own hands clean. And that's the truth.
Yep.
And unfortunately,
you should go back to the hole that she came out of. That's what she should do.
Sue should get
Sue to me. Sue.
Well, Sue should grow her hair out because she looks like a page boy from medieval times. But anyway,
I'm dead. I died.
Yeah, like, seriously, ma'am, you need to grow out your hair. I'm just saying. And I'm going to be petty. I'm going to be petty today.
That's okay.
That was petty. That was very petty of me.
I'm sorry. I did forget to feed Beach him sunshines and rainbows and glitter.
I come back and my beats him by his doomsday. Well, the problem is I see it's going to be negative for, you know what I mean? Like, let's say she gets, convicted. They're going to say that she's guilty. And like, we sent an innocent woman to jail, and they're going to harass the families. They're going to harass John O'Keefe's family, and they're going to harass the witnesses. If she's acquitted, it emboldens them to do it more and more and more.
And more and more and more. Right. Exactly.
So to me, like, either way, this is like a lose-lose situation because the government has not decided to do anything to protect these people.
No.
And it's sad.
Due to optics. Due to fucking optics and worrying about a riot. Like, get your shit together. This is not how the justice system works.
Yeah. And I mean, I wish I could
say. You realize bloating and discomfort don't have to be routine.
Apparently a juror was questioned, I don't know, and left.
Oh my God. Like the last day of the trial, and now another juror is being dismissed. And this is supposed to be normal to people, that this is not interference by the fucking,
right. This is the third juror, dude. The third.
I've never heard a situation where a juror is being dismissed this quickly for a case, literally last day. And to me, it's like, it's getting to the point where it's like, we need to figure something out. How good a job did the judge do stopping the riots? Honestly, she should have
Obviously
put like,
not. She should have sequestered the fucking jury. Common sense in this case. They should have been sequestered.
no, I mean, I don't think that's going to stop them from going on the internet. But I think what she should have done was put that whole place 500 feet back instead of 200 feet back, because
Yeah,
those
it should have been
people.
way the fuck back.
Yeah, I think her
Out of
rulings.
eyesight.
Yeah, I think her rulings generally were fair. I think though she was too lenient to the defense.
Yep. Yep.
A lot of people in like for some reason are attacking the judge on the Karen Reed side. They're like Bev, and they've been making fun of her. And I'm like,
But
guys,
she's
this
been
lady,
doing everything in behalf of them, so they're idiots.
yeah, like this. There was one attorney who is kind of like thinks there might not be a not guilty verdict, but even he was like, guys, this lady has allowed your a witness that she could have clearly kicked out and had no cause of appeal for it. That dog bite lady, or that other doctor, the Rule 30. You know, he could have. She could have, and she let Jackson go on and on and on, where most judges would have fucking threw him in. If that motherfucker did the half the shit he did in this courthouse in New York, in front of a New York judge, that man would be serving time in jail. He'd be in the weekend sitting next to his client. His client would be fucking remanded. Like, they don't fool around in like Kings County, fucking Bronx, Queens, fucking any county. These judges do not play. You do not show these judges respect, they will fucking make sure you learn respect. But like, this lady was being nice to them. She was the nicest judge around, and they still fucked with her. And by the way, there's a lawnmower. Sorry about that. That's due to the fact that my yard is being done right now. Sorry about that.
Did Ted Daniel really just say Sue deserves to be there? She's been covering the trial since the start. No, she hasn't. That's false, sir.
Sue is a fucking page boy from medieval times. Fuck that lady.
That's false. That is, she has not been covering it since the start. None of you were. Actually, we were the only ones covering it long before the mainstream media came along.
I mean, like, not only did she lose her case, she got referred to a D for prosecution. Yeah. It's OJ's judge did the same stop riots thing in his career.
You know?
But yeah, I mean, like, what this shows is that if you have enough money and connections, you can get away with anything. If she gets acquitted, you can basically get away with hitting a man and killing him. A cop, you can get away with being a cop killer if she gets acquitted. And to me, it's very sad if that happens. And if she gets convicted, I'll be happy. But I also hope the system protects the jury either way. Because I mean, like, even if the jury goes against and acquits this lady, I hope the system protects them from the harassment they will be going through.
Absolutely.
And see,
they will.
Yeah, and seeing Lucky, by the way, that motherfucker's being paid by the fucking defense. Like, literally, I seen like money being sent to him, a GoFundMe, being told about how they were going to give him money. How is that?
He didn't ask for that GoFundMe, so that was
doesn't matter.
Yep, I know.
Doesn't matter.
I'm just saying, he didn't ask for it. But I think because somebody said something like, "Oh, well, he didn't want it. He didn't ask for it. Whatever." Like,
doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's fucking gross. Like, what's wrong with you people?
I mean, like, if you're basically being blackmailed by Turtle Boy to testify in the other way, and also you're being coached by multiple attorneys, and also you're receiving payments from that side, and also you're taking pictures with the people outside saying "Lucky we trust" in his shirt, to me that says holy fuck. Like, this witness is, you should not trust a word from that motherfucker's face.
Yep, pretty much. Pretty much.
Is there a raffles for 16K still going? And has been. I think it's been halted. The payment processor had halted it because it's clearly illegal to do that.
I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, Venmo has stopped payment processing for it.
Oh.
I've seen that. Some people are having issues. I'm really curious what the jury will decide. Well, let me say, the jury might, like, I think the jury, if the jury thinks that there was corruption and evidence was planted, they're going to acquit her. If they think that there is no evidence being planted, then she's guilty, pretty much.
Right.
Could it be a hung jury? Possibly. Could the jury be like, hey, we're not quite 100% sure how the body, we have all these 4 people that are supposed experts, and they don't know how this car could have done this. Yeah, but the problem is those experts don't even know how the dog attacked the person, nor how that a guy can get beat up and punched in the head so hard that the back of his skull cracks, but yet doesn't have a fracture in his orbital region of his eyes, his bones.
Right.
It's like you're punching a guy so hard you're causing black eyes, but there's no fractures in the orbital regions of the eyes, like orbital region.
Wouldn't make sense, right?
No broken nose.
No body shots.
No body shots. No, like busted lip. I'm punching a man in the face.
They called these people trained boxers, but there's no body shots.
No body shots. No, come on. I mean, like, it doesn't make sense. It really doesn't. What makes more sense would be that he fell in the back of his head and boom. So something must have pushed him to hit himself in the back of the head. I don't believe his head slammed into the car. I think most likely what's beats him have faith in the system. Data does. Unfortunately, Kodo, my faith in the system has dwindled.
Yeah, mine as well.
I don't,
because of the shit that they have allowed to happen, especially in this case. And let's remember that Sewer Turtle did harass a different fucking juror in a different case, in the Michael Chesna case, and didn't care and said he'd do it again. So yeah, there's that.
Yeah. So, and this is the same judge for that case, I believe, right? For that Michael Chesna case.
Yes, it is. Yes.
So she knows that this guy harasses the jury, but then still allows the motherfucker in the courthouse.
Yeah, I wouldn't have allowed him in. Sorry. Nope. No way, no how. Nope. And I have no doubt in my mind that he's taking pictures of these people. No doubt.
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. They're already taking pictures of, they're already being followed probably by third parties. They're completely doxxed at this point. And it's unfortunate. I think in the future, the jury system, due to social media, has to change, whereby if we're going to have a jury system, we're going to have to protect their actual identities for high-profile cases. You know what I mean? Maybe like have a situation where it's, some sort of like they're in a separate location and it's videotaped through, like zoomed through or something like that.
Two-way glass, something like that.
Or two-way glass where their faces are covered and where no one can see, where they have a separate exit. And that,
it's a two-way glass room where no one can see in, but they can see out.
Yeah, like something like that, where actual precautions are taken to protect these people's identity.
Oh, people don't know where they were. They were at John's fucking funeral. So this whole theory of Brian and Nicole Albert, they went to the funeral. So the people who are saying that they didn't go to the funeral are bold-faced liars. They did, in fact, go to John O'Keefe's funeral.
Yeah.
So there's that.
Yeah. So, I mean, like, I think the system needs to change. I think there's definitely should be two-way. I think that's a good idea. I think there should be more protection for the jury's identities in the future with social media and how it's becoming to the point where now people are going after jurors and stuff like this. And I think it would also stop the fact that people will have to worry about sequestering jurors, because at the end of the day, these people have lives and they need to live their lives as well. And they don't need to have like a month of basically living in a hotel fucking dealing with that bullshit.
Yeah. Fortunately, sequestering juries have happened since the fucking dawn of time. And in this case, I think it should have been done. It should have been sequestered.
But I'm just saying, like, there needs to be some sort of system put into place to protect jurors.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I agree with you. I agree. There needs to be something so they can live their lives. But in this case, since there isn't, they should have sequestered this goddamn jury.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I wouldn't want to be sequestered. I'd be fucking so pissed off.
I wouldn't either, but at the same time, with everything that happened before this, I would have known as a judge that would have been the smartest play to keep them from seeing, or you know what I mean, shit.
Do you think we will see civil suits against Turtle Boy now that the trial?
No, I know. I don't think. I know. Okay, so let's just make that abundantly clear. I don't think I'll see civil suits. I know he's going to see civil suits for 100% certainty and fact.
I also think there's a good, I would say Green, I think there's a potential for a civil suit for that guy because his inaccurate, like how his report was done and everything. Maybe there'd be a civil suit against, Karen Reed for wrongful death.
Right.
Even if she doesn't get convicted, you could still go after someone civilly for that.
And I think that the O'Keefes are going to do that. But what I do know is that Turtle Boy is going to deal with a flurry of lawsuits, including my own. So he can have fun with that.
Yeah. But I think it's very expensive to do that.
Yeah, I have an attorney that will do it on contingency, thank God.
Whoa, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Then he's fucked.
Yeah. It's not just
Okay.
me either, though. There's so many other people who are going after him civilly. That man's going to be living in a box bankrupt on the side of the road.
Well, if he's lucky, if he doesn't end up in like 100 years in jail.
Well, he's looking at like 100, between like 120 and 160 years in jail, and I think he'll at least get 30 of those because it's his first like offense or crime, whatever. But
yeah, I have no sympathy for that man. I hope
none, zero.
I hope only the worst for that man. I hope he's home. I hope he goes to jail for 100 years, and I hope he is completely broke. And I hope that he is, because what he's done is disgusting, and he continues to do it, even though he knows.
And that's the problem.
Yeah,
he still does it. Continues on.
Continues to do it, and unfortunately,
he literally has admitted that he could tell his mob to stop, but he won't. You think that's going to go over well with a judge? A judge watching one of his clips of calling people this, that, and the other thing, knowing it's a full-fledged lie, it's going to sink him. Like the
but you know what's going to happen, and this is what I've said in the beginning. Turtle Boy is the fall guy, and as soon as this trial's over, if she gets acquitted, she's going to distance herself from him, because she's going to have to worry about her own ass about charges that could be labored against her. Because even if she gets out of this, she might be charged with witness intimidation too, because they took her phones. So his support's going to cut. He's not going to get the money that he's going to need for the defense. I think he's burned through a lot of money so far. I think he raised like $110,000. But the fact is that money.
Oh no, he raised more than that.
Okay, I'm saying for his own defense. Okay.
Yeah, more than that. Yep.
He's going to need more than that, because he's not only fighting like multiple charges, he's also, you know what I mean? I just think that's going to be very, very costly. And he's in big trouble. He's pretty much dead to rights. Like, he can't say that the cops planted him doing these videos. They have him dead to rights, and then they have his phones. And that's not going to be good for him. And he's going to jail. And
in these civil suits, there's this thing called discovery, y'all. And what I'm going to get is I'm going to get that phone dump again. It's going to be fun. You can have my phone dump. You want to know what's in there? My kid's pediatric doctor, school, literally nothing of substance. So you can have fun with that, sir.
I said, did they get both her phone? Yeah, they got her first phone. She didn't break until April. And then they came after her again with a second subpoena. The second time. And she ran to Florida before, and until the subpoena died out. And then when she
had to get another.
They had to get another when she came back from Florida. Completely, innocent woman.
Yeah, right.
Completely innocent.
What's happening? No audio yet?
Okay, they're calling them back. Oh my God.
Oh, for fuck's sake, dude, what is going on here?
Well, oh my God.
Damn fucks. Yeah, you better look straightforward, Karen, because the Alberts and McCabe's are over here being very brave right now. So fuck you.
Yeah.
Your last day of freedom, sweetie.
And it's this crazy thing is this woman was given such an opportunity to take a deal for 16 months.
16 fucking months, dude. They offered her 16 goddamn fucking months.
And she could have gotten a parole. The judge could have been lenient to her and everything, but nope. She could have gotten out in less than a year, and she could have went back to her life. She would have done her thing. She could have been sorry, and instead she did this for 2 years. And even if she does get acquitted, I think she's not going to be happy, because because there's going to be a large group people going to dig into this case afterwards, and they're going to realize, oh my God, this woman's more evil than we ever thought. And and the tables will turn. I'm telling you, people, just like that.
She didn't take the deal.
No, she did not take the deal.
She didn't. It was offered, and she didn't take it.
And just like Gypsy Rose, how everyone was like, oh, she's so innocent, she's so kind. Tables turned on her. because people
Yeah.
realized, wait a minute, she filmed exactly how like her boyfriend should, or her online boyfriend should commit the crimes, and gave him play-by-play how she should kill her mother. Wait a minute, she bought the murder weapon. Wait a minute, she lied and basically tried to pin everything on her boyfriend. I mean, and then she's manipulated the whole audience, and now she's dumped her first husband that she had. Yeah. For so people are realizing that she's not that good, and it's just another case of like kind of like an innocent fraud situation. That one too, a little bit.
Well, they didn't use the dad's statements or interview because they couldn't get the uncut versions of it, but I don't know why they didn't make him testify, because I would have.
Yeah, but the court's on, but there's no sound. Yeah, so
there's no sound. Still, we have no sound.
They're still sidebar. They're still sidebarring.
Yep. No, she didn't take the deal.
How come they didn't use? I don't know why they didn't drag that guy on the stand. The father, that guy
I would have, and the brother, both of them.
And the brother, the brother pisses me off a lot. Like he was.
I think they knew they would lie, though. I think that they knew that they would lie, so it wouldn't be what would be the purpose?
Let them lie.
I know, but it wouldn't have been good for the case for them to lie. So they probably were just like, you know what? If they're gonna fucking lie like that, we're just not even gonna do it. Like,
well, you know what, Delete Laws? If she does get acquitted, I hope that she does date another man. I hope she dates Turtle Boy. Let's hope she dates Turtle Boy or the Glare. Either or. Let them both date. They could be the power couple.
Laugh, beat him. I might puke if I laugh too hard.
Make sure they drive in a nice Christmas night.
Oh, man.
She should be wearing an ankle monitor at the very least. It's crazy she's on bail for murder. Well, that's because this woman was given every opportunity, more so than I ever seen anyone accused of killing a cop. She was like, they were complaining that her bail wasn't returned. The money that she had for her bail wasn't returned. And they're like, oh, she's sick. She's got all these conditions. Okay, whatever.
Welcome to the world. So do I. The fuck?
Oh, yeah, she has connections. She definitely has connections. There's no doubt in my mind. She got basically the FBI to do her work for her. And I don't know if that's due to like Jackson or is that due to her father. But the FBI definitely helped her out majorly, because if it wasn't for the FBI, they wouldn't have all these texts from Proctor, all these texts from all these people. They wouldn't have these two bullshit experts that say that they're ex-reconstructionists, but they don't even have all the data. To me, I'd be embarrassed to go on that stand if I was that, if I was in those positions. And you also have social media that has given this woman millions and millions of dollars, and you have all of YouTube who are mouth breathers at this point. I call the lawyer, EDP, all these other lawyers, grifters, because they don't understand shit. And they know it's better to jump on the bandwagon. And honestly, if they were legitimate lawyers, they would be working in real life. They wouldn't be working for super chats, $10. They'd be making $500 to $500 to $1,000 an hour. They'd be making millions of dollar verdicts for, but they're ambulance chasers. They're no more than ambulance chasers.
Pretty much.
So that's why you rarely see a legitimate law tuber in the field that actually has done trial work and who's actually done murder cases. Who actually has a brain in his head.
Yeah, I'm just like, what the fuck is wrong with these people? I could do these cases with my hands tied behind my back, bro. And for you to sit there and say, as barred attorneys, the complete opposite of what you know to be true, the basics that they taught you in law school, it blows my fucking mind.
I mean, you got these attorneys saying, bravo to sleazy tactics from Jackson to basically ask questions that he knows are going to be objected to because he knows he's completely proper. Bravo to Jackson for making complete statements without actually asking a question because he knows that's going to make the juries hear him. Bravo to Jackson for working with Turtle Boy behind the scenes with Yannetti to basically secretly release information, and then that was ruled that he couldn't release, but because it's on social media, now they could say it's open book and everyone has seen it. Bravo to the fact that they basically went after witnesses with information they knew were false, but they said it was true on the stand to try to trip up the witness, like the Life 360 data that they try to go with, with one witness. Going to the high school, or the fact that the deleted calls and the 227 time search, that Jackson knew was bullshit, but went after Jen McCabe because he knew that sounded better, and he knew that event. And no one would probably remember the fact when he has bumbling idiot Mr. Green jump up and basically apologize to the jury for being an idiot.
Yep. Pretty much.
I think the jury is probably I don't know, man. I mean, if I was on a jury, I'd probably think she did it, but I probably wouldn't think it would be second degree. I'd probably think it would be manslaughter and leaving the scene of a crime. So if that's the case, it'd probably take me a couple of days, probably like a day or two, maybe a day. So I would say probably, I don't think it's going to be a few hours. I think it's going to be a day or two. That's just my opinion, because there's a lot of information they're going to have to sift through. They're probably going to have to reread the reports, reread documents to kind of refresh their memory a little bit.
Almost making an argument about a juror. I don't know. That's what it says. It says judges reading from a book readers once again leaning forward, they're making an argument. Well, they swung it around because the juror, not because of Karen. They swung it around because the juror. They don't want to catch the juror on camera again. Maybe they're picking a jury for a person. I don't know. It's possible.
Could be. But I thought that was usually, I don't know. We'll see.
Usually happens right away, I thought, but yeah, I mean.
Well, Proctor is guilty in my mind of witness intimidation. Just before Proctor's second day of testifying, he shows up with Lucky at the school parking lot of Proctor's sister.
Sister, Courtney, yeah.
That's witness intimidation. And I don't know how that's acceptable by people and how law tubers don't say, whoa, that's kind of fucked up. Whoa, you're talking about an attorney showing up to the witness's sister's school? That's not witness intimidation?
Right. Of course it is. There's only 2 alternate jurors left as far as I know. I mean, some people have concerns about the investigation was done, but most people that think she's innocent and think there's problems with the investigation love the sewer turtle. So I don't know. Most, not all, most.
Well, most of those people are like QAnon crazy people that think like Proctor can teleport from the Sally Port to the scene without any sort of, the buried taillight pieces.
Right. Tim, they want Twitter updates. Stop being a Debbie Downer, they say.
Let me see. Judge Canone is currently meeting with jurors at sidebar. It's a middle-aged woman who has been expressively over the course of the trial, more so than other jurors. And reminder that the judge picks the 4-person. Unclear if that's what's happening here. Yeah, so maybe could be picking with the 4-person. You could be correct.
Yeah.
But if it's another juror, like compromised juror, I'm gonna be fucking pissed. I'm gonna be like, what the fuck's going on here?
No, it was Yannetti. He showed up to meet Lucky in front of Proctor's sister's school.
Yeah, and then the police have to be called to get him out of there. And then he lied to the press saying it was Lucky's idea. Lucky wanted to meet at Proctor's. It's like, bro, you've been looking into Proctor's life for the past 2 years. You're telling me you don't know where his sister.
Never mind the fact that Yannetti asked about Courtney. Literally asked, "Is Courtney in there?" Like, come on, bro.
Like, we all know what that was. We all know that was a form of intimidation, and that's the truth. It's
fucking bro.
This summer, experience new adventures.
I unmuted it thinking we were gonna get sound, and I'm still nauseous, so I'm trying not to talk so much because I do not want to have to mute and puke. So there's that.
Also, I would like to point out that basically having the O'Keefe sit next to Jen, Albert, all these people is a powerful message to the jury that says these people do not believe in the O'Keefes do not believe that these people had anything to do with the death of their brother or family member. If I was in a jury and I looked at this and then I looked at Karen Reed's facial expression, her smiling while bloody clothes are shown, her smiling while hearing phone calls, I'd be like, this woman is clearly guilty. There is no doubt in my mind that this woman's clearly guilty. I can just see like how she reacts. She's a crazy fucking bitch. And you know what? I'm going to say this. I agree with Proctor. She is a whack job bitch. I agree with Proctor. I'm sorry. I mean, he shouldn't have had a conversation about his case with his friends and stuff like that. I would never do that. But if I was going to internalize a thought, that would be my eternal thought, which I'm stating on a live stream right now, which I don't mind. But like that would be my eternal thought as a police officer. I'd be like, this lady's a whack job bitch. And if you don't think people saying juror is 3 is dismissed, well, TV is not always right. So
I don't listen to a goddamn thing he says because almost the opposite of what he actually fucking says is really what fucking happens. So I don't listen to a word that man says because he's a pathological liar.
Yeah.
And if I had peppermints or lemons, I would do that, Ellen, because this nausea is really fucking bad again.
And by the way, Karen Reed, when asked about, she stated in like, and I can share a screen for a moment. I want you to show you the thought process. Let me share it. Or I could just do it because we're still waiting. Just a quick thing. Let me see. Okay, here. If I could share this part. Okay, listen to this. Does this sound like what an innocent woman would say about her boyfriend?
Do you think anything was particularly strong today in testimony?
Yeah, they proved that that body wasn't hit by my car.
Do you think anything was particularly strong today?
No, they didn't.
Testimony?
Yeah, they proved that that body wasn't hit by my car.
That body wasn't hit by my car.
Not that John. That
Look
body.
at the-
He's just that body now.
Look at the smile on her face. Like she's getting away with it. This is the
She thinks she is, but her perception is very skewed because I'm sorry, they didn't prove anything of the sort.
That's the face of a person who's telling about a boyfriend of 2 years, a person she met 20 years ago, were dating, a person she slept in the same bed with, a person she woke up at, like for 2 years every morning, went on vacation, a person she supposedly cared for, is basically that body. And people think this woman's innocent. I'll stop sharing. You can put back the court thing, but I wanted to show that.
We're just looking at
Yes,
Danny.
she's referring to him. She's referring to John O'Keefe. That body. And this is who the free Karen Reed people.
Juror was dismissed. Poor court clerk.
Let's see. I don't know where. Let me see. There's a delay right now. That's crazy. I've never seen a situation where a juror was dismissed right before like closing arguments. That's fucking nuts.
Nope. But there's got to be a reason.
I mean, my guess, they're saying this was the juror that was most animated by her facial expressions. And I don't. Well,
what does that mean? She's still a juror. She can be animated. What the fuck?
Yeah, but yeah, that's what they're describing her as. That's what I'm just saying. What happened? Hopefully it helps. I don't know, man. You never know.
I don't know. Yeah, I have no idea.
What happened with the juror? Do we know?
They were dismissed. We don't know why. We don't know.
I think we'll never know why. She'll probably just say, "Well, the juror for personal reasons."
Personal reasons. Yep.
Dismissed.
Yep.
Like that's the third person that had personal reasons. Yeah, personal reasons on the final day of trial. Like, okay.
Not buying that.
Most likely, she probably was approached by fucking idiots from this Turtle Squad, and you know what I mean, something like that. You know, or seen like a news clip or something.
Yeah.
She wore. I don't know what the juror wore. No clue, and I don't want to know. To be completely honest with you, the less I know about the juror, the better. Like I don't want to know nothing about the juror because if I know about it, then other people know about it, and I would like these people to.
Yep. Facts. I don't want to know either because that means that other people fucking know.
Yeah. You know, unless she comes out and says that after trial jurors could do interviews. Yeah, they could. And you never know. Personally, I think a juror doing an interview is the stupidest thing. I think they should be outlawed from doing that shit, to be honest with you. Did she bring eggs for others? No. Supposedly it was that juror number 4 they've been talking about. Juror number 4. Maybe. Isn't that the juror one with that idiot lady that's that has that giant who said Grant assaulted her and has that giant booty? Said that she was like the greatest juror and she's like
a giant everything, but yeah.
Yeah, she's definitely catfishing people, by the way, with that photo on Twitter. Like, holy
yeah.
That is the biggest catfish I've ever seen on Twitter. Holy fuck. If there
Yeah,
could
that
be
is
ever,
pretty bad.
yeah, that is, I've seen catfishing, but Jess Mikado is the biggest catfisher I've ever seen.
Yeah, I know her name. I just don't effing care because she's a horrible person. So
Yeah, she is, and she falsely accused Grant of assault. Like
yep,
him or
she
not,
did.
if you like Grant or not, he still was falsely accused of assaulting that woman, and that was BS. We all saw it. That, you know.
It was BS. And then she didn't go across the street because she was so afraid to get a restraining order. She went all the way back to Fall River to do it. That doesn't speak volumes. I don't know what the fuck does. Come on now.
Yeah, absolutely. That woman abused, but that's what these people do. They abuse the system. They abuse the system so that they can get their way, and that to me is like really terrible, man. It's really.
Yeah. Oh, of course, Twitter is outing the juror's name. These people are pieces of garbage.
Okay. All right. So Ikamel says, "What's going on with?" Says female juror dismissed. So
Well,
it might have been juror number 4. So yeah.
I don't know. Either way, I'm not saying her name, so that's.
Yeah, I'm not going to say her name, and I don't think
Yeah.
anyone should say it. I think that woman deserves privacy, and I don't
Yep.
care what opinion she has. I don't care if she believes that Camry was not guilty or guilty. You know, I believe jurors are doing a civil duty, and they deserve respect. That's why the court rises for the juror, because they'll, you know, just like the people in court rise for the judge, they rise for the jury, because there's an equal amount of respect shown to the juror. Sure. And even if you agree or disagree with them, they're giving up time out of their lives to do a civil duty, and they, you know, they deserve that respect. And I think they deserve being the right for privacy. Even though I might disagree with decisions they make, I still, you know, even if they say quit it, you know.
Hold on, let me get the.
All right.
Oh, the heary bullshit.
Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right, good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I don't know how many times I start in the morning by saying we appreciate your patience, but today is one of those days. Again, we appreciate your patience. You may notice that one of your fellow jurors is not sitting with us today. I can assure you that that is because of an issue that is just personal to that juror. Nothing to do.
There it is, y'all.
So please disregard that, okay? We do have a question.
Fucking personal. Come on, ladies. I mean, we called it, Tim. We called it.
It's personal, guys.
Refrain from doing any independent
Like,
research or investigation into this case. Everyone said yes or not.
I'd be so scared if I was in this juror.
Yeah, Your Honor, can you speak up for everyone, you fucking asshole, that you tell everybody else to, you idiot?
Now we're at the point of the trial where the lawyers get to do their closing arguments.
Anyway, I gotta go. I got work. You have a good one.
Thanks for being here, Tim.
They
No
want me to give a 5-minute warning. I just don't want you to think I'm scolding them when I give a 5-minute warning, so we'll let them do that. When I was a trial lawyer, I tried a lot of cases in this courtroom. The thing I liked least about the trial was just before I stood up to give my closing argument, the judge would say, jurors, remember, closing arguments are not evidence. But it's true. So because of that, you have to put your notebooks away. All right, so if you just put your notebooks away and just listen, and though the closing arguments are not evidence, they're certainly a very important part of the case. And we've all seen how hard the lawyers have worked for this long period of time. We've all noticed that you've paid great attention throughout the entire trial. I'd ask that you extend your courtesy to the closing arguments. And in Massachusetts, because the Commonwealth has the burden of proof, the Commonwealth goes last. So we will hear now from Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Look the other way. Look the other way. 4 words that sum up the Commonwealth's entire case. 4 words that sum up the hopes of those who have tried to deceive you. Conflicts of interest? Doesn't matter. Just look the other way. Magic hairs, magic glass, look the other way. Late night calls and Google searches, falsified affidavits, inverted videos, and butt dials galore. Just look the other way. That's what they want. That's what they're counting on, but the uncontrovertible fact
This
is
is the best
you
he
have
can
been
do?
lied to
Oh boy.
in this courtroom. And your job is to make sure you don't ever, ever look the other way. Your singular duty is to stare down the evidence and do it unflinchingly and do it unwaveringly. You see, you're the only thing standing between Karen Reed and the tyranny of injustice. It's a job you didn't ask for, probably a job you didn't want, but it's the greatest responsibility we have as citizens here in America, lest the government stop answering to us and we start answering to the government. And woe betide any one of us who might find ourselves in the crosshairs of a Michael Proctor.
His face looks fucking stupid. Never mind his haircut. He
Preparing
sounds
for today, I was
stupid.
reminded of a quote. It's a quote about the truth, and I want to share it with you. It is of great importance to set a resolution never to tell an untruth. There is no vice so mean, so pitiful, so contemptible, and those who permit themselves to tell a lie once find it much easier to do it a second time and a third. This falsehood of the tongue leads to that of the heart, and in time, it depraves all its good dispositions. What does that mean? It means that it's been observed that to tell an untruth, to exaggerate, to make a false claim, it's a cancer. One lie begets another, and it's a malignancy that grows over time. And that, folks, is how a cover-up is born. That's how a Massachusetts state trooper says in whispered tones to his friends when he thought no one was looking or listening, how he would make a case, how he would make it cut and dry, no matter the truth, how he would make sure to put, quote, serious charges on the girl. In other words, pin it on the girl. You may ask yourself, how
Not
does
what
this
was
happen?
said.
How could this happen? It's 2024.
And I wouldn't believe that out of
Surely
his
people
mouth.
aren't going to come to this courtroom, this hall of justice, and lie to us, just give us false information. They wouldn't do that. They wouldn't try to cover up the truth. The Alberts, the McCabe's, Higgins, Lank, Michael Proctor, Yuri Buchanan, Brian Tully. You don't have to wonder
Oh, they're
if
all in
they
it?
would lie to
Oh,
support
okay.
their narrative.
They're all in
You
on
need
it.
only wonder how many times they did lie. Over and over and over, they and others were caught deceiving you. Big things, small things, it didn't really matter. They feared nothing. They'll look you in the eye and deny phone calls. They'll deny secret meetings. They'll claim that calls are butt dials and butt dials are answered. They'll show you a video and tell you left is right and right is left. They'll magically turn 3 pieces of plastic into 5 right before your eyes. And even when they're caught with their own lies, they won't blink, they don't sweat. They'll just look you in the eye and demand, pay no attention. You folks look the other way.
He's making me
Ladies and gentlemen, there was
nauseous.
a cover-up.
It
in
literally
this
kids you
case,
not.
plain and simple. You'll surely say to yourself, I don't want to believe it. I don't want to believe that can happen in our community. But sadly, over the past 8 weeks, you've seen it right before your eyes. So how does a cover-up happen? How could that happen? Well, let's count the ways, shall we? Handpick your investigator. Make sure it's someone we know, someone on our side. Keep him close.
How could that have
Offer
been
him help.
possible, you fucking
Offer
idiot?
him a gift.
3 months in advance, dummy?
Have secret friends and family meetings. Get your story straight. Delete your call history. Make mysterious phone calls at 2:22 a.m. Delete Google searches.
None of this ever
Monitor
happened.
Police activity. Get rid of evidence. Get rid of your dog.
Sure didn't.
Destroy your phones. Destroy your SIM card. For the investigator, decide on a narrative early on. Don't go to the crime scene. Don't take witnesses in for questioning. Question all the
He had
witnesses
other
together.
officers at the crime
Ignore
scene.
witnesses who don't fit
You
your narrative.
idiot.
Allow friends and family to contact those same witnesses. Don't record interviews. Write vague and false police reports. Omit witnesses' names. Omit witnesses' interviews altogether. Don't photograph the evidence. Don't conduct any forensics. Don't document the evidence. Don't document the
They
law.
did
But
all
they
of it.
did.
Don't create
And they've
any
seen
laws
it.
Knows
whatsoever,
that,
and don't
yeah.
maintain a chain of custody. Keep all the evidence in the hands of one person, and then manipulate that evidence.
It wasn't in the
including
hands of
videos.
one person. It was in the evidence room, you fucking moron.
Don't turn over videos. Invert videos. Turn 4:16 p.m. into 5:30 p.m. in
Oh,
affidavits.
please.
Turn 3 pieces of taillight into 5 pieces of taillight. Delete 42 minutes of surveillance footage. Hide personal relationships. Make this case cut and dry and ensure the homeowner, quote, never sees any shit because he's a Boston cop. But most importantly,
He never said
pick your
never.
Patsy,
He said
put it on the
won't.
girl.
Yeah,
It's not
apparently.
that it
He
could
thinks SIM
happen.
cards contain all the information. Yep,
It's
he
that
still does.
every single one of those things I just mentioned did happen right in front of you. But this sort of injustice can't happen in a vacuum. So what about the prosecution? What about the Commonwealth? What does it look like when the government picks a narrative and then tries to
Oh, you're
form
gonna
a
blame it on
prosecution
Lally
around
too?
the narrative
And the judge? Okay, got it. Got it.
instead of the other way around? Looks a lot like this. If you don't have actual evidence, just throw every single thing you can against the wall to see what sticks. Drag her through the mud and make sure you attack her character. And that's what you saw in this case. The Commonwealth spent much of their time and resources trying to vilify Karen Read. They desperately resorted to calling witnesses to talk about Karen Read and John O'Keefe's arguments. They even stooped so low as to call the children and put them through this ordeal. All to say that John sometimes got upset because Karen was too kind, too nice, spoiled them too much. Their arguments illustrated what anybody could imagine is a normal set of ups and downs for any couple. Even on January 28th, they talked it out, they communicated, they worked out their issues, and they had a nice, affectionate evening out with their friends. And you don't have to take my word for it. Pull the tape, as they say. Look at the videos. C.F. McCarthy.
Please don't
Waterfall.
take his word for anything.
What are the words that every single person who testified in this case used about Karen Read and John O'Keefe that night? Getting along, no issues, good mood, happy, affectionate.
So we know that
Even
that's not the
lovey-dovey.
case with her stupid voicemail,
No
you idiot.
issues, no toxicity. They were a loving couple right up into the time Karen Read dropped him off and he walked into 34 Fairview.
And if they were lying, wouldn't
If
they
an
have
argument with
changed
a loved
that?
one is a motive for murder, folks, we're all in trouble. Speaking of which, what is the evidence that John went into the house? The Commonwealth will tell you, undoubtedly, no, he never went in the house. And they'll point to certain witnesses who they say didn't see him go in. Well, the question you have to ask yourself is, can you rely on that? First, these are all people who are related to or committed to the Alberts in some way or another. That all-powerful Canton family, it's easy to say, I didn't see something, because how can that really be challenged? Some actually may not have seen John walk into the house. They were in the kitchen, as you recall, from Nicole. Third, at least one witness, Brian Higgins, forgot his narrative, at least for a second, and he admitted a man did, in fact, come into the house. And when he was caught and asked to describe that man, he had to. It was a little bit vague. You remember what he said. He was tall with dark hair. That was a telling slip of the tongue by Brian Higgins. But what's the real evidence of the unbiased data, the data that's not connected to the Albert family? How about John's Apple Health data? It shows that at 12:21 a.m., an important time, John arrived. That's established by the monotonic time clock that you heard about in this trial. It was on his phone, and that represents a huge problem for the Commonwealth. It shows that he took 80 steps and ascended or descended 3 flights of stairs at that time. And that makes perfect sense, doesn't it?
No, it said
Matches.
ascended.
Walks into the house, goes directly to the basement. There's your 80 steps and your descending flights of stairs. The big problem for the Commonwealth is he wasn't outside at the car ascending and descending stairs, wasn't climbing on top of the car. So they'll tell you, wait, don't look at the Apple Health data. Look at this other thing called Waze. But Rick Green explained that if you apply the 3-minute offset that is built into that monatomic time, It aligns perfectly.
There's no offset, you
They
idiot.
don't want you to see that. They don't want you to pay attention. They want you to look the other way. But even more importantly, at approximately 12:32 a.m., someone holding John's phone takes another 36 steps and travels 25 meters. Why is that so important? Because by 12:32 a.m., Karen Reed was gone. She had already left the location. She left at 12:30. Trooper Garino told you that Karen Reed's phone connected to John's Wi-Fi at what time? 12:36. It is undisputed in this case that it's a 6-minute drive on a good day from 34 Fairview over to One Meadows.
What about 500 feet
She
from
was
One
gone
Meadows?
by 12:30. And John's phone
In fact, she was driving 24 hours in
36
reverse.
steps and logging 25
I can only-
meters at 12:32 after
No.
she left.
Wrong.
So don't be fooled.
False.
John walked into that house,
False.
after which Karen drove away, and the scientific data all prove it. But also, Ryan Nagel and Heather Maxson prove it. In addition to the Apple Health data, Ryan and Heather both independently testified that they passed Karen's SUV as they drove away after talking to Julie, and Karen was alone in the SUV. John was not with her. He wasn't in the car. He wasn't standing outside the car. He wasn't sitting beside the car. He wasn't laying on the ground beside the car. He was nowhere in sight. There's only one other place that John could have been, and that's in the house. Exactly where the Apple Health data places him. So it all
Except not a
fits.
single witness testified to it because
And
your
Ryan
client
was
didn't
right
take a
behind her,
stand.
remember, staring at her taillights, undamaged, brightly lit. That brings up another difficulty for the Commonwealth, and that's their star witness, Jennifer McCabe. You'll recall that Jennifer McCabe claimed that she was looking out the door, staring at that SUV over and over and over again from 12:29
Not what she said
to 12:50.
at all.
She was very specific about that time.
No, it was a
But we
roundabout.
know
She was
that
guessing.
the SUV was gone from 34 Fairview by about 12:30. Had to be.
And
in
if
order to
she
connect
was
to the Wi-Fi
lying,
at
wouldn't she have
12:36.
tightened
So
that up?
unequivocally, Jennifer McCabe was lying about watching that SUV, and it makes you wonder why. And to add to that deceit, she was also blatantly lying about the calls to John's phone. You remember that colloquy back and forth. She said that every single one of those calls to John's phone during that time was a butt dial. How are those lies connected? And why are they connected? Jennifer McCabe.
What if better was easier than you ever thought possible? If you could.
Or was someone looking for John's phone that went missing? Let's talk for a second about what actually happened in the time leading up to everyone going to 34 Fairview. Brian Albert, Brian Higgins show up drunk at the waterfall. They had been drinking in the afternoon. You know about the flirtatious texts that were sent between Karen Reed and Brian. Higgins was clearly pining over Karen, but for her, the flirtation had ran its course. It was done. She was happy and committed to John. You could see that in her actions with John that night. You don't have to guess. Brian Higgins, however, you can see in his actions, he wasn't quite so satisfied and he wasn't done. His text message, well, meaning, what the hell, Karen? What about me? Seemed aggressive, seemed annoyed. He didn't like being ignored. That was pretty clear.
It's a freaking text message. It was 2 words.
Deep into the night by this time, and she continued to ignore him. Then oddly, Higgins, who doesn't know John all that well, seems to want to coax John to 34 Fairview. I draw your attention to the waterfall tape if you want to take another look at it. It's at the 11:57 mark, between 11:57 and 11:58. Take a look at
They
that.
can't write that down, Alan.
He's just about to leave. Higgins is just about to leave. He points over at John and he motions for him. Come on, come with me. And then at 12:20, he texts him, you coming here? This is a person he doesn't really know and didn't really talk to that entire night. Ask yourself, why was Higgins so insistent that John go to 34 Fairview that night? And then there's that sparring and fighting that he and Brian Albert were engaged in. Of all the things they could be doing,
No one
Is this a
taking
boat?
that seriously.
this
No
what
Is this
they
a
were
Bowden
doing.
closing? I don't hear a Bowden
Doesn't
closing.
sound like it, right?
Walked into that house at 34 Fairview. We know that once John actually did walk in
Sounds
the
like a
door, it's
third
about
party.
2 steps, 4 feet or so.
That
2
shouldn't be
steps
allowed.
for an adult male to reach that
Not that
basement
anyone's
door.
taking that seriously at all, though.
Remember, everybody was gathered in the kitchen. That's what Nicole Albert said. And every single witness agreed that at some point, Brian Higgins and Brian Albert left the group and went to another room. Where did they go? Where did they go together? Another important point. Chloe was not upstairs. Brian Albert slipped in one of his in testimony that he provided. Quote, I was watching Chloe downstairs, monitoring her because of the other people in the house. She's not good with strangers.
Then he moved
Remember
her
that
up,
testimony.
you idiot.
So what happened
Yeah,
next?
that
We
was when he was
absolutely
letting her
know
out.
that John was in the house. The data, Ryan,
Go to the
Heather,
bathroom.
they all
Yeah.
established that. We know that John ascended or descended stairs. We know that Brian Higgins and Brian Albert excused themselves. How long does it take to have a crossword? How long does it take to have a fight?
More
How
than
long would
3
it take for
seconds.
Brian Higgins to say to John, you know, your girl's been texting me. A push, a punch, a fall, pull Chloe off his arm, and now it's done. What is that? 5 seconds? 10? Doesn't take long at all.
Not 3.
And then the panic sets in. It wasn't intended to go that far, but what's done is done. And then some very, very odd things start happening at the Albert household. Very odd indeed. What do we know? We know through the testimony and key swipes that Brian Higgins very oddly goes directly to Canton Police Department. Why would he do that? After a night of drinking and partying, why go to CPD when you're drunk? What was so
He told you why to move his car, you idiot.
He couldn't even get his own story straight. First, he said it was administrative work. Then he said he was moving cars. Then he
That's
said
the
it
same
was
thing,
a
idiot.
factor of both. Is it both? Was it neither? Or was he
You
there
sure
to
can.
gather intel? Ask yourself, why go? But the odd things keep piling up, and here's
No.
another. Chloe was the Albert family pet.
He wasn't allowed to
Not
do
only
either.
did she appear to be gone from the house that morning on January 29th, nobody saw her there. Even Jim McCabe admitted, yeah, I didn't see her there. But they actually got rid of the dog altogether. Within months of this incident, the dog was gone, out of the house, rehomed, never to be seen again. This was a dog they had had for 7 years. Also a dog who had a bite history. Why was it so important to get rid of that dog? Was there something about the dog they did not want law enforcement to find out? Recall what Dr. Russell said. She's seen up to 1,000 animal attacks. In her expert opinion,
She did not say that,
those
actually.
injuries are from an animal, quote, most likely a large dog.
Quote, there was
Dr.
clothes in
Russell's
between.
testimony, I'll
Oh, wait,
remind
there was
you,
no DNA.
undisputed by any witness for the Commonwealth. But there are more odd and unexplained things. After a night of drinking and hanging out and partying, after being together for the entire day at 2:22 a.m., Brian Albert decides to call Brian Higgins. That call was missed, but 17 seconds later, Higgins calls Brian back, and they speak for 22 seconds. Now, that call is odd and suspicious enough, and just in and of itself, the fact that the call was made. But what's even more incriminating is that both men, both of them, lied about the calls happening. They both claim astonishingly that those calls are, you probably say it with me, they're butt dials. Amazing.
Happens all the time, idiot.
But Albert and Higgins take it a step further. Not only did they claim that they were making calls as butt dials, but they were answering calls as butt dials. And Higgins seemed awfully defensive about that call, didn't he? Remember on cross-examination when I was asking him, can you have a conversation in 22 seconds? He unequivocally said, no, that's impossible. It's not reasonable. You can't do it. Well, let's test that out. Hey, did you make it over to Canton? Yep. Haven't been any calls. Nobody knows a thing. All right, don't talk to anybody until we talk again. Okay, fine. And by
This
the way,
is all complete bullshit.
come back over. I need help moving something heavy.
Yeah, except that he doesn't go back over. Sorry to
How
tell
long
you.
did that take? 15 seconds? Maybe?
Please.
But the odd behavior isn't done yet. 5 minutes after that call that we just talked about, Jennifer McCabe is on her phone at her house, Google searching how long it takes for someone to die in the cold. That was at 2:27 a.m. That timeline seems to fit, doesn't it?
Nope,
And
it sure wasn't
a
at
very
2:27
compelling and a very
a.m.
clear
at all.
story. That search became a focal point of the Commonwealth's entire case. This case was starting to look a lot more like the defense of Jennifer McCabe than anything else. That's probably because there is no innocent explanation for that Google search at 2:27 a.m. None.
Other than it didn't
At the end of
happen,
the day,
you
clearing
moron.
away all the confusion, the Commonwealth's experts were left with two things that are true. First, neither of their experts could absolutely rule out that Jennifer McCabe made that search at 2:27 a.m. Neither. And second, the only person to use the actual phone model, the actual data, and the actual precise operating system was Rick Green. And he was clear. That search was at
Who
or
called
before
Ian Whiffen for
2:27
help
a.m.
reading the data, you
And then
idiot.
it was deleted. So what else was going
And
on
then calling
at
back.
or around this same time when all this suspicious activity was happening at the Albert house and the McCabe house? 3 minutes after that search and 8 minutes after the Albert Higgins 2:22 a.m. call, Brian Loughran drives down the street in his snowplow. And he told you that there is no body laying on the lawn at 34 Fairview at 2:30 in the morning. Importantly, he didn't just simply say he didn't see a body, he wasn't paying attention. He said there was no body there. He knows the property, he knows the owners, he's grown up with these folks, he passes by all the time, not once, not twice,
Yeah, no.
3 passes. There was nobody on that lawn, period, at 2:30 a.m. And what other suspicious thing happened that night? By 3:30 a.m., someone moved a Ford Edge in front of the very area that would obstruct the view of where John's body would ultimately be discovered. Who's the only person in this case that you've heard about with a Ford Edge? Brian Albert. Remember, as you're thinking about this, the basement at 34 Fairview is serviced by a bulkhead. It's a quick and convenient door to the backyard. And that backyard is serviced by a side fence. And that side fence is easily accessible to the front yard at the side of the house. Which side of the house? The side where John's body was found. And by 6 a.m., John's body was, in fact, now outside. While this flurry of suspicious activity was going on with the Alberts and the McCabes, what's happening with Karen? All she knows at this point, think about it, at approximately 2:21, she dropped off John. He walked into 34 Fairview, and that's all she knows. She knows nothing else that was going on. So what was she left to think? He goes in to check the party out, but all of a sudden he's not coming back. He's not responding. Minutes start to pass. 1 minute turns to 2, 2 turn to 10. Where is he? Why isn't he responding? She's sitting in the cold, dark, freezing outside in the car. Naturally, she's perturbed. Being perturbed turns into being peeved.
Thought you already left.
Being peeved eventually turns into being pissed. By 12:30, Karen's mad. She's left 34 Fairview to make a point, but she's still texting and calling. What could she reasonably be thinking at this point? What's going through her mind? 12:33 turns into 12:34. I can't believe he'd do this to me. 12:34 turns into 12:35. Where is he? Why aren't you answering, John? 12:35 turns to 12:36. Jesus Christ. I'm calling and you're not answering. Where are you? Pick up the phone. But there's still no answer.
I don't remember
There's
her
still
saying
no
any of that.
By
Except
12:37, she's getting furious.
She didn't.
She does not know that something has happened to John. She does not know that. So she leaves the first angry voicemail. Illustrates frustration, aggravation, all the normal responses anybody might have, you and I might have. But little did she know. The next open voicemail has Karen parking at John's garage after she gets home. You can hear her heels clicking across the garage floor. For all she knows at this point, John's just drunk. He's been partying. He's hanging out. just forgot about her, blowing her off. But John's still not responding. And as the minutes tick by, Karen becomes increasingly upset. Those are the voicemails that you heard. How could he do this? Why is he ignoring me? Why is he ignoring the kids? Those are the thoughts bearing down on Karen Reed as she sat in an empty house late at night by herself. Ladies and gentlemen, she did not know what had happened to John. But within the next voicemail, you quickly learn what she was thinking and what she was feeling.
Stop staring the jury down.
Now it's 5:23 a.m. She's woken up. She's realized that he hasn't come home and he hasn't responded to a single text, not a single call. And anger quickly turns to panic and abject fear. She's so distraught, she reaches out to him again. John, where the fuck are you? She says through tears and desperation. And at 6:03,
No.
the question
What's
was
here?
answered, and her worst fears are realized when she finds his body laying, dying in the cold in Brian Albert's front yard. You heard her. You can feel the grief. You can feel the raw anguish. You could see it. You don't have to wonder the emotional journey that Karen traveled that night. You can see it in the video. You can hear it in the audio. From the time he left her and walked into 34 Fairview and she called, she reached out 53 times. She called him 53 times before finding his body. Think about that. The Commonwealth wants you to believe that she murdered this man. And then after that murder, she called him not once, not twice, 53 times. It makes no sense. What does make sense is that she emotionally moved from anger, then to panic, then to grief. So back at 5:07, when she began her search looking for John, she backed out of the garage, and what would happen next would change the entire course of this case. As she backed out of that garage, she hit John's Traverse and cracked her right rear taillight. Folks, the Commonwealth has one job to do in this courtroom. It's an immutable responsibility to provide you with the truth. That's it. Not to win the case, but to seek justice and to do it through the truth.
And your
Ask
expert
yourself,
said
did you get that truth from the Commonwealth?
did not break her
The
tail light
Commonwealth
on.
continually tried to tell you that that video showed that the SUV came close to John's Traverse, and it took us showing you the video to unequivocally establish that Karen hit that car and cracked her taillight at 5:07. You can almost hear an audible gasp in the courtroom when we finally showed you
No.
the
Oh,
actual video.
there an audible gasp? There was no audible gasp. Also,
I'm only going to show you one.
your
series of
expert said it
exhibits
wasn't
during my
possible, idiot.
Entire closing, but it's that important, and it's this. Look at the condition of her taillight when she pulls out of the driveway at 5:07. That taillight
Broken.
and I'm going to choose my words very carefully here. That taillight is cracked, but it's not completely damaged. And if there was any question in your mind about the level of damage to that taillight at 5:07, all doubt was extinguished when Dighton police officer Barrows walked into this courtroom. He's a sworn officer. He's not associated with Kenton. He's not associated with the Alberts. He's not associated with the McCabe's. He doesn't know Michael Proctor. In other words, he doesn't answer to any of these folks. He's an outsider and he's completely independent. And his words were the following, quote, "That taillight was not completely damaged. It was
He didn't say
cracked.
that. He did
A
not
piece
say
was
that.
missing, but not completely damaged."
He
No,
did
that's
not
no,
say
that's
that.
that's word for
And
word
tell
what
me.
he said. I've transcribed that a few times.
Which one looks like Officer
He
He
Barrows?
said there's a piece
The one on the
missing.
left?
He said a
Or the one
piece.
on the
He
right?
didn't say small, but he did say
The
not complete.
reconstructed
He
light
said
on the
a
left
piece.
is what that light looked like before it was in Trooper Proctor's possession. Remember that. That's what it looked
Are you
like
guys all right,
before
dude?
Trooper Proctor had access to the SUV.
Stop it.
And you have an independent police officer telling you so.
They didn't say that, but okay.
You'll recall that after John's body was discovered, Lank, a very good friend of the Alberts, walked into Brian Albert's house and had an off-the-record meeting with him. No one's ever going to know exactly what that meeting was about, what they
That did not
discussed,
happen.
because that interview, like everything else in this case, it wasn't recorded. It wasn't memorialized. But we do know that shortly thereafter, the Canton Police Department was recused from the matter entirely. And the case was assigned
Wasn't
to
entirely.
one Michael Proctor.
But cool.
You have to believe that when the Alberts found that out, they thought they hit the lottery. They
You
thought
just
they
said-
hit the lottery.
You just said in the beginning it
What
was
are the
on
chances?
purpose.
The
and he
department where
was
my
on it.
brother works, that would have been great to investigate this case, but that department's been recused. That's tough luck. But the guy who catches the case is Michael Proctor, a guy we go back with for decades. At such a break, they probably thought, when this is over, we need to get that dude a gift. Oh, wait a minute. They didn't think that. They said it out loud.
They typed it.
But still, you've got to imagine that the Alberts had to be
One-
stressed, what with that whole thing about a dead body being on their lawn. That might get some attention. And they had to be wondering, will he set up a crime scene? Is he going to come into the house? Is he going to search the house? Is he going to send in a forensics team? Is he going to interview witnesses? Is he going to take us to the station? Will he take our phones? Will he look at our communications? Will he look at our Google searches? Will he look at our early morning phone calls?
Jen McCabe voluntarily
gonna
handed
look in the
over a phone, you
basement?
fucking idiot.
And Michael Proctor answered every single one of those questions resoundingly. Nope. He's a Boston cop too. And with that, Michael Proctor didn't draw a thin blue line. He erected a tall blue wall. A wall that you can't scale. A wall that Karen Reed certainly couldn't get over. A wall between us and them. A place you folks are not invited. We protect our own. It's us or it's them. And by the way, who's she after all? Nobody. An outsider. This is going to be easy. Or so they thought. Let's look at what Michael Proctor actually did and did not do in this case. One of the consistent issues that's come up throughout this trial is how evidence always seems to be changing and evolving when in Michael Proctor's hands or somebody in his orbit. If it happens once, let's chalk it up to a mistake. Twice, it's starting to look a little bit like incompetence. If that happens every single time, it becomes intentional, which means it becomes corruption. The defense spent some time, we spent some time discussing the tow time that Michael Proctor swore to in affidavits. There was a reason that we believed it was so important, and I want to talk about that for just a quick second. Because this was a concerted effort by Michael Proctor to falsify the time the car was seized, so that no one would know that he actually had possession of the car before the first pieces of taillight were ever discovered at the scene. But he got caught. And when he did, the best he could come up with was it was a typo. Like a dozen times, a typo. You'll remember what that testimony was. The truth is that car was in Michael Proctor's possession from about 4:12 in the afternoon. He said it was 4:16 when he finally had to tell the truth or some version of the truth. Those first pieces of taillight were not found until after 5:45 p.m. That is the very fact that Michael Proctor was trying to hide by those falsified affidavits, saying he didn't seize the car until 5:30. But that wasn't Michael Proctor's only manipulation of the investigation. What about Brian Loughran? You met him. Michael Proctor did his level best to not just hide evidence, but to hide human beings from you and from us. Michael Proctor was informed that the plow drivers were out that night. There would be a witness, potentially along 34 Fairview, at the exact times in question. Even Michael Trotta expressly told Michael Proctor that 34 Fairview had in fact been plowed that morning, and by whom. Proctor not only did not interview Brian Loughran, he never disclosed his name in a single report. He hid him. This is a witness who was literally on 34 Fairview at the time in question where a body was found on the lawn. Wouldn't you want to get the truth from an eyewitness? Wouldn't you want to seek that out? Not if you're Michael Proctor, a close friend of the Alberts. If it were up to Proctor, you literally never would have heard of or from Brian Loughran. That's a scary prospect. I want to touch briefly on the additional physical evidence, or some additional physical evidence presented by the Commonwealth in this case. You'll recall Christina Hanley. She established to a scientific certainty that the glass on the bumper, which was told to you in opening statement, was going to have something to do with this case. The glass on the bumper was going to match that cocktail glass. She told you unequivocally the glass on the bumper did not match the cocktail glass. They came from two different sources. The glass on the bumper has nothing to do with the cocktail glass. So that glass on the
Actually
bumper
not
had
what
to
was
get
said.
there somehow. It didn't get there by being broken from the cocktail glass. See the point? It had to get on the bumper somehow. It didn't jump up there by itself.
Didn't
And
she
what's
just
really
put
interesting
it back together?
is that there was one piece on the bumper, one, only one, that matched something else in the case. It was a perfect match to a piece of glass that was supposedly found at the scene. Who do you think had possession of that matching glass? Michael Proctor. So the glass on the bumper had to be placed there. And the only person who had anything close to matching the pieces that had to be placed there is Michael Proctor. You do the math. That leads us to the magic hair. The Commonwealth spent a lot of time bringing in experts about mitochondrial DNA and maternal DNA lines and comparative analyses, and all that sounds really great and really sciencey, except for the fact that it just doesn't matter. Why? Because you would have to believe that that little hair, tiny, tiny little hair, barely perched on the side of that SUV through survived nearly 75 miles of a raging blizzard outside. That would be a magic hair indeed.
Who's ever hit a
Magic hair
deer?
means nothing. The DNA means nothing, and that's because the hair was from somewhere else. It certainly was not from a motor vehicle incident at 34 Fairview on January 29th. That hair was placed there. The DNA on the outside of the taillight housing also merits very little discussion.
What does strength mean to you? Some say it's how fast you run a mile, but there are
No DNA was found on the interior of that taillight. The taillight that they now claim crashed into his arm and shattered. No blood was found anywhere on that taillight or any taillight pieces. And no tissue was found anywhere on that taillight or any taillight pieces. But we're to believe that that taillight literally exploded on John's arm at 25 miles an hour with 1,000 pounds of pressure. We talked about the evidence doing very funny things when in Proctor's possession or the possession of somebody in his orbit. Now think about the videos that you saw. How many videos appear to be somehow manipulated or altered? Just about every single one of them. Look at the video of the Sally port. Let's take that one, for example, that grainy one. It's missing the exact time that would show the condition of the taillight when it was pulled in to the Sally port. Pretty important time, wouldn't you think? Did someone not want you to see what the condition
Showed
of the
them
taillight
getting out of the
was
car,
at
you
that exact
idiot.
time? But the good news is there's a second video. It's much clearer. And it's from the same time frame. We didn't get that one for about 2.5 years into the investigation. Literally,
She's fine this morning and I'm garbage, so I guess we reversed.
and this is important. The Commonwealth introduced you to a person by the name of Yuri Buchanan. They presented video showing what was clearly the right side of the car. They asked questions about the right side of the car. You'll recall, Mr. Lally asked Sergeant Buchanan, did you or Trooper Proctor ever go at or near the right side of that taillight? And while he was asking the question, what appeared to be the right side of the car was looking at you. The video was still up. Buchanan paused, turned earnestly into the microphone, stared at you and said, never. We never went anywhere around that taillight, while he was showing you the right side of the car. And that trick might have worked until we got up to cross-examine him. And only then, on the second day of his testimony, did he have to admit that the video was actually inverted. It was backward. And it was cleverly inverted at that. The timestamp had the proper orientation, which means that timestamp had to be removed, the video inverted, and the timestamp placed back on it, which means that was done intentionally. That was not a mistake.
Also false.
And when caught in that obvious fabrication, Buchanan doubled down and said, it's exactly the same. You remember that back and forth. It's exactly the same, he said. as if we're stupid. Is it exactly the same, or is it exactly opposite?
It's not opposite.
Ladies and
Again, do
gentlemen,
you
were
still
lied
think
to.
that you can
There's
see
no other way to say it. It's inexcusable.
behind there?
It's abhorrent. But it's also a paradigm of everything that the investigators have been willing to do in this case: lie, obfuscate, manipulate, alter. And when they're caught, they just excuse it away. Doesn't matter. It's the same thing. What's the big deal? Just look the other way. And don't forget, Buchanan is Proctor's supervisor, and he was in that little group chat where Karen Reed's naked photos were being searched for. You know the saying about the apple falling from the tree.
That
Ladies and
literally
gentlemen,
means
we haven't
giving
even
birth,
started
you
talking about
idiot.
the taillight yet. You'll recall that at the very beginning of this case, you were introduced to no fewer than 5 CPD officers very early on who searched the scene. None of them, not a single one, found any taillight material at the scene. 0.
The apple in the tree thing
Stephen
is parents.
Seraph, Sean Good, Stephen Mullaney, Michael Lank, Paul Gallagher, they were all there. They were all walking right around there. They were all looking. They were searching with their eyes. They were searching with their hands. Some said they were searching with their feet. They even used tools, a leaf blower. Not one piece of bright red taillight material was at the scene, not a single piece, but incredibly, over the course of the next 3 weeks, according to Michael Proctor, 47 pieces of taillight material would end up being found, some of which were the size of a salad plate. The CERT team shows up later on January 29th, and according to O'Hara, the first few pieces of taillight were found about 5:45. And here's some interesting testimony that you heard. Who else was there? Who did O'Hara say was there? Well, he said his team was there. We certainly expected that, but then he said there were others. These other mysterious figures, some from Canton PD, some from the Massachusetts State Police, that he could not account for. Heavy coats, big masks, hats. Even Lieutenant O'Hara could not tell who was who, but he did note Canton police officers were there who were unaccounted for. Massachusetts state troopers were there unaccounted for. And during that search that was overseen by Trooper Tully, Proctor's supervisor, 3 pieces of taillight material were found. That's super important, and I want to concentrate on that for a second. O'Hara said all 3 pieces were in an area about 12 inches square. That's an area about as big as your dinner plate. Tully, however, claimed that 1 red piece was found. About 3 feet away from that was a shoe. About 1 to 2 feet from that was a clear piece of plastic, and a few feet away from that was a red piece of plastic. So we have red, clear, and red over the span of about, added up, probably 10 or 12 feet. Ladies and gentlemen, both of those things cannot be true. Somebody is taking liberties with the facts. Then Lieutenant Tully comes to court and makes this big grand gesture of opening all these evidence bags. These 2 evidence bags in particular represent exactly what we're talking about. Those 3 pieces, red, clear, red. They're marked, they're sealed, they look official. They're not stop and shop bags, thank God. At least they've moved up from that. They've even got evidence tape on them. Who knew? There's evidence tape around here. So this must be real evidence, right? It must be real evidence in this case. And after making that big theatrical display, he opens up the bag with the red pieces and he pulls 2 pieces out. That's okay. Put the 2 red pieces together. Good so far. Then he opens up the second bag under Mr. Lowley's questioning. And you remember he hesitated just a second. Opened that bag and pulled out 1 piece of clear plastic. Then pulled out a second piece of clear plastic with no explanation as to how that could have possibly happened. And he quickly returned all 4 of those back into the bag, sealed them up, and we're done for the day. The next day, I asked about that evidence again. I asked him to open up that bag with the red pieces, and he did the same thing. Pulled out 2 red pieces of plastic. And I said, you'll recall this, I said, look deeper, look closer, sir. Pull everything out of that bag. Would he have had I not suggested it? And then he pulled a 3rd piece of red plastic out of the bag. So miraculously, Trooper Tully's 3 pieces of plastic became 5 pieces of plastic right before your eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, the forces at play that multiplied those pieces of plastic inside those evidence bags are the same forces at play that multiplied the pieces of plastic at 34 Fairview. Think about that. Let that sink in for a second. How easy is it? That's not sloppiness. That's evidence manipulation. That's how over the course of 3 weeks, those pieces of plastic go from 0 to 3 to 5 to 47. Ever increasing in size with every single search. Now, knowing all that, ask yourself the looming question: who had access to that taillight, the cracked taillight? Who was it? Go back and watch the Sally Port video. I'll give you the timestamp, 5:37. And see it for yourself. We know that Trooper Proctor, with binder in hand, walked by himself. Once we corrected the video from being inverted, you can see that he walked back by himself to the right rear taillight where nobody could see what he was doing. Higgins' own key swipes put him in the Sally Port that same afternoon and evening. And then the Sally Port video magically skips and Chief Berkowitz appears right next to Proctor at the back of that vehicle in the same spot, and they walk out of the Sally Port together. Where were they going? Remember O'Hara?
Outside.
Unidentified troopers and Canton cops were at the search at 34 Fairview. How hard is it to drop a piece of plastic? We spent a long time talking about the compromised and altered and tampered and manipulated evidence. And now I want to switch and talk a little bit about the true facts in this case, because you did hear some true evidence and true facts. The Commonwealth presented about 67, maybe more, witnesses and expended 30 plus days of trial and 9 weeks of your life. Maybe we're in the 10th week. For what? It should be relatively simple, right? The Commonwealth claims that Karen Reed pulled up to 34 Fairview. John got out of the car. She reversed into him and hit him, and then she drove home. That's 4 facts. It's just 4 facts. That's all it is. What evidence do they actually have to prove
Way more than
that
4
that
facts,
SUV
idiot.
ever hit John? The answer is none. They don't have any. There's no evidence whatsoever that Karen Reed's vehicle ever struck John O'Keefe, or that Karen Reed ever wanted to strike John O'Keefe. In fact, every single piece of material evidence in this case unequivocally proves the opposite. John went into that house. That SUV was not damaged by hitting John, and John's injuries did not come from being hit by a car. That's what the evidence actually shows. The Commonwealth knows that, and they've known it for a long time, and Proctor knows that. And because of that, the Commonwealth just resorts to character assassination and talking for weeks on end about the snow. Let's talk about what the real evidence actually shows, the unassailable science. Let's talk about the truth. Concerning John's injuries first, the Commonwealth's own medical examiner, Dr. Scortibello, could not conclude that John was hit by a car. Think about that. And she would not even say that it was a homicide. She told you without any dispute in this case, quote, evidence pointing toward one manner of death is no more compelling than evidence of a competing manner of death, end quote. Her words, not mine. She went on to say it's just as likely that he was punched and fell backward. His injuries are consistent with that. In fact, in her expert opinion, his injuries are consistent with a physical altercation, as she testified, but they are not, in her words, not classical injuries from an auto pedestrian accident.
That is not what she said.
That
idiot.
by itself is reasonable doubt. But the evidence and the truth goes far further. We introduced you to not one, but 2 thoroughly credentialed medical examiners or medical experts, Dr. Sheridan and Dr. Russell, both of whom said John's arm injury is consistent with an animal attack. Dr. Russell studied, diagnosed, and treated up to 1,000 animal wounds. She's an expert in animal wounds, and she was unequivocal. Those wounds are from an animal, likely a large dog, which means that John was attacked inside the home where Chloe was. There is no other possibility. And Dr. Sheridan, for his part, with thousands of 13,000 autopsies under his belt, decades of experience as the chief medical examiner, who's triple credentialed in anatomical, forensic, and neuropathology, he told you that John's injuries are inconsistent with a motor vehicle accident or incident.
No,
They're
but he is.
consistent, however, with a physical altercation.
He is.
In layman's terms, the science proves John was beaten. That also is reasonable doubt and should end this case.
And two of your
Facts
own
and evidence don't
witnesses said
stop
no.
there. Two of the most highly educated and highly qualified engineers you'll ever meet, Dr. Dan Wolf and Dr. Andrew Rinchler, mechanical engineer and a biomechanist. They reviewed this
No,
case.
Chris, he's not supposed
They
to
did
mistake.
testing, they did analysis, they evaluated the case scientifically. They were not hired by the defense, not by the Commonwealth. They're completely 100% independent of any party in this case. And they were equally available, by the way, to the Commonwealth. They could have called them.
He's got like
So
8
it was
minutes.
all of their
John's
witnesses
injuries
that you didn't call.
were not caused by being hit by Miss Reed's SUV, and that the SUV was not damaged by coming in contact with John O'Keefe's body. That should end the inquiry right there.
Or his
Both
car.
sides of the equation. From a physics, engineering, and biomechanical standpoint, they established that John O'Keefe was not struck by Karen Reed's vehicle, period. And that is yet another fact that establishes reasonable doubt and should put an end to this case. So instead of calling the ARCA experts, which they had available to them, the Commonwealth chose to introduce you to Trooper Joe Paul. You'll remember his testimony. I think I'm being kind when I say that Trooper Paul's analysis lacked credibility. Trooper Paul lacks the experience,
All your
the
witnesses
education,
lack
the training, the
credibility, sir.
background, and the knowledge to not only render opinions on these issues, but to even understand the issues themselves. He makes the absurd claim that John was hit on the elbow area of his arm by a taillight. He was spun to the left in a pirouette. His arm stayed on the light long enough for the shards of plastic to explode around him, scratching his arm, even though he was wearing long sleeves, then projecting him 30 feet to the left, but not before making a stop to hit his head on either the curb or the pavement before coming to his final resting place.
Not what he
With
said.
his unbroken
Also,
phone
idiot.
tucked neatly under his body. It's nonsensical. It borders on laughable.
Yours
Compare
is
that
laughable.
testimony to Dr. Dan Wolf and Dr. Andrew Rinchler. Both PhDs in engineering, both top of their field in accident reconstruction, both published peer-review articles.
Now
on
you
the
have
issues.
4 minutes
Both
left,
men
Alan.
are highly sought after by the likes of national sports leagues and the United States Department of Defense. And these men are unrivaled in accident reconstruction. What did Dr. Rinchler say before he left the stand? This was even under cross-examination. He said that the physics and the science don't lie. His words were, you can't deny the science and the physics.
Ken, when you don't have all the
John
answers or the correct information, sir.
The Commonwealth cannot explain John O'Keefe's injuries. They can't explain
they
his head
can.
wound.
Oh, they can, and they will.
How did he get the head wound if he landed on snow-covered grass and dirt? And by the way,
He hit his head.
before Mr. Lally gets up and says it, because I know he's going to, there is zero evidence before you, zero, that cold grass and dirt turns into ice or
What
turns
the
into
fuck?
concrete.
What do you
And
mean?
he's
It
done.
the ground freezes,
done.
Mr.
They can't explain
California.
the injury above his right eye, that laceration. They
He
can't explain
told
his nose. They haven't even tried
a bunch
to.
of
They
people-
can't explain the injury to his tongue, the laceration on his
Oh my-
tongue. They cannot explain the injuries to his back, to the back of his hands, the bruises,
He did
and
explain.
certainly they cannot explain the injuries to his right arm. But maybe most importantly, they cannot and haven't even tried to explain the lack of injuries on John's body from the neck down.
Okay.
Nothing. He
Heat
was
it up, Alan.
pristine.
Internal
Got
injuries.
about
Not a
18
bump,
seconds
not a
left. Come on.
bruise, not a fracture, not a broken
18
bone.
seconds. Shut the fuck up, sir.
Nothing to suggest that he was hit by a 7,000-pound
I'm not
SUV,
timing it.
SUV
He's running out
going
of time.
25 miles per hour. And what of that right arm?
Ethics complaints,
According
Chris.
to the
That's
Commonwealth's
about it.
best and brightest, Trooper Paul, John absorbed the entirety of the collision, a whole collision, with that 3.5-ton SUV entirely with his right arm, launching him some 30 feet. But amazingly, the arm suffered no break, no fracture, and didn't even get a bruise. So how are those injuries properly explained? The evidence is simple. John got into an altercation. He was punched. He tried to defend himself by putting his hands up. He may have even scratched his own nose by putting his hands in front of his face to defend himself. His hands were bruised and covering up. But as he continued-
5 minutes, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. As he continued, he got hit punch went through, and he fell to the ground, fracturing his skull. At some point during that altercation, the dog got a hold of him, and the dog was pulled away. Every single injury is answered. Every single injury is explained by that. Ladies and gentlemen,
Not right now, unfortunately.
given what we know about the facts and the physical evidence in this case, the actual truth in this case, how did this happen? How did we end up here? We ended up here because of relationships, insider trading.
My
playing the
grandmother
who
was
you know
not buried.
game,
She died in January. We couldn't
building
bury her
a
because the
tall
ground
blue
was frozen.
wall, which takes decades and generations. But the real question is it going to continue? Well, this festering malignancy that allows a lead detective and his supervisor to gloat and sneer while looking over naked pictures or looking for naked pictures of the woman that they've targeted, will that continue? And the answer should be, not if you have anything to say about it.
4 minutes.
Michael Proctor is the lead investigator in this case, and much as the Commonwealth might try, they cannot distance themselves from the stench of him on this case and this investigation. Those secret group chats illustrate the quality and character of his investigation. Remind yourself how an, quote, unbiased and an objective investigator, someone who's supposed to be looking for facts. Ask yourself, how did he approach his job? Late at night, sitting there in his office, deviously looking for naked pictures of Karen Reed and talking about her like she's a piece of meat. Talking
The
about
fact
her
that he's
bodily
even bringing up
functions, her
naked
medical
pictures is
conditions,
not going to
calling
help
her
him
vile
or
names.
Karen Reed.
I don't even have it in me to repeat what he said about her. He reduced
3
her
minutes.
to an object, and he went further by insulting her. He went further than insulting her, and he dehumanized her. And when he was done betraying that very humanity,
And if
which
one
further
juror
commits
has ever
suicide,
had anything like that,
ladies
they're
and gentlemen,
fucked.
is how you frame someone. That's how you dehumanize someone so viciously that you can just pin it on the girl and cover for the homeowner because he's a Boston cop. That's how you rip a person's life apart and sleep like a baby while doing it. And then further that
Like your client?
by saying, I hope she kills herself. Ladies and gentlemen, I just began the discussion this afternoon or this morning with a quote about the truth. And I did that because that's what this case is about. Top to bottom, tip to tail. It's about the truth, not hiding it or concealing it, but exposing the truth. The truth is immutable. It's not a feeling. It's not a whim. It's unflinching. It's unchanging, and it's everlasting.
2 minutes.
That's why the law is steady. That's why it's not captive to the whims of people drunk with power who think they're above the law, who think they're
Like
above
you and Karen?
scrutiny. That's why you stand as the guardian of justice and the protector of justice. The law demands the very integrity that Trooper Proctor and his investigation lacks, and it requires that you cannot convict Karen Reed unless the Commonwealth has met its incredibly high burden to prove every element beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And a moral certainty is defined as the highest degree of certainty possible
Yeah,
in
they
matters
proved it.
related
Sorry.
to human affairs. It's the highest degree possible in your life. That's the level of certainty.
You might want to start your
And I'll leave you
conclusion.
with this. You have the most powerful tool known to American jurisprudence because you have your vote. No one can take that away from you. Not me, not the Commonwealth, not the court. You may not have asked to be here, but each of you have given something very special of yourselves. You've agreed to do that, which is the highest calling a citizen can answer in any way.
Flattery to the jury, not going to work.
You've agreed to give your community your best. And my question to you is, what will you do with this moment? Ignore the lies and the manipulations, the misogyny, the
Yes, by
bias,
you.
the lack of evidence. Could you ever do that? Would you ever do that?
Lie. That being
Or
you?
will you say with your verdict, I see the truth,
Guilty.
and I will not ever look the other way? When you stare the truth down, you'll see that the Commonwealth has not proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt into a moral certainty, not even close.
Yeah, okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, Karen Reed is
Moral
innocent.
certainty. Where the hell
Do
does that come
justice
from?
and find her not guilty.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Goodbye.
All right.
Thank
so,
you very much,
overall,
Mr. Jack.
Observation.
All right, Mr. Lally.
If you
Thank you.
stand up to give a speech and the only thing you can do is appeal to emotion, you have lost on the facts. And he just did
Yeah.
55 minutes. of appeal to emotion, and 5 of skewed facts.
Oh, so lots of skewed facts.
I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Those are the words of the defendant 4 times. You heard testimony from 4 different witnesses who overheard and observed those statements from the defendant on January 29th, 2022. You heard testimony from firefighter Timothy Nuttall. He was trying to bag valve mask Mr. O'Keefe. He was working on resuscitative efforts to try to save Mr. O'Keefe's life. He asked if anyone saw anything or knew what happened, and the defendant said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Firefighter Anthony Flamati was asking if anyone had information on why Mr. O'Keefe was there in the snow. The defendant repeatedly said, I hit him, I hit him, oh my God, I hit him. Firefighter Katie McLaughlin was
Hood is the cottage cheese lovers love. Why? Our country style has more protein than hummus and less sugar than yogurt. And our expertly blended flavors are a taste combination you can't recreate at home. Now that's cottage cheese. Hood cottage cheese.
And the defendant repeated, I hit him. Jennifer McCabe stated initially over the phone when speaking with the defendant that the defendant said, could I have hit him in the car while they're on the phone with Ms. Roberts going from Ms. McCabe's house to Mr. O'Keefe's house? Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Once on scene, once asked, as Ms. McCabe described by an EMT, for name, age, things like that related to Mr. O'Keefe, what caused the trauma? She indicated in her testimony that the defendant said repeatedly, I hit him. You heard testimony from Officer Sarif, statements that he attributed to the defendant as saying that morning, this is all my fault. This is all my fault. I did this. This is what the defendant is saying on scene. Since then, stories changed a little bit. But those were the words that came from the defendant's mouth on January 29th, 2022, as John O'Keefe lay dying on the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road, where the defendant had left him after striking him with her motor vehicle several hours before, and then left him freezing there in a blizzard. There's certain things that have come up over the course of this trial as far as evidence and testimony are concerned, little things. And what I would suggest to you, it's those little things that are quite telling as it pertains to the defendant's statements and the defendant's actions over the course of January 28th and January 29th and beyond. And I'm going to bring some of those to your attention as I go through, but just ask you to keep that in mind as far as when you're deliberating, when you're reviewing this testimony and this evidence. The little things matter. The little things start piling up in this case. Throughout the course of this trial, you've heard a lot of purported evidence or questions of witnesses in an attempt to distract you from the evidence in this case. It's essentially defense by obfuscation. It's a 3-card monitoring. The facts and the evidence in this case are your card, they're the Queen of Hearts. And so what I want you to, or what the defense wants you to do is not look at that card, look at anything else. Look at movement, look at this person, look at that person, look at text messages, look at this. Don't pay attention to the facts and the evidence, because if you do, what it will ineluctably lead you to is that the defendant is guilty of each of the 3 indictments before this court. The evidence and the facts of this case are for you, the jury, to decide. Using your common sense, using your life experiences as your guide through that as you go. Before I turn to that evidence that I will submit to you ineluctably demonstrates the defendant's guilt, let me first just address Trooper Proctor. The text messages from Trooper Proctor are unprofessional, they're indefensible, they're inexcusable. However, as distasteful as those messages are, and their content is, I submit they had no bearing whatsoever or impact whatsoever on the integrity of the entirety of the investigation that Massachusetts State Police collectively conducted into John O'Keefe's death here of Trooper Proctor on cross-examination. These were texts from his personal phone. that he never thought would see the light of day. He was asked whether or not he ever thought that he would be asked about these in a courtroom, put to him as sort of a safe space, a safe place for him to discuss, if you will. What do you not see in those text messages? You don't see any discussion or any illusion of any conspiracy, of any framing of the defendant, of any planting of any evidence. No evidence whatsoever. Why? Because it didn't happen. There is no conspiracy. There is no cover-up. There is no evidence of any of that beyond speculation, rampant speculation and conjecture on behalf of the defense. Two things can be true at the same time. They're mutually exclusive. The texts from Trooper Proctor are distasteful, they're disrespectful, they're unprofessional. There's no defense to them. And the defendant killed John O'Keefe. Turning to the evidence, let me first talk a little bit about John O'Keefe. You heard a lot about him over the course of this trial, about his selfless story through his family and friends that loved him, including his adopted niece and nephew. You heard a lot about the lives he touched and the different people who he had friendships with. You heard a lot about from those particular friends and from his family. Turning to what I would submit to you as a timeline. This may be a little hard to see up here. What I'm going to go is from left to right. January 28th, 2022, 9:49 in the morning, Karen and John begin fighting over text messages. 2:25 p.m. in the afternoon, the defendant texts Mr. O'Keefe, "Tell me if you are interested in someone else. Can't think of any other reason you've been like this." John texts back, "Nope." 2:25, Mr. O'Keefe texts the defendant, "Things haven't been great between us for a while. Ever consider that?" This is also testimony that you heard through multiple sources, whether it be phones, whether it be from the children, whether it be from other friends or family members as to the relationship in the months and weeks leading up to John's murder. 2:32 p.m. John texts the defendant, "Sick of always arguing and fighting. It's been weekly for several months now." He then texts the defendant, "OMG, stop calling." This is during the time frame that Trooper Garino was talking about, with 18 phone calls, most of which were rejected, some of which were missed, and a couple of which were answered over the course of this afternoon, as she's continuing to needle and try to engage him in a fight that he doesn't want to have. 2:33 p.m. The defendant texts John, "So you're not into this anymore." 2:34 p.m. John texts the defendant, "I am not answering, stop calling." The defendant then texts John, "Then stop starting with me." 2:38 p.m. The defendant texts John, "I'm going to grab a drink in a bit." 2:38 in the afternoon. Around 3 p.m. is the testimony you heard from Erin O'Keefe in regard to the defendant texting her, asking if she can go out without her husband, Paul, asking him to go out for a drink. This is while Erin O'Keefe testified she was waiting for one of her children at the bus stop, picking that child up around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. This is also the point in which the defendant says to Ms. O'Keefe, "Wish I didn't speak to another O'Keefe after 2004. 7:30 p.m., you have Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano arriving at C.F. McCarthy's, with the defendant arriving at 8:51. 8:58 p.m. is when the defendant receives drink number 1 at C.F. McCarthy's. Vodka soda, tall cylinder glass, lime, and a straw. 9:13 p.m., drink number 2. 9:20 p.m., drink number 3. 9:33 p.m., drink number 4. 9:57 p.m., drink number 5. 10:22 p.m., drink number 6. 10:29 p.m., drink number 7. 7 drinks from 8:58 p.m. through 10:29 p.m. when she receives that last drink at C.F. McCarthy's. A drink that she indicates to Sergeant Mechanic and several others on the next day that she did not take with her from C.F. McCarthy's to the waterfall, which several individuals at the waterfall testify that she produced from her coat when she walked in, and that you can clearly see on the C.F. McCarthy's video her walking out the door with the same tall cylinder glass in her right hand. Now, understanding that some of these drinks are not the full tall cylinder drinks. What she's doing is she's getting shot glasses of vodka and then pouring them into the drink after she's consumed the drink. 10:54 p.m. The defendant and Mr. O'Keefe arrive at the waterfall, during the course of which, about an hour that they're there, the defendant receives drinks number 8 and drinks number 9.
Much more effective first 10 minutes.
12:10 a.m. From the waterfall video, you have Ms. McCabe, Ms. Kolakithis, and the defendant departing the waterfall together. Interestingly, around the same time, you also have the text and screenshot communications between Colin Albert and Allison McCabe in reference to him getting picked up at that time. You also have testimony from Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert Jr. in reference to them sort of walking in from the waterfall as Colin Albert is walking out of 34 Fairview Road, gets picked up by Ms. McCabe, and then is driven home. 1 minute later, 12:11, Mr. O'Keefe is then on the waterfall video walking out with cocktail glass in his right hand. At 12:14 a.m., Mr. O'Keefe texts Ms. McCabe, "Where to?" 12:14 a.m., based on the fact that she's driving, and Mme. McCabe indicated in his testimony that she should call him instead of texting while driving, Ms. McCabe calls John O'Keefe. Speaks with him regarding directions, sort of going over which way to come in, Chapman Street, over Cedar Crest, as far as coming into Fairview Road. 12:15:38 a.m., the defendant's vehicle drives by the Canton Library. You can see that on the video. 12:17:56, the defendant drives by the Temple Beth Abraham video. Again, you can see that on the video. Remember also the testimony from Lieutenant Tully in regard to the CSLI data and the ranging data in reference to it coinciding with what you observed, the black SUV, from each of those respective videos. 12:19:32, Mr. O'Keefe enters 34 Fairview Road into his Waze app on his phone. 12:23 a.m. is when the defendant conducts a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest and travels back toward Fairview. That's from Mr. O'Keefe's GPS native location data from his phone. Around the same time at 12:23 and 12:24 is when you have that testimony from Ryan Nagel, Heather Maxon, and Ricky D'Antono pulling into Fairview Road around the same time and pulling in behind the dark SUV. 12:25 a.m. is the last native location GPS data of John O'Keefe's phone. It's in that area between 32 and 34 Fairview Road, where his body is discovered the next morning, in which there is no movement of that phone from that 12:25 a.m. period until Miss Roberts then picks up the phone on the grass underneath Mr. O'Keefe's body sometime after 6 a.m.
Impressive execution, I gotta tell you. Best performance, paws down. This dog has definitely earned a treat.
Movement of the vehicle as it comes down Cedar Crest, passes by Fairview, reverses direction, and then comes down Fairview, moving up, moving up, moving up as the witnesses described, eventually stopping in that area of the property line between 32 and 34 Fairview Road, which happens to coincide with the vehicle control history database information from the Toyota text stream, which you now have up on the screen before you here, indicating that following that 3-point turn, approximately 8 minutes after that, from Trooper Paul's testimony, as far as the mileage, 36 to 38 miles, matching up with the time that the vehicle is in front of 34 Fairview Road, that the vehicle travels in reverse, in a straight line, with 24.2 miles per hour for 62.5 feet, with a minor steering angle change, which the trooper indicated was consistent with a pedestrian collision. At 12:30 a.m., you have that second triggering event 8 minutes after the 3-point turn when the vehicle is in reverse at 24.2 miles an hour. 12:35 is when the defendant calls John, and that's unanswered. 12:36 is around the time that the defendant's phone connects to the Wi-Fi at 1 Meadows Ave, Mr. O'Keefe's home. 12:37 is when the defendant leaves this voicemail. So within minutes of that vehicle's data, going 24.2 miles an hour in reverse for 62.5 feet, The defendant leaves that voicemail, seething in rage as she's screaming, "John, I fucking hate you." 12:40 to 12:42. Ms. McCabe is texting Mr. O'Keefe. She tries calling Mr. O'Keefe, gets no answer. If you recall from her testimony around this time frame, about 12:40, she was unsure whether the vehicle was actually still out front or if it had gone at that point. But she was looking for John because she had seen the defendant's vehicle in front of the house and no one had come in. So she was wondering where her friend, Mr. O'Keefe, was. 12:55. The defendant texts John, "See you later." 12:59. The defendant calls, leaves another voicemail for Mr. O'Keefe. Exhibit 637. It sounded like this.
"John, I'm here with your fucking kids. Nobody knows what the fuck you are, you fucking pervert."
But somebody did know where Mr. O'Keefe was. The defendant knew exactly where he was. She had driven him there. She had struck him there. She had left him to die there. 1:02 a.m., the defendant leaves another voicemail with no content. And then she texts John, "Your kids are fucking alone." 1:09 a.m., the defendant texts John, "I'm back in Mansfield. The kids are home alone." She's not. GPS, as far as it never disconnects from the Wi-Fi until the following morning. There's no indication that Ms. Reed left and went to her home in Mansfield at any point. 1:10 a.m., the defendant calls her parents. 1:11 a.m., she calls Mr. O'Keefe and leaves this voicemail.
"John, I'm going home. I cannot babysit Amy. I need to go home. You are fucking using me right now. You're fucking another girl. Keep sleeping next to me. You're a fucking loser. Fuck yourself."
1:18 a.m., the defendant leaves another voicemail. Now, about 1:43 or 1:45 a.m. is when Julie Nagel testified that they were leaving the house. And she sees a large black object on the lawn near the flagpole while leaving 34 Fairview Road. Doesn't think much of it at the time, isn't expecting Mr. O'Keefe or any body to be out on the front lawn. 4:42 a.m., the defendant calls and speaks. The calls to her parents are finally answered. 4:49 a.m., the defendant calls Ms. Camerano, screaming, "Where's Mike?" 4:53 in the morning is when the defendant instructs Kaylee, Mr. O'Keefe's niece, to call Ms. McCabe. Why? Because the defendant doesn't have Ms. McCabe's phone number. Indicates that John didn't come home. "We got in a fight and I left him at the waterfall." Those are the first statements or the first version of events that she's able to communicate out to the world as to what happened to Mr. O'Keefe, where he is. "We got into a fight. I left him at the waterfall." 5 a.m., the defendant calls Kerry Roberts, saying, "John's dead. Kerry, hangs up the phone. 5:01, the defendant calls Kerry Roberts again. And it's at this point that she indicates that John's dead. He must have been hit by a cloud. 5:07 a.m., the defendant leaves One Meadows Ave. You have the video of that. It's number 153 in Exhibit 6. We'll get to that a little more in a moment. About 5:10 a.m., the defendant calls Kerry Roberts. Ms. Roberts starts calling hospitals, calling KCD, calling 911, something that you would do if you didn't know where Mr. O'Keefe was for all of these hours, that all of these other phone calls are being made and these text messages are being sent, and calling your parents, and all of these other things. No calls to 911 from the defendant. While John O'Keefe is laying, freezing, and dying from a brain injury and a skull fracture on the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road. 5:11 a.m., the defendant's vehicle is seen on the Canton Library camera heading towards the waterfront. Seems to be sort of retracing the steps. 5:18 a.m., the defendant's vehicle is seen at Washington Street and Chapman on the Temple Beth Abraham video, heading in the same direction that it was the night before when it was heading to 34 Fairview Road. 5:35 is when the defendant arrives at Ms. McCabe's house. Ms. Roberts arrives shortly thereafter. Both of them see the broken taillight at that time in the driveway. Now that gap of 5:18 to 5:35 is way too much time to be driving from the area of the waterfall to Jennifer McCabe's house. And as I indicated a moment before, heading in the same direction, same directionality, retracing the steps from the night before, heading towards 34 Fairview Road. Why is it that the defendant can see Mr. O'Keefe when they eventually get to Fairview Road and no one else can? It's because she knew exactly where he was. She had hit him and left him there the night before, and she had gone back during that time frame between 5:18 a.m. which is seen on the Temple video and 5:35 when she arrives at Ms. McCabe's house. 5:23.
He is only a third of the way through. We just hit
33 is when the defendant, Ms. McCabe, and Ms. Roberts returned to One Meadows Ave searching for John. 6:03 is when the defendant, no one else, spots Mr. O'Keefe's body buried in the snow. Exhibit 12, indicating this cruiser camera video, which I know you've seen a dozen times. So where I'm starting it from this point in this card right here is the spotlight that Officer Saraf had to use in order to locate, even with a vehicle of Ms. Roberts parked right in the middle of the road. In the darkness, in the snow, in the blizzard, in those conditions, the defendant sitting in the back seat of the vehicle knows exactly where Mr. O'Keefe is, covered in snow, as you heard from all of the paramedics, from the civilian witnesses, from the first responders. But the defendant knows exactly where he is. 6:07 a.m., Ms. McCabe calls 911. 6:08, the defendant leaves that 4 or 5 minute voicemail, leaving the phone in the car for some reason to Mr. O'Keefe's phone. 6:23 and 6:24 in the morning is when Ms. McCabe conducts those Google searches. 7:50 in the morning is when Mr. O'Keefe is pronounced deceased at Good Samaritan Hospital. 4:13 to 4:20 p.m. is when the defendant's SUV is towed from her parents' house in Dighton. 5:20 p.m. is when the search team arrives in the area of 34 Fairview Road to conduct the search for evidence. 5:30 p.m. is when the defendant's vehicle arrives at the camp.
What's that look, Karen?
South.
The times for the fucking toe. Like she
Mr.
thinks
O'Keefe,
it's somehow gonna help her. It's
families,
not.
to his friends, and to his relationship with the defendant. You heard testimony from Paul and Aaron O'Keefe that they liked the defendant, that they thought he was good for John, thought he was good for the kids. All outward appearances of the relationship were good. You heard testimony from the children that that was not true behind closed doors. But Paul O'Keefe testified that he told the defendant's parents this, that he liked Ms. Reed, that he thought that she was good for John, thought that she was good for the kids, weeks before John's murder.
She did smile, Chris, and did
He
the
blew
crazy
her
guys.
kiss in the emergency department at Good Samaritan as he was walking out and she was still being treated while they were there. Invited her over to John's house to grieve with him. Invited her to sit down with him while he explained to their nephew Patrick about John's passing. Defendant shows up at the house. Abruptly goes upstairs with her father for a period of about 15 minutes, which is about half of the time that she spent there that morning grieving with the family. She left with a bag of her belongings, drove with her family there, and then took an extra vehicle in the height of the blizzard, around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, drives that vehicle all the way from Canton, where it was parked at her boyfriend's house, where she stayed over on many occasions, drove that vehicle or felt the need to drive that vehicle from Canton all the way down to her parents' house in Dighton at the height of the blizzard. You heard testimony from Aaron O'Keefe of the text messages in the phone call on January 28th. You heard that Aaron O'Keefe called the defendant on the morning of the 29th because she was concerned for her. She wanted to know what was going on with someone she considered her friend. The defendant yells, "John is dead." Ms. Robertson grabs the phone and then updates Erin O'Keefe as to what's going on with John. Erin O'Keefe again calls back later because she's concerned for someone that she considered her friend. How does the defendant respond? These are some of the little things. Defendant indicates to Ms. O'Keefe that she just has to remember the bad times and indicates to her, "I don't think I'll ever see you guys." This is after she's done her quick in and out at One Meadows Ave and is now with her parents or with her father, driving that car, essentially taking the murder weapon from Canton and bringing it down to her parents' house in Dighton. She's indicating over the phone to Erin O'Keefe, "I don't think I'll ever see you guys." Why? If she didn't kill John, why would she say that? You heard a lot of testimony about New Year's Eve in Aruba. You heard the testimony from Ms. O'Keefe in regard to them exchanging, her and the defendant exchanging text messages on the flight down, arranging times to meet up. And then the defendant telling Erin via text message that she caught Johnny kissing Laura's sister in the hotel lobby. She got into an argument about it, and then they never met up. Meaning the defendant, Mr. O'Keefe, got into an argument about it, and she and Erin O'Keefe never ended up meeting up in Aruba. You heard testimony consistent from Laura Sullivan, Marietta Sullivan, as well as the children. The kiss never happened. It never would happen based on the relationship, the godfather relationship that John O'Keefe had with Laura Sullivan, her family, and particularly Laura Sullivan's child. The defendant persists with this unfounded suspicion and accusations of infidelity in her text messages with Mr. O'Keefe, in her text messages with Mr. Higgins, where she's accusing Mr. O'Keefe of making out in the lobby with Marietta Sullivan. Both of the Sullivans and the children have the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe following this incident with Marietta Sullivan going into a room. Both of the children testified that they're in that room for about 20 to 25 minutes and they're arguing about the defendant indicating that Mr. O'Keefe kissed someone in the lobby. And you have Laura Sullivan's testimony about 20 to 25 minutes after her sister comes out and states her displeasure about the defendant. It's about 20 to 25 minutes before Mr. O'Keefe comes out, and then he and Ms. Sullivan have a conversation. Ms. Sullivan indicates that Mr. O'Keefe's phone is essentially blowing up, lighting up with calls and texts from the defendant. I would submit similar to the afternoon of January 28th. Mr. O'Keefe says she's crazy and he needs to take this and goes off from her. Ms. Sullivan has later conversations with Mr. O'Keefe on this Aruba trip, asks him if he's okay, asks him if he's happy. She indicated in her testimony that Mr. O'Keefe shrugs it off and says, "It is what it is." You heard testimony from the children about the arguments in the weeks and the months. And I know this is a displeasure to the defense counsel that the children came in and actually testified as to what happened behind closed doors in the house. They both recall frequent fights. They both recall Mr. O'Keefe trying multiple times to break up with the defendant, asking her to leave the house, the defendant refusing to leave the house. His niece, Kaylee, John tried to diffuse, he tried to walk away, and the defendant would follow each time during each argument. They both indicated that Mr. O'Keefe had told the defendant that the relationship had run its course, similar to language within the text messages you have between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe. That Mr. O'Keefe was sick of arguing, again, mirroring those text messages from January 28th, leading up into going out to see if McCarthy's, eventually the waterfall, and the defendant killing Mr. O'Keefe in the early morning hours of January 29th. We have the testimony in regard to the ring camera. Kaylee indicated in her testimony that John had had that for about a year. So during the course of 2 years or so of the relationship with the defendant, he got it while he was dating the defendant. The defendant had the security code for the garage. Neither of the kids had access to the camera. Trooper Garino checked the laptop and the desktop that were left after the defendant did the quick cleanup upstairs with her father, upstairs in the home. Neither of those devices had access to the ring cameras. John had access on his phone. The defendant indicates, if you recall, in some of those text messages in regard to romantic kiss that she placed on Mr. Higgins earlier on January, whatever it was, during the Patriots. Mr. Higgins and Mr. Jackson was indicating weren't very good friends with Mr. O'Keefe, but had been invited over to his home for a Patriots game, in which time the defendant escorted Mr. Higgins out of the garage and placed a romantic kiss on him. But during those text messages, when they're talking about that, if you recall, the defendant is saying something or joking about something that Mr. O'Keefe had been looking at the videos and had been asking her if there was something going on with her and Mr. Higgins. And what was her response to that? I know where the cameras are. There are only two videos missing from that ring system. One being the defendant getting to Mr. O'Keefe's house after murdering him, and the other when the defendant is showing Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts the broken taillight, both of which, both Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts testified as having occurred. No video of it. A variety of stories that the defendant tells on the morning of January 29th. There were text messages and voicemails from the defendant to Mr. O'Keefe, 53 phone calls from 12:33 a.m. to 6:03 a.m. 0 phone calls to 911. The defendant calls Katie Camerano. The defendant calls her parents at 1:18 in the morning, 4:38 in the morning, 4:42 in the morning. The call then from Kaylee's phone to Ms. McCabe, because the defendant didn't have Ms. McCabe's phone number. Both Kaylee and Ms. McCabe indicate that the defendant initially indicates or says that she got into a fight with Mr. O'Keefe and left him at the waterfall. From this information, Ms. McCabe then testifies she starts to call her Julie Albert, because Chris Albert, Julie Albert, they live close by the waterfall. Maybe that's where he went. As the phone is ringing, and this is a phone call that both Ms. Albert and Ms. McCabe testify was never answered. As the phone is ringing, her husband Matthew McCabe reminds her that they saw the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe and the car outside of 34 Fairview, so she hangs up. During this call, or during these subsequent calls, the defendant indicates to Ms. McCabe, maybe I hit him, did I hit him? She then calls Ms. Roberts at 5 a.m. on the dot, indicates John's dead, hangs up the phone, calls back a minute later, indicates that Mr. O'Keefe was now hit by a plow and that he's dead, and then indicates further that she's drunk and doesn't remember. She tells Ms. McCabe about the cracked tail light before they even get in the vehicle and go anywhere, as you recall the testimony of Matthew McCabe, indicating that he had some concerns about them driving around in a vehicle with a damaged taillight in the middle of a blizzard. Ms. Roberts' testimony that she saw the broken taillight in the driveway at Ms. McCabe's house, and that it was consistent with what she observed in the photographs that were shown to her of it later in the Sally Port at the Canton Police Department garage when the search warrant is executed on February 1st. You have the text messages between the defendant and Lord Sullivan from January 29th, in which the defendant indicates to Lord Sullivan that John is dead, indicates that we found him in the snow at 5 a.m. And every indication is that he was found in the snow by the defendant, Ms. McCabe, and Ms. Roberts around 6 a.m. 5 a.m. would be about an hour before. 5 a.m. would be between that time where the defendant is unaccounted for, heading in the direction of 34 Fairview Road, 5:18 and 5:35. Little things. The defendant asked Ms. McCabe to Google how long to die in the cold. She did so at 6:23 and 6:24 in the morning. You have the testimony of Ms. Hyde and Mr. Whitford as to SQLite databases, P-list databases, knowledge C databases, state DB tabs, as far as all of that, also from Trooper Garino as well. These searches were unequivocally done at 6:23, 6:24 in the morning, and not at 2:27 and 40 seconds in the morning. They were not deleted by a user. That is not what deleted means. Frankly, Mr. Green, the last question that I asked Mr. Green is, was he aware that Cellbrite, and by Cellbrite, the person who designed that being Mr. Whitford, had to alter exactly how their software worked because of people like Mr. Green misinterpreting the data as he did in this case. And what did Mr. Green say? Yes. But those questions, as far as how long to die in the cold, I would submit mirror the questions that the defendant asked firefighter Whitley in the back of the ambulance, if you recall those. She asked firefighter Whitley how long to die in the cold without a jacket. He knew how Mr. O'Keefe was dressed. She knew when she left him to die in the cold how he was dressed. The defendant made statements to firefighter Becker that the last time that she saw Mr. O'Keefe, they were in an argument. Again, the back of the same ambulance as firefighter Whitley. You have testimony from firefighter Woodbury. Same kind of questions. If Mr. O'Keefe could be alive without a jacket. You have the testimony from each of these firefighters as to sort of the vacillating emotional state of the defendant that morning. What you have in the testimony from firefighter Woodbury is that despite all that, there were no tears that he observed from the defendant at that time. What each of those first responders indicate is that the defendant repeatedly stated, is he dead? Is he dead? Not, is he okay? Is he going to be okay? How is he? Any sort of questions about the medical condition. Is he dead? That phraseology repeated over and over again. And when you take into juxtaposition that phraseology, text to Laura Sullivan, found him in the snow at 5 a.m. The unaccounted for time heading in the direction of 34 Fairview Road, 5:18 to 5:35. The repeated questioning, firefighter Whitney, firefighter Woodbury, asking Miss McCabe to look up those things in her phone. She's looking for confirmation, is what she's looking for when she asks over and over again, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? You have the testimony that you heard from Miss McCabe and Miss Roberts. I say them together because as far as these two women were concerned, they did not know each other really at all. The only time, as they both testified to, that they ever spent appreciably together prior to January 29, 2022, is when Mr. O'Keefe nicely.
When you realize bloating and discomfort don't have to be routine, everything changes. Try
to sort of try to pay them back for the help that they provided him and the children. Jennifer with respect to the niece, and Kerry with respect to the nephew. But they're both contacted by the defendant in the early morning of January 29th. As Ms. McCabe testified, John was my friend. I love John. He was an amazing guy. At the waterfall, Mr. Albert said going home to have a drink with his son, Brian Jr., if anyone wants to come. Open invitation to the table. She said to Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, you guys should come. Both the defendant and the victim indicated that they wanted to come and that they were coming. She describes the phone calls and the text messages that she receives from Mr. O'Keefe, that she's providing directions. She indicates she's providing them directions to go down Chapman. She describes how that is. And you've heard this testimony from a couple of different witnesses as far as the steepness as you're going down Chapman, going down Fairview of coming off of Chapman. That you first go down a big steep hill. It flattens out for a little bit, and then you go down a second, 2 hills going down on Chapman. Matching the GPS native location and the health data as far as where Mr. O'Keefe's phone is, a half mile away from 34 Fairview Road at the time that his health data is reporting that he's ascending or descending 3 flights of stairs. You hear the testimony from Ms. McCabe as far as the last time that she spoke to Mr. O'Keefe. And she's still trying to provide directions to Fairview because Mr. O'Keefe has never been there before, and neither has the defendant, which is further corroborated in Trooper Garino's testimony as far as the vehicle passing by Fairview and then coming back in on the other side, having to reverse direction. But she's giving directions, and she indicates that she uses a house that Mr. O'Keefe will be familiar with, that belonging to Bella or Bella's mom. Bella's mom is an ex-girlfriend for a short period of time, from a long time ago. However, in the defendant's mind, it's so prescient on her mind that she's still talking about it the next morning or later on that morning when she's riding, going towards Fairview Road with Miss Roberts and Miss McCabe in Miss Roberts' car. She's still talking about it at that time. It's that much on her mind. Miss McCabe indicated that she looked out and she saw the vehicle initially in front of the front door, as did Mr. McCabe, as did Brian Albert Jr., as did Julie Nagel, as did Ryan Nagel, and the vehicle moved up several times or several spots to where it was then positioned initially at some point in front of the door. Then it moves up further so that it's in the area of the fire hydrant and the flagpole where Mr. O'Keefe's body was discovered later on that morning, at least by Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts, and then moves up further beyond that. And I say that in the sense of it moves up further beyond that with sufficient distance for it to then go in reverse for 62.5 feet at 24.2 miles per hour, striking Mr. O'Keefe and leaving him where he was found later on the 29th. Again, the testimony from Ms. McCabe that about 12:40 when she's texting him, she indicated in her testimony she couldn't be certain if Mr. O'Keefe was still out front or had left at that point. She wakes up to a phone call from John's niece, Kaylee, at 4:53 in the morning. This is from an 8th grader, 14-year-old girl. That's why she answers the phone at 4:53 in the morning.
40
Here's
minutes.
the defendant screaming loudly over and over again, Jen. John didn't come home, got in a fight, left him at the waterfall. The variations, the different iterations of that story as it evolves and changes over the course of that morning. Ms. McCabe then indicates to the defendant, we saw you outside of my sister's house. Then she starts yelling, Jen, did I hit him? Could I hit him? Then they start discussing, or the defendant brings up her cracked tail. Then both Ms. McCabe and Mr. McCabe hear the defendant screaming outside of their home at about 5 o'clock in the morning, or shortly after 5 o'clock in the morning. They go to Mr. O'Keefe's house. And both Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts indicates, and you heard this testimony from a number of different witnesses, friends and family of Mr. O'Keefe, that he had a rule, pretty strict rule in his house as far as you take your shoes off when you come in the house. And so what do Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts both do when they're entering in that house on January 29th? They take off their boots, they get out in the snow, they take off their boots in the mudroom, and then they walk in. What did they both indicate that the defendant did that morning when she came back to the house? Walked right in with the shoes. You hear that second voicemail. It's after the defendants arrived back at One Meadows Ave, after her phone is reconnected with...
Just walking on his floor with her shoes on.
And you can hear the footsteps. Part of that may be in the garage, part of that might be in the house. Why is it that the defendant has no issue with wearing shoes in the house when Mr. O'Keefe has that strict rule? Because she knows where he is.
She knows he's not coming back, and they don't.
It's not an issue. He's not coming home because she hit him with her SUV and she left him in the snow. Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe are frantically sort of running around the house looking for Mr. O'Keefe. Defendant's not. They then get in the vehicle. They drive back towards Fairview Road. And again, the defendant from the back seat of the vehicle immediately sees the defendant, starts pulling and kicking on the door, and runs in sort of a beeline straight over to where Mr. O'Keefe is laying on the front lawn. We have the testimony from Ms. Roberts as far as John's phone. John's phone, when the firefighters pick him up, and you recall several witnesses testifying about that, pick him up on scoop stretcher and they bring him over to the ambulance while they're conducting the resuscitative efforts trying to save Mr. O'Keefe's life. But Ms. Roberts indicated that she observed underneath only the phone, but the phone on the grass. On the grass in the area that is completely covered in snow in every other area except under Mr. O'Keefe, which I would submit indicates how long Mr. O'Keefe has been there. Now recall, around 12 o'clock or so is when it starts to snow and it starts to stick a little bit. And you heard all that testimony. And I know it was a lot of testimony about snow, and a lot of testimony about weather, but there's a purpose to that. There's a point to that, okay? As far as the grass underneath Mr. O'Keefe's body, where his cell phone was, Ms. Roberts observed some 6 hours later after it starts snowing, is still visible only under Mr. O'Keefe where his body is, which I would submit as evidence to you as to how long he's been there. Now, on top of that, you also have hours of ring videos of the driveway as far as shoveling and Paul O'Keefe and other people snow blowing and shoveling and all those kinds of things. There's a purpose to that as well. If you look at those, if you look at the video of the defendant crashing into Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle at a speed of anywhere from 0 to 5, which even Dr. Wolf would indicate would not cause the damage to the taillight that was observed in this case. You know what you don't see? You don't see snow move off Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle when they come into contact. You don't see any red or clear plastic pieces in the snow. And if you look at those stills, not the ones that counsel put up there during his closing, but if you look at each of the video and the stills, you can see the damage consistent with the taillight at each and every point. You see the damage consistent with the taillight from the 507 video. You see the damage consistent from the 822 video from Lieutenant Ray from the cruiser camera video when he's pulling into the driveway. You see the damage consistent from the Dighton video at the defendant's home. You see the damage consistent from the right here, February 1st, 2022, when the search warrant is conducted, Ms. Hartnett removes all those pieces from the vehicle. The weather is also important when it comes to the hair. The magic hair, as Mr. Jackson likes to call it. See, the magic hair was actually frozen to the vehicle, as was the glass to the bumper, because the vehicle looked like that on the left when it was caked in snow, when Officer Barrow saw it in the driveway in Dighton as they were wading through 1.5 feet of snow, walking up, because remember, they didn't even pull into the driveway because they had to have someone come down and plow it before they could get into it. That's what the vehicle looked like. What you can see, however, is the damage to the taillight, to the side of that taillight, consistent with it. So that hair, that 7/8 of an inch hair, was frozen to the side. And as you remember, the testimony from Sergeant Buchanan about the heated condition of the Canton Police Department garage, and that's one of the reasons that they took it there, because the other barracks that they could have taken it to didn't have that heated condition. So yes, after it's been in there from January 29th, about 5:30 p.m. until February 1st, when they conduct the search warrant, the hair isn't still frozen as it's contained within heated garage, and the pieces of glass on the rear bumper have melted. The snow has melted, as you can see from left to right. The weather, also important, I would submit, weather was a weapon. Remember, the cause of death here is not just blunt impact injuries, it's blunt impact injuries and hypothermia. You heard all that medical testimony in relation to it, and you heard all that testimony in relation to the snow and the weather and the wind. Wind gusts up to 37 miles per hour while he's out, Mr. O'Keefe is out there in just a shirt and jeans. Now, you heard also testimony from Ms. Roberts in relation to the injuries she observed to Mr. O'Keefe, that initially on scene, there was one eye that was swollen, not the other. That's indication of the swelling that Dr. Scortibella was testifying to, and no indication of physical altercation. And then both eyes being swollen when Ms. Roberts viewed Mr. O'Keefe's body after his passing at the Good Samaritan. Submit that all the testimony tells you the same consistent account, internally, externally, from civilian testimony to investigator testimony to medical testimony to forensic testimony to the reconstruction testimony. You have the testimony from Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts that they couldn't see Mr. O'Keefe at Fairview when they initially pulled up. You can see that from Officer Saraf's cruiser. You have Mr. O'Keefe being covered in snow from the storm. You know where Mr. O'Keefe's body was. It's clearly visible on the cruiser camera from Officer Saraf. You have the testimony from each of the responding officers, anywhere from 5 to 12 feet off the roadway, and from the civilians as well. Ms. McCabe, Ms. Roberts, Officer Mullaney has 6 inches of snow on Mr. O'Keefe when he first sees him. Firefighter Kelly says that he couldn't even see Mr. O'Keefe until he was 5 feet away in the darkness, in the snow, in the blizzard conditions. There's no footprints around the body. There's no drag marks around the body. There's no evidence of anything in relation to Brian Albert and Brian Higgins. Brian Albert and Brian Higgins spent January 28, 2022, traveling to New York City to go to a funeral for another police officer, for another department, who they didn't even know. Traveled all the way down to New York and then came back before the blizzard, only to come back from that to go out drinking, to come back to Mr. Albert's house, to then murder another police officer who they did know, who worked for the same department as them. And then criminal mastermind genius that Brian Albert is, 28 years on the Boston Police Department, he's then going to just leave Mr. O'Keefe's body on his front lawn? Really? That's the conspiracy?
I've been
what evidence do
banging
you
that
have of that?
for months.
You have statements that the defendant made to Sergeant Buchanan on January 29th. She was willing to speak, but didn't want to give too much detail. Conversational tone throughout. She indicated that the night before, they had gotten into an argument, something about what was fed to the children, nothing about the detailed arguments and incessant phone calls and everything else that you saw from the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe's phone on the 28th. She indicated that she got to C.F. McCarthy's around 9 p.m., started drinking vodka sodas. The men were drinking beers. When asked where she parked her vehicle, she said she parked on Washington Street across from C.F. McCarthy's, facing northbound on the side, same side as Waterfall. Same testimony that you heard from Ms. Kolakithis, observing the defendant going over to her vehicle, getting in the driver's seat, and the victim, Mr. O'Keefe, getting into the passenger's seat. She said they were left the Waterfall, were invited to her residence. She drove her and John to the location in Canton. She dropped Mr. O'Keefe off, did not see him walk into the home. She, being the defendant, stated she made a three-point turn and then left. When asked about the damage to her vehicle, she indicated to the troopers, "I don't know, it happened last night."
10 minutes.
June 2022, you have that other recording of that other version that she now has evolved into, as far as stating to Sergeant Buchanan, "Are you aware that John was beaten up by Brian and Colin Albert? We're all in on the same joke, right? John was pulverized and my taillight was cracked." What evidence do you have of that? Mr. O'Keefe never went in the house. You have testimony from Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert Jr., Sarah Levinson, Julie Nagel, all indicating never went in the house. John O'Keefe's phone never went in the house, from the testimony and the data points that you have from Trooper Guarini. You know how Mr. O'Keefe was dressed, and you know the defendant knew that. You have the testimony from Kurt Roberts, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Karina Kolakithis, Nicholas Kolakithis, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Brian Higgins, all indicated in the testimony, and the defendant knew, based on our questions to the firefighters the next morning, that Mr. O'Keefe was not dressed for the weather when he left the Waterfall. The weather was a weapon. You have the testimony about the car, the defendant's car being there in front of the house, moving multiple times. You have that from multiple sources. You have that from Matthew McCabe. You have that from Jennifer McCabe. You have that from Brian Albert Jr. You have that from Julie Nagel. You have that from Ryan Nagel. You have the testimony of Ryan Nagel, Ricky D'Antonio, and Heather Maxon. Ms. Maxon indicated she saw a male passenger, female operator, as the vehicle was turned. Remember, they're coming towards Fairview at the same time. The defendant, after conducting that reverse, a three-point turn on Cedar Crest, is then taking a right onto Fairview, while Mr. Nagel, Mr. D'Antonio, and Ms. Maxon are taking a left onto Fairview. Mr. Nagel indicates that Mr. D'Antonio then flashes lights. During that time, Ms. Maxon can see inside the vehicle. She sees a male passenger. She sees a female operator. They follow the vehicle as they're turning onto the street. Lo and behold, they're going to the same residence. They park. There's nothing in between them and the defendant's vehicle. They indicate that at no time do they see anybody get out of the vehicle. At no time do they see any damage to the vehicle, or it hasn't happened yet. At no time do they see anyone leave the vehicle and go into the house. The vehicle moves up on different successive occasions, as testified to by Mr. Nagel and several others. And then as they're passing that vehicle, Mr. Nagel indicates that he sees a female operator in the vehicle with the dome light on. Interesting, when I asked Mr. Nagel, as far as when Julie Nagel came out to the vehicle, did he roll down the window or did he open the door? He indicated he opened the door. And I asked him, what happened when you open the door? What happens when you open the door to a vehicle? The dome light comes on. So there's a reason I would submit, or the inference that you can make, is that no one sees Mr. O'Keefe in the vehicle because that's the moment he steps out of the vehicle. And then they're gone. The Nagels, Ryan Nagel, Ricky D'Antonio, and Heather Maxon drive away from that. We heard the testimony from Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson, the peanut butter and jelly sandwich conversation they have with Ms. McCabe, which while they're pulling away from the house where everybody's attention is drawn, Ms. McCabe is turned around facing both of them in the backseat. Ms. Nagel is facing Ms. Levinson on the passenger side, looking out the window towards 34 Fairview Road. Ms. Levinson is looking back at Ms. Nagel away from that area. in which Ms. Nagel indicates that she sees a 5 to 6 foot dark blob on the lawn near the pole in the hydrant, which is just where Mr. O'Keefe is discovered the next morning. You have testimony recalled, and you have text messages in regard to Colin Albert when he gets picked up from Colin.
Mr. Lally, 5 minutes.
Yes, sir. Colin Albert, Miss Allison McKay, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, Brian Jr., all indicating that it was picked up around that time at 12:10 a.m. We have the testimony from Chris and Julie Albert, his parents, as far as when he comes home, kisses them goodnight before he goes to bed. You have that testimony in regard to Chris Albert, as far as how John O'Keefe and the defendant come to be at the waterfall in the first place, as far as John O'Keefe and his nephew coming in earlier in the day, getting a couple slices of pizza. What are you doing later on? Contained within those text messages. You have the testimony from Lieutenant O'Hara, Lieutenant Tully, Sergeant Mechanic about those items being recovered. And in particular, the items being recovered on January 29th by that search team. What did Lieutenant O'Hara say? The items were found close to the curb. The items were at ground level, 3 feet of snow that they had to sift through in order to find those particular things. The detail or the delay in the recovery of evidence. The photos in the video, most of which you have in evidence, is earlier in the storm. This is before the 18 inches of snow falls down, before there's drifts and 3 feet of snow in places. They found the evidence where it had been at that same ground level, in the grass, under the snow, at 34 Fairview Road. We heard all of the medical testimony, which I would submit is consistent, from firefighter Formati to Dr. Rice. We heard the testimony regarding the defendant's blood alcohol concentration for Dr. Fowler and Nick Roberts, 93 milligrams per deciliter, 0.07 to 0.08% at 9:08 in the morning. We heard it, Mr. Roberts' testimony in regard to the retrograde extrapolation, 0.13 to 0.29, extrapolating back to the time of the operation. The defendant admits to drinking vodka. It's on the receipts from C.F. McCarthy's and from the waterfall. And you have the witness testimony in the surveillance video in regard to that. The forensic testimony that you have. In regard to the medical testimony, you have the sort of pattern abrasions, clear plastic that's recovered by Lieutenant O'Hara and Lieutenant Tully on January 29th. The clear plastic that has the dimples on it. No one, not Trooper Paul, not anyone, at any point in time ever said that Mr. O'Keefe's arm was out like this at the time that he struck and that he did a pirouette and then flew 30 feet in the air. 12 inches of abrasions that the doctors were, the biomechanical people were talking about yesterday, 12 inches and then 6 inches for the tail end, is easily solved by this. And the dimples on his arm are, that I would submit, are consistent with the dimples on the tail light cover piece, are right around this area of the elbow. You have the testimony in regard to forensics as far as Mr. Porto, Mr. Bradford. John O'Keefe's DNA is on that tail light house, on the house. His DNA is there to the exclusion as well of Sergeant Mechanic and Trooper Brock. Mr. O'Keefe's DNA is on the exterior of the broken drinking glass. Mr. O'Keefe's DNA, and only Mr. O'Keefe's DNA, is on his clothing and his fingernails, consistent with Dr. Scortibello's testimony that there is no evidence of a fight or an altercation. There's no one else's DNA under his fingernails. There's no one else's DNA on his clothing. You have the testimony from Ms. Hartman, Trooper Paul, as regard to the damage that they observed, the dent, scratches, the 7/8 of an inch hair. You have the testimony from Ms. Chart in regard to the mitochondrial DNA profile from that hair being consistent with the DNA profile of Mr. O'Keefe.
Bring it home.
You got testimony from Ms. Valier and Ms. Hanley in regard to the microscopic pieces, 1/16 of an inch by 1/16.
You have 1 minute, Mr. Lally. Wrap it up.
Yes, sir. All consistent with pieces of taillight that are found within his clothing. Ms. Gilman, if I could. 605, this is what this vehicle looks like backing up at that speed for approximately that distance. There's another years and years ago. Started practicing in Norfolk County, in Braintree, what is now Quincy. I eventually became a far smarter man than myself. Eventually became president of the United States. His name was John F. And whatever may be our wishes, our inclinations, or the dictates of our passions, they cannot alter the state of the facts and the evidence. What the constellation of the facts and the evidence ineluctably demonstrate here is that the defendant drove her vehicle in reverse for 24.2 miles per hour for 62 and a half feet, struck Mr. O'Keefe, causing those catastrophic head injuries, leaving him incapacitated and freezing to death.
Mr. Lally, I have to stop you. You've gone over. Okay.
I literally have one sentence.
One sentence I'll give you.
From
you
that facts
can't
and that
really
evidence,
stop.
I would submit ineluctably demonstrates her
really do
guilt
that.
on each of the indictments before you, and I would ask that you find it so. Thank you.
If she hadn't
All right.
interrupted for
Thank
30
you.
seconds, he made it.
Jurors, I have
Right.
my instructions in the law. I'm going to
Also,
give
you can't do
just
that.
as it's
You have to let him
probably
finish his
about an hour.
case.
I'd like to start it now, but does anybody need a short break?
All rise, jury.
That was the closing. I expected Adam
You
Lally
are
to bring,
muted.
and he did not disappoint me.
Yep, me as well. Nope. She can't stop a closing, dude. You can't. I mean, you can say like, hey, you guys agreed to an hour each. Even if they go over by a fucking minute, you can't say like, oh, I'm going to stop you in the middle of your closing. That's not how a case works, dude. The Commonwealth has to be just like the defense would have been allowed to put on the defense or the Commonwealth's case as they see fit. Even if they agreed to an hour, you can't just be like cutting off the argument. It's not a thing.
And she didn't give that 60-second interruption to Alan, even though he ran up against it too. If she had
She
not
gave him
interrupted,
5 minutes, but no, she didn't say 1 minute. No. She looks very worried. We
but
heard the 5-minute warning, but not a minute warning.
And the best part to me yesterday when they were talking about 12 inches and a 6-inch tail lamp, his elbow was bent. So I was very glad that he got to that.
Yep.
And this is the last thing John O'Keefe saw.
Yeah.
That hurt.
And I give lots of credit to Mel, dude, because he's dealing with a lot of these fucking mob people as well. No, our judges aren't there. Yeah, we don't vote them. They're appointed. Unfortunately, in Massachusetts, we have no control over which of these judges stay on the bench or not. I wish we did, because they need to be voted in. We got a lot of shit judges, especially when it comes to like family court. And there's one they've been trying to get off the bench for like 8 years now, but they won't even vote it out of committee because it has to be voted out by our politicians and they're giant scaredy cats. So they won't remove that judge. That judge should have been removed a long time ago in family court. Like, the things that she did were illegal, and yet she's still practicing and doing the exact same shit because our legislature, besides the 3 people who are brave enough to keep putting it forward every 2 years and keep putting it forward.
While we're on break, I do need to make a couple phone calls, but I will be right back.
Okie dokie. I wish you guys could literally see how committed I am to this right now. Because if I was not, I promise you, I would not be here this morning. I'm literally, and I shared this picture with a couple people that are close to me, but I am literally laying on my bed, on my pillow, with the laptop open in front of me, dying, with a pot in case I have to puke behind me. Okay. And I can't even get up to fix my sheet that is falling off of my bed because I feel like I'm going to die and then projectile puke everywhere. So just want you guys to know how absolutely committed I am to finishing this with you, because I was not like, I don't care how sick I feel. Like I gotta finish this. I gotta finish this for Heels. I gotta finish this for me. I gotta finish this for all the people who have been harassed and defamed and slandered and who continue to be harassed and defamed and slandered by Karen Reed, her PR team, and the sewer turtle. Like, I have to finish this. I don't care if I was on my deathbed. I have to finish it. Like, that's where my brain goes to, is I have to. I don't have a choice. Like, I know, Val. That's literally me right now. That's literally what I look like right now. My headphones in, like laying on this pillow. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I can read all the comments. I can see them. I'm using my, hand or whatever to click things, but I can't. My whole body feels like, when you get sick and like your whole body feels like it was hit by a bus, like it's like real sore. Like that's what everything feels like right now. And I'm in a fibromyalgia flare, so it's like ×2. Oh, I know it. I'm sorry. We're all like Doc fixed us. We're all just fucked up right now, dude. Like we're all fucking sick, or you got the knee thing that you did today. Ellen's got a knee replacement. Like we're all doctors fix us, dude. We're all a fucking mess over here. Every time I go to the doctor, I tell my doctor, I'm like, doctor, so and so. I say, fix me. And he just looks at me like I'm crazy. Like, at least I can't fix you. I can try, but I can't fix you. You have too many medical problems. Right? That's how it happened to me yesterday, Emily. I kid you not. I got off live stream with you guys. I went to go watch a movie with my daughter, and that was probably my mistake because she was the one puking yesterday and sick. And about maybe not even an hour after that, I instantly felt nauseous, like instantly felt like I was going to projectile vomit. So I just laid down and I closed my eyes and I went to sleep. I couldn't look at my phone. I couldn't talk. I couldn't watch TV. I had to have my husband turn it all the way down. Like I couldn't do literally anything. Like literally anything. So I just laid there. And then I kept waking up like every 2 hours in the middle of the night at like 12 and then 2 and then 4 and then 6. And I literally could barely lift my phone to just see what time it was. And at about 6:30, I was like, I have to do this. So I went back to sleep for like another hour and a half until like 8 or 8:15. And then I was like, I got to pee and drag myself out of bed. At least I'm in the bathroom now in case I got to puke. And I grabbed a pot and I grabbed my pillow and I plopped it back down on my bed with the computer. And here I am. So my husband went to go get ginger ale. He walked to the store to get ginger ale. So, and soup for the baby. She's over there doing Sudoku and shit. I love you guys. Who said earlier it was Dr. Seuss? That shit was hilarious. O'Reilly did. She slept it off in the living room on the couch, But I think that was my mistake, was like being next. I mean, you can't not really be next to a 6-year-old, but being, I got all her germs. So it's like probably one of those 24-hour bugs, which means if I started feeling sick around 5 or 6 yesterday, that maybe a little up by then. I mean, when Riley got up this morning, she still had like a slight fever. She was burning up last night. I had to give her Motrin, but she didn't start with a fever. And last night she was burning, so we gave her the Motrin, and that came down to regular. This morning she was still a little hot, but it was only 99, and now it's perfect. So I'm guessing that mine's like the same 24-hour, thing. But I'm just, and also I can feel it right now. That literal burp was not a burp. It was GERD, which is like the burning you feel in your throat when you get like almost like heartburn, except not heartburn because it's not burning in your chest. It burns in your throat. Like, and again, that came out of like nowhere. I kid you not. I'm telling you, dude, it's ridiculous. Yeah, dude, so hard being sick with a sick kid. Thankfully, my husband's home because his boss is on vacation. Well, not that it's good for us that his boss is on vacation, because that means he's not getting paid, but his boss is on vacation. So I'm very lucky that he's home to help us, because I think we would both just be laying on the couch with pots next to us to puke in. Hi, baby.
Good.
You feel so much better now? Can you wave your magic wand and let mommy feel better now? Because I feel sick.
Have a magic wand.
Oh, you don't? I thought you did. You could bippity boppity me unsick. Oh, thank you so much. I love you. Goodbye. Okay, you do that. Not that we needed to know that you're going poop, kid, but so I have Propel because that's what I drink. Like on an everyday basis, I drink Propel. So I got my grape Propel, and I'm just taking small sips, like very small sips. So it's like Gatorade. It's made by Gatorade. It doesn't have any sugar in it. It has electrolytes in it. And so that's what I'm drinking. But I'm doing it very slowly because I don't think I'd be able to keep it down if I like took regular sips, because that's the same thing that happened. Riley tried to eat like a piece of a blueberry muffin yesterday and puked the entire thing up. Just a little piece. She couldn't keep anything down, so we got popsicles for her last night. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like crackers. I don't have any crackers right now. I should have said to get crackers, but yeah, that's my littlest one. That's my Riley bug. My littlest one. Hold on a second, guys. That was painful. That was painful to walk downstairs. I had to open the building door for my husband. He just came back with the Gatorade. I mean, the Gatorade. So you got me reading Gatorade on the screen, Mary. The Canada Dry. Yeah, it's got electrolytes. It's good. The electrolytes are good when you're sick. Sick, you should be doing electrolytes and fruits and vegetables. Fruits specifically, because they'll start to push all the sickness out your system. It's really good to eat fruits if you can hold them down. I'm not at that stage yet. I'm starving them, I'll tell you that much. Well, I'm just going to take a little sip of the Gatorade, the ginger ale, because the ginger is supposed to make you not nauseous. You know? It's like a little tiny sip. I just took like the tiniest of tiny, but the ginger, they say, like when I was pregnant, I remember when I was pregnant and I had to literally get peppermint because they said peppermint, ginger, those types of things. So I got those peppermints that, not the hard ones. Well, they're hard at first, but you know those hard ones that you put in your mouth and they like melt. So they end up being soft after a minute, like the square looking ones. I got those and those actually did help because then I ended up having hyperemesis gravidarum, which is excessive morning sickness. So, I mean, we did predictions yesterday, but what do you guys think? Like, I mean, for me, I'm sticking with my same prediction. Yeah, me too. Canada Dry or the only one that I usually drink is Canada Dry, but Schweppes if he couldn't find Canada Dry because can only get what we can walk to the store to get, so it's only whatever's there. But I think I'm going to stay with my same prediction, which is that I think if we'll get a verdict probably by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. At the latest, I think. Also remember they always say that anything quick is a prosecution's verdict.
Yes.
Thank you. Be seated. Go back.
All right, jurors. Thank you for serving on this jury and for being so attentive. You'll soon deliberate for the purposes of reaching a verdict in this case. But before you do that, it's my responsibility to give you instructions concerning the law. The instructions are divided into three parts. The first is general instructions that are provided in every criminal case. The second, specific instructions concerning the crimes alleged in this case. And third, guidelines for your deliberations. Please listen carefully to all of the instructions. Do not ignore any instruction or give special attention to any other instruction. To make sure that I give you the instructions accurately, I will read them to you. You will also get a written copy. I'll probably send in 3 or 4 to the jury so that you can refer to it in the jury room during your deliberations. I will try to make sure that my oral instructions match the written instructions. If there is any difference between what I say aloud and what the written instructions say, please follow what I say aloud. You must take the law as I give it to you. You may not quarrel with it. You can't do that regardless of any opinion you may have as to what you think the law ought to be. What the lawyers or witnesses may say or suggest about the law is not necessarily the law. That's because it's my responsibility as the judge and mine alone to instruct you on what the law is. So I now will turn to part 1 of the instructions, the general instructions that apply to all criminal cases. As I explained to you at the beginning of the trial, there is a fundamental rule that applies in all criminal cases, including this case. Every person who is accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent of that crime. Ms. Reed is presumed innocent of the charges in this case. That means you must consider Ms. Reed to be innocent unless the prosecution is proved beyond a reasonable doubt through evidence presented during the trial that Ms. Reed committed the crimes charged. I will explain reasonable doubt in just a moment. Ms. Reed does not have to do anything to convince you that she is innocent. She does not have to explain anything. Ms. Reed does not have to testify, call, or question witnesses, or provide any evidence at all, because you must presume she is innocent. Instead, it is up to the Commonwealth to prove the charges against Ms. Reed beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof never shifts to the defendant. After you have considered all the evidence carefully and fairly, if you have a reasonable doubt about Ms. Reed's guilt in a particular charge, then your verdict must be not guilty on that charge. You may find Ms. Reed guilty of a charge only if all 12 deliberating jurors agree that the Commonwealth has proved the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. What is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though it is not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt, for everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you have compared and considered all the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs, based solely on the evidence that has been put before you in this case. I have told you that every person is presumed to be innocent unless and until he or she is proved guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the Commonwealth. If you evaluate all the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. This is what we mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, how do you decide whether the Commonwealth has proven each element of an indictment is true beyond a reasonable doubt? Let's talk first about the roles we all have. You folks are the most important people in the courtroom. It all begins and ends with your function. You will determine the facts in this case, and that is your job and your job alone. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the facts. If there are any conflicts in the testimony, it is your job to resolve those conflicts if you can do so. Once you determine the facts, it is your duty to apply those facts to the law as I explain it to you, and to determine whether the Commonwealth has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. You must determine the facts solely and entirely on the evidence as you have heard it and seen it in this courtroom and on nothing else. No prejudice, no bias, no fear, no favor. You must not be swayed by personal likes or dislikes. Your deliberations are no place for emotion or sympathy, passion or prejudice. The Commonwealth and Karen Reed have a right to have the case judged by fair and impartial jurors. All parties who come before the court stand as equals before you. Therefore, your verdicts must be based on the law as I've given it to you, and on the evidence and the facts that you find, and nothing else. You cannot allow yourselves to be influenced by any personal feelings you may have about the nature of the crimes with which Ms. Reed has been charged, or the consequences of your verdict. Just the cool, reflective, and impartial sifting of the evidence, so that here in this courtroom, justice may be done. Now, your focus is on the evidence. I am the judge of the law. My job is to teach you the law that you must follow in this case. However, I have no opinion about how you decide this case. You should not consider anything I have said or done during the trial as reflecting any opinion by me about how you should decide this case. If you believe that I have an opinion about the facts of this case, you must disregard it. You must decide this case based solely on the evaluation of the evidence. Now, the arguments of the lawyers are not evidence. They are not witnesses. If a lawyer during argument made a mistake in summarizing the evidence or argued something not supported by the evidence, you must disregard it. It is the jury's collective memory of the evidence that controls the matter. Lawyers' objections are a proper part of the court's procedure and are not part of the evidence. So don't hold it against the lawyers or their client if they made objections, motions, or other requests. They're simply doing their job during a trial. There was testimony at trial that the lawyers interviewed witnesses when preparing for and during the course of the trial. You may not draw any unfavorable inferences solely from that fact. There is nothing improper about conducting such interviews. On the contrary, the lawyers are obliged to prepare their case as thoroughly as possible and may interview witnesses. Now, the verdict must be based only on the evidence and the jury's collective reasoning applied to the evidence in a fair and impartial manner. The extent to which you believe or disbelieve a witness or what an exhibit purports to show, the importance to give any testimony or other evidence is entirely up to your own good judgment. The evidence consists of the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits in the case. There are some things you have heard about that have not been introduced into evidence, such as written statements by witnesses, police reports, autopsy, and accident reconstruction reports. Occasionally during the trial, you have heard references to such documents, and you may naturally wonder why neither side introduced any of them into evidence. The answer is that under our rules of evidence, such reports usually may not be admitted, although the parties may refer to them for certain limited purposes while questioning witnesses. So you should not hold it against any party that you do not have them, and neither should you speculate on what they may or may not contain. Similarly, as you view exhibits, you may find that some information has been removed because it is not relevant. Please ignore that and don't try to guess what may have been removed or why. Any information that you may have read, heard, or seen about this case outside of the courtroom is not evidence. My instructions to you and any other comments I made, the lawyer's opening and closing statements, and any comments they may have made are not evidence. Answers that I struck from the record and told you to disregard are not evidence. Only the testimony of the witnesses, that is, their answers to questions, and the exhibits are evidence. It is important to remind you folks that the verdict cannot be based on emotional reaction or sympathy for any person or side of this case. Certain of the testimony and exhibits may have provoked an emotional reaction in all of us. You may feel sympathy for the family of Mr. O'Keefe, and you may feel sympathy for the defendant as she sits here in this courtroom. But your job is to decide the case without bias, fear, sympathy, or favor, to view the evidence with a certain clinical detachment, and to decide the case based solely on the evidence and the application of the law to that evidence. I have allowed you to take notes during the trial, and you may refer to those notes during your deliberations. But remember, they are not evidence or a substitute for the evidence and your recollection. They are for your personal use. Please do not share them with other jurors. Consider the evidence as a whole. Do not make up your mind about what the verdict should be until after you've gone to the jury room to decide the case and you and your fellow jurors have discussed the evidence. Please keep an open mind until then. You'll remember that we took a view in this case. The purpose of the view was to help you better understand the evidence that you heard during the trial and to help you appreciate the locations and their surroundings. Your responsibility in the view was to see the places, observe them carefully, and remember what you saw. The view is part of this case. You may use and consider the observations that you made while on the view in your deliberations in reaching a verdict. The same is true about the demonstration we saw from the witness stand. The demonstration was done simply to help you understand the evidence, and you may consider it in your deliberations.
The most anticipated moment of this election, and the stakes couldn't be higher. The president and the former president, one stage, moderated by Jake Tapper and Dana Bash. The CNN presidential debates, Thursday night at 9, live on CNN and streaming on Max.
Any part of the evidence is. In deciding questions of credibility and reliability, you may rely on your common sense and reasoning powers and your life experiences. Consider a witness's testimony in the context of all the other evidence, not in isolation. You may consider the demeanor, candor, and appearance of the witness in testifying. Who was the witness? What relationship did they have to the case or to the other witnesses or the parties? Did the witness have any bias, reason, or motive to give false or shaded testimony? If so, you may consider that bias or motive in your deliberations and ultimately as to whether or not it impacts the credibility of the witness and the assessment of the evidence presented. Is the witness someone likely to give an honest and impartial account? Consider not just whether the witness was honest, but also whether the witness's testimony was accurate and reliable or honestly mistaken. A prior statement by a witness, if inconsistent with his or her trial testimony in any way, may be considered on the witness's credibility and reliability, and only for that purpose. Now, you've heard some evidence suggesting that the Commonwealth did not conduct certain scientific tests or otherwise follow standard procedure during the police investigation. This is a factor you may consider in evaluating the evidence presented in this case. With respect to this factor, you should consider 3 questions. First, whether the omitted tests or other actions were standard procedure or steps that would otherwise normally be taken under the circumstances. Second, whether the omitted test or actions could reasonably have been expected to lead to significant evidence of the defendant's guilt or innocence. And third, whether the evidence provides a reasonable and adequate explanation for the omission of the test or other actions. If you find that any omissions in the investigation were significant and not adequately explained, you may consider whether the omissions tend to affect the quality, reliability, or credibility of the evidence presented by the Commonwealth. All of these considerations involve factual determinations that are entirely up to you. And you are free to give this matter whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate based on all the circumstances. Now, during the trial, I gave you some limiting instructions on how you were to consider some of the evidence you heard, and importantly, how you are not to consider the evidence. I am going to summarize those limiting instructions here. Ms. Reed is not charged with committing any crime other than the charges contained in the indictments. You have heard evidence about interactions that Ms. Reed had with Mr. O'Keefe and other witnesses in Aruba. The evidence was admitted solely for your consideration as evidence of the nature of the defendant's relationship with Mr. O'Keefe and whether it goes to her knowledge or intent or motive on January 29th, 2022. You may not consider that evidence as proof that she has a criminal personality or bad character. You may not take the defendant's prior acts as a substitute for proof that the defendant committed the crimes charged here, or to conclude that if she committed the acts in Aruba, she must also have committed the offenses with which she is charged here. You can only use the evidence for the limited purpose of how it goes to the defendant's state of mind, motive, and nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe. Before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the persons who authored them were, in fact, John O'Keefe, the defendant, or the witnesses who testified about their communication with John O'Keefe and or the defendant. If you do not find it is more likely true than not that John O'Keefe, Karen Reed, or the witnesses who testified here before you were the persons who authored or transmitted the electronic communications, then you may not consider the electronic communications in deciding the case. Now, the Commonwealth has introduced photographs into evidence. The photographs may be graphic and unpleasant. As I told you when you first saw them, your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs may be graphic or unpleasant. The defendant is entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not one based on pity or sympathy. Consider a photograph only as it may show a medical condition, the nature of the injuries, or the details of the incident itself. You've heard evidence of statements made by John O'Keefe. These statements were admitted only for a limited purpose of establishing John O'Keefe's state of mind. You are not to consider this testimony as proof that the defendant has bad character or propensity to commit crimes. The testimony of witnesses recounting conversations with Mr. O'Keefe or messages the defendant's cell phone received from him can only be used as they go to the defendant's motive or intent on January 29th, and only if you find that the defendant was aware of John O'Keefe's state of mind at the time of the crime and would be likely to respond to it. There need not be direct evidence that the defendant learned of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind, so long as you reasonably can infer from the evidence that she did learn of it. You've also heard testimony about statements allegedly made by Ms. Reed. Before you may consider any such statement, you are going to have to make a preliminary determination whether it can be considered as evidence or not, and for what purpose it may be used. You may not consider any such statement in your deliberations for the truth of any such statement unless, from all the evidence in the case, the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statement that she is alleged to have made, and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. In determining whether or not any statement made by the defendant was voluntary, you may consider all of the surrounding circumstances. You may consider any evidence that you have heard about the defendant's physical and mental condition, her intelligence, age, education, and experience. Your decision does not turn on any one factor. You must consider the totality of the circumstances. Some testimony came from witnesses who saw or heard something. Some witnesses also told you about opinions or conclusions they reached based on some special training or experience. But special training or experience does not necessarily make the witness's testimony any more believable or important than any other evidence. So you should consider the same questions about witness testimony that I mentioned earlier, including any bias or motive these opinion witnesses may have had to testify in a certain way. You may also consider the witness's level of experience and training, and whether they base their opinions on the facts that you find to be true. There were hypothetical questions asked of some of these witnesses. You may give whatever weight you deem appropriate to the opinion based on the hypothetical, but only if, after careful consideration, you find that all the assumed facts are true. Remember that witnesses, even those with special training or experience, do not decide cases. Juries do. It is up to you whether to accept or reject, in whole or in part, any opinion or conclusion that a witness offered during the trial. Now, you have the same powers with respect to the exhibits that you have and the testimony of the witnesses. Look them over and decide the weight, that is the value they deserve to receive in helping you resolve the case as you make your ultimate judgment about whether the Commonwealth has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. You do not have to believe something simply because it is written on a piece of paper or appears in a photograph. You are not, of course, required to disbelieve it because it appears there. You decide whether to believe what the exhibit purports to show and how much weight, if any, you give each exhibit. Now, you've heard me talk about the sources of evidence in this case. Those are the tools that we have to decide the case. Now, with the evidence in mind, what can you do with it? As jurors, you may bring to bear all your knowledge and experience. You don't check your common sense at the door to the jury room. Just the reverse. I instruct you to use your common sense. Give the evidence a reasonable and fair construction in the light of your common knowledge and experience. In determining the facts in this case, you may draw reasonable inferences from the evidence that you believe, because you are entitled to rely upon both direct and indirect or circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence is evidence of what a witness claims to have seen or heard or touched or somehow perceived with their own senses. Circumstantial evidence exists where a witness does not testify directly to the fact that is sought to be proven, but you are provided with evidence of other facts and then asked to draw reasonable inferences from them about the fact that is sought to be proved. Such inferences may be considered with all of the other evidence in reaching your verdict. Circumstantial evidence is competent to establish guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, what do I mean by an inference? An inference is a logical deduction or conclusion that you may, but are not required to draw from evidence that you have accepted as believable. Inferences are little steps in reasoning, steps in which you take some known information, apply your experience in life to it, and then draw a conclusion. Sometimes you can draw more than one inference. You have to decide which inferences are reasonable and decide which seems more reasonable to you. Remember, when you are dealing with inferences, you never have to infer anything. You may, but do not have to draw any inferences whatsoever. An inference drawn from circumstantial evidence need not be necessary or inescapable, but any inference which you do draw must be reasonable and possible. It must be logical. It must be a natural one, which is not too remote in the ordinary course of events. You may not guess. You may not speculate. You may not engage in surmise. You should not pile inference upon inference until the pile gets so high that it tips over logically, or the chain gets so weak that it doesn't hold together anymore. When you run through your inferences, check the starting point and the ending point to make sure that they're still reasonable. Further, when the evidence tends equally to give rise to either of two inconsistent propositions, the Commonwealth has established neither proposition. In order to convict the defendant, you must find that all the evidence and the reasonable inferences that you have drawn, taken together, prove that she is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Let me give you an example of an inference. Suppose that the issue you must decide is whether the U.S. Postal Service delivered the mail today. If you go home and someone in your household, a child, roommate, or spouse,
Clarin's worldwide bestseller Double Serum, 2 serums in 1 with 21 potent plant extracts.
Mailbox, this would be direct evidence that the U.S. Postal Service delivered the mail. The witness perceived the event with his or her own senses and told you what he or she observed. The issue you would have to decide is whether the witness is credible. On the other hand, if you go home from court and find mail in the mailbox, you may infer that it was delivered by the U.S. Postal Service today. You draw this reasonable inference based on the following known facts. The mailbox was emptied yesterday. You know that the mail is delivered by the U.S. Postal Service Monday through Saturday. The letters in the box are postmarked. You have exactly the same power in this case, not the power to speculate or to guess, but the power to draw reasonable inferences warranted by the evidence in the fashion I have just described. You may have noticed that the defendant did not testify at this trial. The defendant has an absolute right not to testify, since the entire burden of proof in this case is on the Commonwealth to prove that the defendant is guilty. It is not up to the defendant to prove that she is innocent. The fact that the defendant did not testify has nothing to do with the question of whether she is guilty or not guilty. You are not to draw any adverse inference against the defendant because she did not testify. You are not to consider it in any way or even discuss it in your deliberations. You must determine whether the Commonwealth has proved its case against the defendant based solely on the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits. All right, that completes my first part of the instructions. Now I'm going to turn to the elements of the charges against Ms. Reed. The Commonwealth has alleged that on January 29, 2022, Ms. Reed did assault and beat John O'Keefe with the intent to murder him, and by such assault and battery did kill and murder John O'Keefe. Ms. Reed is charged with second-degree murder. In order to prove murder in the second degree, the Commonwealth must prove the following elements. First, the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. 2, the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe or intended to cause grievous bodily harm to John O'Keefe or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. I will now discuss each of these requirements in more detail. The first element is that the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. A defendant's act is the cause of death where the act is a natural and continuous sequence, results in death, and without which death would not have occurred. The second element is that the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe or intended to cause grievous bodily harm to John O'Keefe or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. As you can see, the second element has 3 subparts, which I will call prongs, and the Commonwealth satisfies its burden of proof if it proves any one of the 3 prongs beyond a reasonable doubt. The first prong is that the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe. This means that the defendant consciously and purposefully intended to cause John O'Keefe's death. The second prong is that the defendant intended to cause grievous bodily harm to John O'Keefe. Grievous bodily harm means severe injury to the body. The third prong is that the defendant intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. Let me help you understand how to analyze this third prong. You must first determine whether the defendant intended to perform the act that caused the victim's death. If you find that she intended to perform the act, you must then determine what the defendant herself actually knew about the relevant circumstances at the time she acted. Then you must determine whether, under the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known that the act intended by the defendant created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. If you have a reasonable doubt as to whether Mr. O'Keefe's death was accidental because the death was caused by a negligent, careless, or mistaken act of the defendant or resulted from a cause separate from the defendant's conduct, you may not find that the Commonwealth has proved that the defendant intended to kill, intended to cause grievous bodily harm, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. In deciding whether the defendant intended to kill, intended to cause grievous bodily harm, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result, you may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. If the Commonwealth has proven both elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should return a verdict of guilty. If the Commonwealth has failed to prove one or more of those elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must return a verdict of not guilty. The next is manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. In order to prove manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle, the Commonwealth must prove the following 5 elements. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. Second, that she operated the motor vehicle upon a public way or in a place in which the public has a right of access. Third, that while the defendant was operating the motor vehicle, she was under the influence of intoxicating liquor and or the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was a 0.08 or greater. You'll have both these choices on the verdict slip. Fourth, that the defendant operated the vehicle wantonly or recklessly so as to create a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm will result to another. And fifth, that by such operation of the motor vehicle, the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. So to prove the first element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was operating a motor vehicle. A person operates a motor vehicle while doing all of the well-known things that drivers do as they travel on a street or highway, and also in doing any act which directly tends to set the vehicle in motion. A person is operating a motor vehicle whenever they are in the vehicle and intentionally manipulate some mechanical or electrical part of the vehicle, like the gear shift or the ignition, which alone or in sequence will set the vehicle in motion. To prove the second element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant operated a motor vehicle in a public way. Any street or highway that is open to the public and is controlled and maintained by some level of government is a public way. This would include, for example, interstate and state highways, as well as municipal streets and roads. In determining whether any particular street or road is a public way, you may consider evidence, if any, about whether it has some of the usual indications of a public way. For example, whether it is paved, whether it has street lights, street signs, curbing, and fire hydrants, whether there are buildings along the street, whether it has any crossroads intersecting it, and whether it is publicly maintained. To prove the third element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that while operating a motor vehicle, the defendant was under the influence of intoxicating liquor, that is alcohol, and or the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was a 0.08 or greater. I will now instruct you on both theories. What does it mean to be under the influence of alcohol? It is not illegal to drive after consuming alcohol as long as the operator is not under the influence of alcohol. However, neither does someone have to be drunk to be under the influence of alcohol. A person is under the influence of alcohol if they've consumed enough alcohol to reduce their ability to operate a motor vehicle safely by decreasing their judgment, alertness, and ability to respond promptly and effectively to unexpected emergencies. The amount of alcohol necessary to do this may vary from person to person. The Commonwealth is not required to prove that the defendant actually drove in an unsafe or erratic manner, but it is required to prove that their ability to drive safely was diminished by alcohol. You may rely on your experience and common sense about the effects of alcohol. You should consider any believable evidence about the defendant's alleged consumption of alcohol, as well as the defendant's appearance, condition, and behavior. In deciding this first theory of whether the defendant operated a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol, you may also consider whether a blood test showed that the defendant had consumed any alcohol. However, no matter what the reading is, the blood test is not sufficient itself to prove that the defendant was under the influence of alcohol. Now, under the second theory, and again, both will be on the verdict slip and you should decide each one. The Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that at the time of operation, the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was a 0.08 or greater. The Commonwealth may prove a person's blood alcohol level by a chemical test or analysis of their breath or blood. In deciding whether the Commonwealth has proved the defendant's blood alcohol level beyond a reasonable doubt, you may consider evidence, if any, about whether the test was administered within a reasonable time of operation of the motor vehicle, whether the person who administered the test was properly certified, whether and how the pre-test procedures were followed and employed, whether the testing device was working properly at the time the test was administered, and whether the test was administered properly. You may also consider any other evidence pertaining to the test. Mr. Court Officer, I know it's traditional to not allow anybody in and out of the courtroom while I'm charging, so I'm going to ask you to follow that at this point. Thank you. It's distracting, and I don't want it to be distracting for you folks, okay? The fourth element that the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt is that the defendant operated the vehicle wantonly or recklessly. A person drives recklessly when they ignore the fact that their manner of driving is very likely to result in death or serious injury to someone, or they are indifferent to whether someone is killed or seriously injured. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to prove that the defendant acted negligently. That is, acted in a way that a reasonably careful person would not. It must be shown that the defendant's actions went beyond mere negligence and amounted to recklessness. The defendant was reckless if she knew or should have known that such actions would pose a grave danger or death or serious injury to others, but chose, nevertheless, to run the risk and go ahead. Whenever I refer to the defendant's state of mind or her intent, you may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. A defendant may have the requisite state of mind or intent even if she consumed alcohol, but you may consider such evidence in determining whether the Commonwealth has proved the element. Here, the defendant must have intended her acts in the sense that they were not accidental. But it is not necessary that the defendant intended or foresaw the consequences of those acts, as long as a reasonable person would know that they were so dangerous that death or serious injury would probably result. As such, the Commonwealth does not need to prove that the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe. Rather, this is in the category of cases where public safety requires each driver, once they know what the situation is, to determine and to adhere to an objective standard of behavior. In determining whether the defendant drove recklessly, you should take into account all the facts of the situation: the defendant's rate of speed and manner of operation, the defendant's physical condition and how well the defendant could see and could control the vehicle, the condition of the defendant's vehicle, what kind of road it was and who else was on the road, what was the time of day, the weather and the condition on the road were, and what any other vehicles or pedestrians were doing, and any other factors, including the defendant's consumption of alcohol, that you think are relevant. The fifth element that the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt is that the defendant, by her actions, caused the death of John O'Keefe. The defendant caused the death if her actions directly and substantially set in motion the entire chain of events that produced the death. A defendant's act is the cause of death where the act, in a natural and continuous sequence, results in death, and without which death would not have occurred. If the Commonwealth has proven all five elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you shall return a verdict of guilty. If the Commonwealth has failed to prove one or more of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must return a verdict of not guilty. Now, the lesser offense of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor includes the lesser offense of involuntary manslaughter. As a matter of law, the indictment that is before you, which charges the defendant with manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, also charges her with the lesser included offense. The Commonwealth may prove the lesser included charge of involuntary manslaughter, even if it fails to prove the greater charge of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. So I will define involuntary manslaughter. To prove that the defendant is guilty of involuntary manslaughter because of wanton or reckless conduct, the Commonwealth must prove the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant caused John O'Keefe's death. Second, that the defendant intended the conduct that caused John O'Keefe's death. Third, that the defendant's conduct was wanton or reckless. I will now discuss each element in more detail. The first element is that the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. Remember, Ms. Reed caused John O'Keefe's death if her actions directly and substantially set in motion the entire chain of events that produced the death. A defendant's act is the cause of death where the act, in a natural and continuous sequence, results in death and without which death would not have occurred. The second element is that the defendant intended the conduct that caused the death. The Commonwealth is not required to prove the defendant intended to cause the death. You may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. The third element is that the defendant's conduct was wanton or reckless. Wanton or reckless conduct is conduct that creates a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm will result to another. It is conduct involving a grave risk of harm to another person that a person undertakes with indifference or with disregard of the consequences of such conduct. Whether conduct is wanton or reckless depends either on what the defendant knew or how a reasonable person would have acted knowing what the defendant knew. If the defendant realized the grave risk created by her conduct, her subsequent act amounts to wanton or reckless conduct, whether or not a reasonable person would have realized the risk of grave danger. Even if the defendant herself did not realize the grave risk of harm to another, the act would constitute wanton or reckless conduct if a reasonable person, knowing what the defendant knew, would have realized the act posed a risk of grave danger to another. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to prove the defendant acted negligently, that is, in a manner that a reasonably careful person would not have acted. The Commonwealth must prove that the defendant's actions went beyond negligence and amounted to wanton or reckless conduct, as I have defined them. In deciding whether the defendant knew or should have known her conduct created a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm would result to another, you may consider credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. A defendant may have the requisite knowledge even if she consumed alcohol, but you may consider such evidence in determining whether the Commonwealth has proved this element. Now, the offense of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor also includes the lesser offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor, and negligence. As a matter of law, the indictment that is before you, which charges the defendant with manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, also charges her with the lesser included offense. The Commonwealth may prove the lesser included charge of motor vehicle homicide, even if it fails to prove the greater charge of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. You may find the defendant guilty of motor vehicle homicide only if you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, and you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of motor vehicle homicide. So I will define that for you now. In order to prove the defendant guilty of motor vehicle homicide, the Commonwealth must prove the following 5 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. Second, that she operated the motor vehicle upon a public way or in a place in which the public has a right of access.
Proven and
Third,
proven.
that while the defendant was operating the motor vehicle, she was under the influence of intoxicating liquor.
Proven again.
And or the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was 0.08 or greater. Fourth,
proven.
That while operating a motor vehicle, the defendant did so in a negligent manner so that the lives or safety of the public might be endangered. Fifth, that by such operation of the motor vehicle, the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. Elements 1, 2, 3, and 5 are the same as manslaughter while under the influence of alcohol, as I've previously instructed you just moments ago. The difference between manslaughter while operating under the influence and motor vehicle homicide is the 4th element. To prove the 4th element of motor vehicle homicide, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant drove negligently in a manner that might have endangered the lives or safety of other people.
Bingo.
A person acts negligently when she fails to use due care. That is, when they act in a way that a reasonable person would not act. This can happen either by doing something that a reasonable person would not do under the circumstances, or by failing to do something that a reasonable person would do. The defendant acted negligently if she drove in a way that a reasonable person would not have, and by doing so created an unnecessary danger to other people, a danger that could have avoided, that she could have avoided by driving more carefully.
Yeah.
The defendant's intent does not matter, so do not consider it in determining whether or not the defendant was negligent. There is no requirement that the Commonwealth show that the defendant intended to act negligently or unlawfully. Under our laws, public safety requires each driver to determine and to adhere to an objective standard of reasonable behavior. Therefore, what the defendant may or may not have intended to result from her actions is irrelevant. The issue is whether or not she drove as a reasonable person would have under the circumstances. In determining whether the defendant drove negligently in a manner that might have endangered the lives or safety of other people, you should take into account evidence, if any, about the defendant's rate of speed and manner of operation, the defendant's physical condition, and how well she could see and control her vehicle, the condition of the defendant's vehicle, the kind of road it was, and who else was on the road, the time of day, the weather, and the road conditions, what any other vehicles or pedestrians were doing, and any other factors, including the defendant's consumption of alcohol, that you think are relevant. The next indictment is leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death. In order to prove the defendant guilty of leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death, the Commonwealth must prove 6 things beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. Second, that she operated on a public way or in a place in which the public has a right of access. Third, that the defendant knowingly collided with John O'Keefe. Fourth, that the collision caused injury to John O'Keefe, resulting in his death. And fifth, that after causing such injury, the defendant failed to stop and provide name, home address, and registration number of the motor vehicle. And sixth, that the defendant failed to do so for the purpose of avoiding prosecution or apprehension. Jurors, I've already instructed you on the first and second elements. The other four elements should be given their plain meaning, and the parties agree that I do not need to define them any further. Save a little time for you. As a general rule, you are permitted but not required to infer that a person who intentionally uses a dangerous weapon on another person intends to kill that person or cause him grievous bodily harm, or intends to do an act which, in the circumstances known to him, a reasonable person would know creates a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. An item that is normally used for innocent purposes can become a dangerous weapon if it is used in a dangerous or potentially dangerous fashion. The law considers an item, in this case a motor vehicle, to be used in a dangerous fashion if it is used in a way that it reasonably appears to be capable of causing serious injury or death to another person. In deciding whether an item was used as a dangerous weapon, you may consider the circumstances surrounding the alleged crime, the nature, size, and shape of the item, and the manner in which it was handled or controlled. Now that completes the second part of my instructions. I will now turn to the final instructions. In order for a jury to return a verdict, that is, to reach a decision in a criminal case, the law provides that there may only be 12 persons on the deliberating jury, and you will note that there are still 14 of you. To avoid the need for a new trial, if one or more jurors...
What does strength mean to you?
Oh, what the
Some
fuck?
say it's how fast you run a mile, but there are other ways to define strength.
Shit, bro.
Case of emergency. If we did not impanel extra jurors and a juror became ill, or for some other reason had to be excused, we would have to try the case all over again with a new jury. In the event that a juror has to be excused once the jury starts deliberating, then an alternate juror will be chosen to take that juror's position, and the jury will be required to start their deliberations all over again from the very beginning.
Oh, man.
Therefore, it is important that the alternates not discuss the case with anyone, including each other, for if an alternate becomes a member of the jury for deliberations, the alternate's views should be his or her own and not influenced by anyone else. Now, different states and jurisdictions use different means to select a foreperson of the jury. In some jurisdictions, the jurors select their own foreperson. In Massachusetts, the judge is responsible for selecting a foreperson.
That's correct.
A foreperson of a jury has been described as the first among equals. He or she is responsible for organizing the deliberations, communicating with the court if necessary during deliberations, and presenting the verdict following your deliberations. The foreperson has no greater say or vote in the jury's deliberations, however,
excuse me, guys,
in that sense is exactly equal with all the jurors. I am going to ask juror in seat number 1, juror number 400, would you be our foreperson, please, sir? Thank you. When you return to the jury room to deliberate, the court officers will deliver to you all of the exhibits in this case, as well as the verdict slips that you will use in returning your verdict. Your foreperson will be given verdict slips setting forth the charges against the defendant. 12 jurors must agree before you have a decision as to any charge. That means that to find the defendant guilty, all 12 must agree. To find the defendant not guilty, all 12 must agree. You should continue deliberating until you have reached a final verdict on each charge. You should not begin deliberating until all 12 jurors are together in the jury room, and should cease deliberating if any one juror is not present in the jury room. It is important that you not communicate with anyone outside the jury room about the deliberations or about anything concerning this case. Further, I instruct you that no juror is better qualified to determine the truth of the facts in dispute or to deliberate on a verdict solely because of education, background, or experience. The parties and I have chosen each of you as fair and impartial jurors, and your voices have equal weight. To reach a unanimous verdict, each juror must agree. Jurors have a duty to consult with one another and to deliberate with a view to reaching an agreement if it can be done without violence to individual judgment. At the same time, each juror must decide the case for himself or herself, but only after impartially considering the evidence with his or her fellow jurors. Don't hesitate to re-examine your views and change your opinion if convinced it is wrong. But no juror should surrender an honest conviction to the opinion of fellow jurors simply for the purpose of returning a verdict. Although how you conduct your deliberations is up to you, I urge you not to begin conducting an immediate straw vote. Rather, I encourage you not to take any votes until you have completed a careful and thorough collective view of all the evidence. At this point, I want to remind you of an important issue that I raised with you at the beginning of this trial. I told you that our system of justice depends on judges like me and jurors like you being able and willing to make careful and fair decisions. All people deserve fair and equal treatment in our system of justice, regardless of their race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. I also pointed out that we all have our own built-in expectations and assumptions, even if we are not consciously aware of them. And I talked about some of the ways we can try to deal with them. First, slow down. Do not rush to a decision. Hasty decisions are the most likely to reflect stereotypes or hidden biases. Take time to consider all the evidence. Second, as you start to draw conclusions, consider what evidence, if any, supports the conclusions you are drawing and whether any evidence casts doubt on those conclusions. Double check whether you are actually using unsupported assumptions instead of the evidence. Third, as you think about the people involved in this case, consider them as individuals rather than as a member of a particular group. Fourth, I might ask myself, would I view the evidence differently if the people were from different groups, such as different racial, ethnic, or gender identity groups? Fifth, listen to your fellow jurors. They may have different points of view. If so, they may help you determine whether you are focusing on the facts or making assumptions, perhaps based on stereotypes. Of course, your fellow jurors could be influenced by their own unstated assumptions. So don't be shy or hesitate to speak up. You should participate actively, particularly if you think the other jurors are overlooking or undervaluing evidence you find important. In fact, when you explain your thoughts out loud to other jurors, you are also helping yourself to focus on the evidence instead of assumptions. If you use these strategies, then you will do your part to reach a decision that is as fair as humanly possible. That is your responsibility as jurors. Now, during the course of your deliberations, you might have a question concerning the law in this case. I'm not suggesting that you will, but you might. Perhaps I said something you did not understand. If you have any questions, please feel free to bring them to my attention by writing a note dated and signed by the foreperson and sending it to me by way of the court officer. Because your role as the jury is to determine the facts of the case, I cannot answer any questions you have concerning the facts of the case. I have no role in this case when it comes to deciding what the facts are. Neither is it possible to provide you with a transcript of the testimony, even though we've had a phenomenal court reporter throughout this whole trial. If you send a question to me, I will respond after consulting with the lawyers. Please do not ask a court officer or anyone else to answer any questions concerning anything material to the case. We will not answer a question or take a verdict between 1 and 2. You'll have lunch brought into you and decide whether you want to stop your deliberations during lunch or deliberate. At the end of the day, if you're still deliberating, I'll send in a note asking if you want to continue deliberating or break for the day and return tomorrow morning. Don't tell anyone, including me, how the jury stands numerically or otherwise on the questions before such time as you have reached a unanimous verdict. You are going to notice shortly that the court officers are going to take an oath, and you will hear from that they too, as well as all other persons, are forbidden to communicate in any way or manner with any member of this jury on any subject touching on the merits of this case. Remember that the decision of the jury must be unanimous, and the foreperson should be certain that each member of the jury is in complete agreement with the verdict. After the final vote of the jury, the foreperson should check the appropriate boxes as to each charge, then sign and date the verdict slips and notify the court officer that you have reached a unanimous verdict. You will then be brought back into the courtroom where the foreperson will deliver the verdicts to the court. I'm going to see counsel before we reduce your number to 12.
Well, gonna stick around for a little in case the verdict comes back quickly. Yeah, I wouldn't like it either. I hope that you've enjoyed this journey with me, guys. It's been a long year. I was literally just reading on X. Another person, as a second person in 2 days, that said something that was defamatory or slanderous about me. This was a good one. This person didn't want to argue the fact that their defense just threw Colin out of their conspiracy and said that it was on purpose, because they said, "Oh no, it's not on purpose." I said, "Well, your defense just said it was." They said, "Oh, I'm not going to argue your ignorance." I said, "That means you have no arguments for your facts." And they said, and I quote, "Oh, your 5 minutes of fame was up when you stole donations." Like, first of all, donations to my channel are, for me, genius. Secondly, you're the second person in 2 days to literally, that's called slander. It's called defamation. I think I've been very clear that my attorney's doing it on contingency. It doesn't matter how many of you he has to go after to hold people accountable so that this never happens again. You'll get one warning from me, and that's it. I've done 2 50-50s on my channel, one for Karen, one for the dispatcher. The one for Karen is still posted to her thing to this day, and the video is still up. The one for the dispatcher, same thing. I did one raffle to raise money for my husband to do the World Series softball last year. All of the products except one I owned myself. They were my products. Okay, brand new. So once again, I was raising that money for that specific purpose. That's what it was used for. So maybe before you go and spread lies, because someone told you so, take the time to do the research, because otherwise you're slandering and defaming someone because someone else said it. And that's clearly, you've learned no lessons in this whole fucking trial.
All right, so Mr.
Maybe
Clerk,
it'll
will you
take the
choose
legal
alternates,
action for these
please?
people to understand. You can't hide behind a fake account because Twitter has to answer subpoenas. Whether they like it or not, they do answer them.
Could the juror sitting in seat number 3, who is juror 79, step down and take your place as an alternate? And the juror sitting in seat number 2, juror 14.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we need to swear in the court officers. They're going to be in charge of you during your deliberations. I suggest that you listen to the oath that they are taking so that you can be aware of their responsibilities. Now you can swear them, Mr. Clerk.
You swear that you will keep this jury and alternates in some separate but convenient place until they agree, that you not suffer any person to speak to them, nor speak to them yourselves, nor ask them if they are agreed, nor suffer them to disperse until they're discharged of their verdict, except by further order of the court, so help you God. Thank you.
All right. So, jurors, I need not remind you that you have an important responsibility, but I believe that you will bring to bear all the wisdom and the judgment and conscience that you possess in reaching your verdict in this case. All that we can expect from you is that you decide the case with integrity and with principle. We all expect you to reach an impartial verdict dictated by your logic, without bias, without prejudice or sympathy, and not prompted by any facts except those that you have heard here in the court during trial. We are looking for impartial judgment dictated by your reasoning and the fullest discharge of your oaths as jurors. You may now retire and deliberate your verdict.
Jurors, this time taking your notebooks. All rise, follow me.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are on jury watch.
Yeah. We have deliberations, y'all. Let's see how long it takes. I'm going to be here for a little while in case the jury comes back quickly.
I do agree that Heels, I believe, would be fully satisfied right now. And when you're done
Yes,
with this
I think so.
Heels, please bring Sebastian home.
All right. So, counsel, I'll give you a
Yeah.
few minutes to work with Mr. McDermott on the verdict slip, and then I'll come back.
All right, so I'm gonna
Thank you.
mute her for a minute. She's gonna come back out, so I'm gonna mute her while they give us Fanny. But to finish what I was saying before, maybe these people will learn to stop defaming and slandering people when they start getting subpoenas to show up in civil court. Because at what point do you stop defaming and slandering people and repeating and parroting lies about people before you realize it hurts real people to do so? Like, it hurts real fucking people, dude. I think I've suffered enough with the, defaming and slandering, hence why I had to get an attorney, because these people don't know how to stop. Thankfully, my attorney takes it on contingency, which means I don't have to pay them anything until I win something. But because it's so blatant and obvious, they're clearly not going to learn. I think they can hide behind, anonymous Twitter accounts. What they don't seem to realize is Twitter does all the time respond to subpoenas. Subpoenas. That means Twitter gives the information of whose account and IP address to the authorities. They trace it to you. It's not rocket science, y'all. But remember, you can't hide behind you can try if you want. You're going to fail miserably. But maybe before you type something about someone, think about what you're doing. Go try to confirm that before you say something effing stupid.
In other words,
Okay?
Elon talks a good game, but don't trust him.
Yeah, no shit. But it's like, dude, bro, this whole nobody listens to you because we heard that you stole donations. First of all, I'm my own channel. My donations go to me, dumbasses. Number one. Number two, I've done 2 50/50s in all of this channel's entirety. And they both went to the people it was supposed to. Not only did I post evidence of it, okay, but I still have the emails, and the evidence for Karen's is literally still on her fundraiser. To this day, you can go and look at it. The videos are all still up. And Janelle, the poor dispatcher, had to come out and say, that is a lie. She got her. Not only did I do a 50/50 for her because I felt bad because Aiden wasn't helping her, but I was on the phone with her calculating it right when the show ended to make sure that it was 50% exactly. So these are the things people don't seem to realize. The basket that I raffled with all of the products that I owned except one, and that person then didn't give that product because Turtle Douche said, I must be faking it or something. And so then they decided not to answer me. And that was because the dispatcher didn't feel comfortable giving her address yet. She thought people were showing up at her house and she didn't like that idea yet. So she waited a while to give me the address. So I didn't reach back out to that lady because I had said to her, don't send it to me, just send it to the person who wins. Who does that if they're trying to take it? Doesn't make sense. Secondly, all of the products in that basket, over $2,000 worth of brand new high-end beauty products, were mine. They belonged to me. To me. They belong to me, you idiots. They didn't belong to anyone else. All of those products, aside from one, which we never got, belonged to me. So, again, when you don't know what the F you're talking about, maybe don't say shit because you're an idiot. So poor Janelle, the dispatcher, I had to come out and be like, yeah, guys, I don't know where the fuck you heard that, but that is not true. Her 50/50 went straight to her. I not only posted the screenshots, but I'm the one who helped her change the name to Z Dispatcher from her name. Dumbasses. And what was funny was the people who were like, oh, it must be doctored, but then they're donating to the same @Z Dispatcher tag for Venmo when Aiden does decide to finally help after 1,000 people asked him if he was going to, and after I tried with my very small channel. Okay. So the person that won the basket in a live stream, video still up, said, give it to Janelle. And that's exactly what I did. There's 2 people involved because one person came to pick it up for her because I don't drive. Okay. So she got the basket plus the things that I bought her while I was in Florida because I felt really bad that happened to her. Like, you know? So it's like, I'm tired. I'm tired of being defamed and slandered. When, first of all, I didn't have to decide to do a 50-50 for anyone. I don't have to decide to donate 50% of my donations to a fucking single soul on planet Earth, dude. Okay? Let's just make something abundantly clear. I chose to help because that's the kind of person that I am. I want to help. If I can, I want to help. And I thought Karen might be innocent. So I did a 50-50 to help. And I did a 50-50 to help Janelle because she had no job at that point, no income coming in. And Aiden had promised he would and didn't. Didn't until I did. And then other people started putting pressure on him. So the fact that Janelle even had to come out and write these things on Facebook to say, no, I don't know where you guys are hearing that, but that's not true. I most certainly did get 50%. She most certainly did give me the basket. So once again, if you're going to parrot lies, maybe you should go check. I don't delete my videos. They're all still up, geniuses. They're all still there. There's a reason I leave them up because whatever my opinion was in the past, you can clearly see it change. I'm not going to delete them because I had a different opinion. I'm sorry. I don't need to dirty delete. Not a thing. Like, but what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to tolerate people continuing to slander and defame me because the sewer turtle told them so. Or one of the sewer turtle mob people told them so. They also told you guys that I apparently went to Jen McCabe's Christmas party and I've never met Jen McCabe. So there's that. Yeah. Also, just an FYI, you guys, Aiden did like a 50-50 for Karen and did not give Karen 50%. So if you want to go find a discrepancy, you can go there and find it. But what you won't find is one here. My videos are still up. The literal receipts are still there. Not only just on mine, but in Janelle's Venmo, the ones I posted. Karen's is still on her fundraiser. You can literally go back and look at it. It's still there. Like, right. That's
So
exactly it. I said something to help Janelle. People kept asking, like, oh, Aiden, you said you were going to donate $1,000 to her. Like, if something ever happened to her, well, something's happening to her. She's getting charged now or might be charged now. Like, aren't you going to help? Aren't you going to help? Aren't you going to help? I got sick and tired of people asking him. And it's the only reason why he actually helped. You knew he would look like an asshole.
Trying to leave the courtroom during instructions. Her brother, like he did during Lolly's closing.
I don't know. I couldn't see who was trying to leave during instruction, but I get that it would be distracting, you know. But if you can, make sure you give a like and a share. Yep. This is what they don't realize. All of the shit, like all of that is what Twitter gets when a subpoena comes in. So if you think you're hiding behind a fake account, thank you, Val, for pointing it out because you're an amazing PI and that's why I love you. And if you guys haven't checked out Val, McGilvery, Valerie McGilvery, she's still over on Twitter and she's a fantastic PI and a fantastic friend.
I like her.
Yep. If you have not checked her out on Twitter, you should do that now.
Speaking of Twitter, the Twitter cope is off the rails right now. No, Paul O'Keefe didn't jump the rail and try to murder.
Oh, yeah.
No,
That didn't happen.
Brian
Sorry.
Albert is not carrying, nor is he wearing a bulletproof vest.
No. And yes, Mary, you are right. That did happen. Janelle told Aiden, I have the text messages to prove it. She told him to correct it, and he refused to correct it. So that tells you how much the man corrects false information. He outright refused. Yes, this is Val's at for Twitter. In case you were wondering, that's it. At Skipboo. And she is fantastic at what she does. Oh my God.
Found me
my freaking
over
computer.
the weekend. We bumped into each other in one of those insane cope threads, and she found me.
Oh, yep.
I like her.
I love it. You guys would really get along. Val's a great person. Verdict watch. It's a jury deliberations have begun in mass v. Karen Reed. Killer or cover-up murder trial. Watch Court TV. Okay, well, we're going to stick around for a little because I want to see if a quick verdict comes back. But, you know, a quick verdict always means that it's a prosecutor's verdict, usually.
Oh, especially with that convoluted defense. If they come back today, I don't think they buy the defense.
I don't think they buy it either, nor would I if I was a juror. So there's that. But while we are here, if you guys could just like do me a huge favor and like give the channel a like. And if you haven't already, maybe subscribe, maybe share it with your friends. And if you can, think about donating to the channel, because I'm a very small channel and I do only run on donations from you guys, and I do read them. So if you're not hearing me read them, that means I'm not getting them. So I appreciate the $10 earlier from Jess, and I did get ginger ale with it because I needed the damn ginger ale desperately. It actually seems to be settling my stomach. But I appreciate you guys so much. Oh, wait, I got something here. It's too funny. Anonymous sends $5 to PayPal and says, "Help, Twisted stole $5 from my PayPal. LOL." I think I appreciate you. Thank you so much. You guys are too funny. Even when I'm sick, you guys know how to make me laugh. I can't. I literally can't. Oh man, do I love you guys. Seriously. Even when I'm in a shitty mood, you guys could put a smile on anyone's face, for real. See, this is why I appreciate you guys so much, because like, not only do I get to come here and say my piece and think, tell you guys what I think when it comes to the legal standpoint of things, which is like my passion. It's a reason why I've been a volunteer advocate for 18 years. It would be great if I could get some, hey, somebody call ARCA and ask them how can I get some government contracts to be an advocate, to get paid for what I do, because I spend countless hours helping people and I don't get paid to do it because it's the right fucking thing to do. But that'd be great. Like, can I get some government contracts, ARCA? Like, the only difference between me and ARCA is I am not going to sugarcoat shit just because I have said government contract. They're contracting me because they like my work, but I am certainly not going to skew the results because you have a contract. That's not going to happen. So there's the difference between me and ARCA. I mean, a nonprofit would be great, but like, you really can't profit on a nonprofit. You can and you can't. So it's like, I think my work is valuable in the work that I do to help other people. And I've been doing it for 18 years for free. I just feel like, at what point do I branch out and start, getting paid? But most of the people that I help are poor, just like me. So they can't afford to pay for it. So it's got to come from somewhere, right? Like, yeah, you pay yourself a salary. That's true. But I think you got to have money even to start a nonprofit. You got to register as a 501c and all that stuff. I would. Yes, I would.
will say that Dr. Wolf gave very solid, very scientific evidence based on the information he was given. Now, a lot of people said that, the fact that he didn't change his conclusion means that, it wouldn't have meant no. I saw on his face the same look I see on mine every time an owner lies to me. He was pissed. He couldn't change his conclusion because he didn't have access to the evidence. So he can't change his conclusion. He can't just willy-nilly say, oh, well, that may have changed. No, he can only testify to what he was presented. He was only presented half the information. But when he found that out, he was pissed. Now, Dr. Rentschler did the opposite. He actually seemed to enjoy the fact that it turned out they were only given half the evidence. Dr. Wolf was pissed. But the Twitter cope is doing what Twitter does. Most of the people who are going, oh, there was absolutely zero evidence, also said that they slept through Lolly's closing. Well, it's really easy to pretend there's no evidence when you literally close your eyes to it. Terry, is that Dr. Rentschler's first name?
definitely something I love to do as a nonprofit. That would be definitely something that I would absolutely love to do. And I know amazing people that I could employ, you know. But then again, I got too many other things to worry about before that, like, you know, rent and place to live and a car that I don't have before I would do any of that. But that's a good idea. It is a good idea. But I mean, the stuff that I'm reading on Twitter, it's like, I mean, again, we talked about this the other day. These are the same people who are literally saying like it's a dog treat on John's shirt. The pig is a dog treat. What they don't seem to realize with their non-brain cells is in order for the dog to eat the dog treat and it be on John's shirt, it has to be entwined with the fucking DNA from the dog's mouth. You absolute geniuses. Like, I literally can't. Like, or people saying things like, oh, the witnesses are going to jail. Like, apparently you guys missed the memo. You missed the memo.
Oh yeah, they're expecting that's why the Brian and Jen and Colin and Carrie, that's why they were there, was so the FBI could arrest them after the non-guilty.
Yeah, I mean, do you know how ridiculous that sounds? Like, not only did the FBI literally okay the attorneys and with the judge. See, this is what people don't understand because they don't understand how the legal system works. They don't understand that before the attorneys were allowed to say in open court that the FBI is not going after them, they're not targets, they're not being investigated. Like, before the attorneys were allowed to say that, the judge was informed as well by the Department of Justice. So, like, they all knew, right? Like, before they were allowed to say this in open court, the FBI talked to the attorneys of these people and then talked to the judge. And that's why it was allowed to be said in open court. They seem to think that, like, oh, well, only the attorneys said that. That's not true. It is. The FBI spoke to them and also told the judge that they were allowed to say this in open court. Like, are you guys fucking retarded? Like, come on, stop it. Like, stop. Like, they are not being, yeah, dog treat, attack John. You know, it flew through the air and did acrobatics and yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep.
I think the single, and I mean, zealous defense, they're doing their job. But the single dumbest thing Alan Jackson did this morning was try to convince people in Massachusetts that the ground doesn't freeze rock freaking solid in January.
Okay. Yeah. So Mr. California might want to go back to California. Okay. We could not bury my grandmother. She died January 7th. Okay. Not of this year, but Riley was a month old and Riley's 6. So it was 2018. January 7th of 2018. We could not bury her until April because the ground was frozen, y'all. So what Mr. California doesn't seem to realize is the ground freezes here in Mass at a certain time of year and doesn't unfreeze until springtime there, bub. And whether it's snowing or not, because of the temperatures we have in New England, you absolute genius. And again, he doesn't read the room. Do you know who you're talking to? You're talking to people who live in New England that have probably slipped in their front driveway more than once.
And my husband slipped on our front grass last winter and dislocated his shoulder.
My grandmother fell on ice near the driveway and skidded into the grass and broke her wrist.
And even in Illinois, the ground freezes that solid. The cemeteries here both have crypts that they keep bodies in until the ground is thawed enough to actually bury them.
My sister lives in Indiana, and she says it gets pretty cold there too.
Yeah, and I'm in northern Illinois. I'm in southern Illinois, for God's sake, and it freezes solid here. You guys are about 150, 200 miles north of me.
Yep. Yeah, my sister, she lives in Indiana. My older sister lives in Indiana, and she says it gets pretty cold out there, like in the winter. So it's like, I mean, this is New England we're talking about here, dude. Like New England weather. It's literally like you can have 70 degrees today and it can be 20 degrees tomorrow in June. Like dude, we had 70 temps in I think it was November and December last year, which never happens. Like is all over the place. I remember one year there was a huge snowstorm on April 1st. I'll never forget that snowstorm. It was in the 90s. It was like 1995 or 6, somewhere around there. Like, and there was a huge snowstorm on April 1st. This is New England, dude. You can't, predict the weather, but normally it is freezing the ground between the end of November and the beginning of December every year until about March or April. And my husband built pools for a living for 10 years, and they had to stop working because of the ground freezing. And that's how they would gauge when they would stop working, is when the ground froze, and when they would start working as to when the ground stopped being frozen. Like, I don't want to be cremated. I kid you not. I want to be frozen. So 1,000 years from now, when they figure out how to bring us back, I want to come back to a futuristic world. So somebody freeze me. So serious. Maybe they can reverse the aging process as well. Yeah. Yeah. Ground freezes, dude. Like, it's simple.
And no matter how much the defense wants to play this down, this was one of the most severe snowstorms since the blizzard of 78, which buried the whole eastern
I'll tell you
of the
why,
country.
too. I will tell you all why, because in recent years, we haven't gotten a lot of snow in the wintertime, which is not normal for us. Normally, we get 5 to 6 big storms a year. And that year just happened to be one of the years that we hadn't gotten snow since, like, I'd say about 2018, and any big snowstorms. And so that was one of the biggest ones since then. So, I mean, I think it was 27. No, hold on. What are we in now? So 2013 or 2014, where we had like a ridiculous amount of snow that year. And then we didn't see shit really until 2021. So yeah, it was quite a lot of snow. And to be fair, that area, Canton, it actually even in Canton itself, that small town, it went from like a lot over on this side of town to less over on this side of town, because not even all of Norfolk County got as much as they got in that area of Canton.
Yeah, the blizzard of
They had like the
78
eye. Yep, that was the biggest one we ever had. The blizzard of 7. The blizzard of
I remember my
78.
dad was a prison guard, and he was snowed in at the barracks at the prison for 10
Yep.
days.
Oh, there was one year, and I want to say it was 2017, that they wanted us, while I was working at the prison, to sleep on cots in the prison because we were getting a huge snowstorm, and they obviously you need to be there. You're essential personnel. And so we were like, yeah, we're not doing that. They had to like rent hotel rooms up the street, and then they had to send cops to come get us and bring us to work. So
My
but
dad
that
also got
storm,
a school bus the morning of the 78 blizzard. They hadn't canceled school. My mom put us on the school bus. My dad got home from work, followed the school bus, chased it down, and took us off of it to take us home.
yeah, there was I think it was it was like 2016 or 2015 maybe, where from my street down 2 streets were the only ones who had power for 7 days when I lived in Rhode Island. And then everything after it was out of power. So the corner store had power, my street had power, one other street had power. All the rest of Pawtucket, Rhode Island had no power. My friend lived about 4 streets down, and she had to bring everything over to my house because she had no heat. She had no fridge, so she had to bring all of her food over to my house because I was one of 2 streets. Only 2 streets kept power, and I was one of those 2 streets at my apartment. We were so lucky. It was 7 damn days before people got power. 7 days. And then there was a big uproar because it should have never taken that long. Oh, hey, Jules. Where you been, girl? Jules, everybody. Jules, everybody.
Hello, Jules. So
How's
the rest of that was
Twitterverse, Jules?
Don't trust your soul to no fancy pants West Coast lawyer who don't even know what ground is.
Read the room, dude. Like, read the fucking room, Jackson. Like, what? Like, sorry, but we're here in New England where the ground does freeze, sir. So you sound like an idiot talking to people who have lived in it for God knows how long, probably their whole lives. You absolute moron. How's the Twitterverse, Jules? Oh, they're losing it. Oh, yeah. Sounds about right. Sounds
Oh yeah,
about
they're saying she was pissed and she stormed out and she was yelling and I don't know.
What, Karen was?
No, the
Or
juror.
the juror. Oh, the juror, yeah. Yep. That's what happened. It was power lines that the ice took down back then. But, apparently they lost a favorite juror. Oh, well, wah, wah, wah. Well, maybe, just maybe, your juror obviously did something improper. That's clearly obvious. They don't just dismiss jurors without some sort of evidence of it. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, Jules is probably one of the first people that pointed out that poke on John's hand looked like an IV line. I think she was the very first person to point out that poke on his hand months and months and months and months ago looked like an IV line. And then I looked at it and I was like, oh shit, she's right. Like that does look like an IV line.
Yeah, it does look like there was an infiltrated vein right there.
That's exactly what it looks like. Yep. That's exactly what it looks like.
Which at that temperature would be happening left, right, and center. Everywhere they tried to poke him, they would go right through because his veins were frozen solid.
Yep. It's like Jules said, she was an EMT for 17 years. She said, I've seen cracked skulls on grass, slipping off sidewalks, and it was absolutely from a bad needle stick. You can tell because the vein blew up. That's where he gets the bruising from. And if you try to get me in my hand like that, it's exactly what will happen. You can't, I have little tiny rolly veins in my hand, so they don't even try anymore. They don't even stick my hands anymore. They have to get me like upper on the outside of my arm. Well, I mean, that's possible.
If she is an FKR, she will find a camera.
Yeah, facts, she will.
She absolutely will.
I mean, once you're dismissed as a juror, you have no obligation to shut the fuck up. So, yeah, me too. One time they had to use like a machine that they run over your arm to see where they can find a vein. Yeah, we were talking about that a little while ago. No body shots whatsoever, right? You're talking about no body shots for people that they're claiming are trained boxers. Yeah, not possible. Not effing possible. Sorry, sorry.
What's with the going back to the no bruises below his shoulders? Every wound on his arm was below his shoulder. His knee was bruised. What are we talking about?
He had little marks too on his body in different places. There was stuff. Also, he had internal damage, which is below the neck. It's just a talking point they've been using for over a year that the sewer turtle put out there after they gave it to him. So they just want to keep going with that thing.
I have to run a quick errand. I will be back.
I hear the grin, baby. Okay. I'm here. If it was a fight, he would have injuries on both sides and DNA on his clothing from others. Exactly. When they found nobody else's DNA for a single thing. Not for a single thing. That's, you know what I mean? Like, if you can't use your brain and say, holy shit, all this shit that we were told isn't true. The taillight was not found on top of the snow. The Alberts and McCabe's were not in on some grand scheme. I knew they were going to be there this morning. And I said something to Bree this morning. I said, just pay close attention to who walks in this morning. She's like, who? I'm like, I can't, and I thought it was an amazing thing for them to do, as they should bravely and proudly sit there. They've been harassed and defamed enough, just as I have, and it's time for it to stop. Absolutely, Jules. Thank you for stopping by. I think we see a verdict in the next hour. That's not good for Karen. I think there's a lot of conjecture and nonsense that the defense just spewed out of their pores. But again, Jackson didn't know how to read the room. Talk soon. You're talking to a bunch of people from New England, my dude, okay, that have probably slipped and fell about 1 billion times on grass or dirt or their yards while, shoveling. Like, come on, guy, stop it. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's just ridiculous to think that your theory, and again, the defense removed Colin from their theory in their closing. Anybody else notice that? Or is that just me? Completely removed Colin from that theory just now. Oh, yeah, I bet he is. That would not shock me. I guarantee you he's trying to right this very second. I'd be surprised if he didn't wait 2 minutes once she stormed out behind her to try to talk to her, because that's who he is, everyone. That is who he is. It's gross, but it's true. He's a disgusting, vile filth machine who gets down in the sewer. So, yeah, that's the kind of shit he does. It's gross, but, true. Let's see what kind of nonsense I'm going to see on Twitter. Let's see what we can find today. What rumors can we dispel while we're waiting for a verdict here? Let's see. Oh, well, the person that wanted to defame and slander me hasn't responded. Hey, maybe at Boss Lady 2705, the facts matter 2705 lady. The facts do matter, right? So facts matter when you go and defame and slander someone, when the information is out there for you to check. So if your name's going to be Facts Matter 2705 on Twitter, maybe, I don't know, maybe you should actually go by facts and not things that you heard from someone else, because those are not facts, ma'am. So ridiculous. Like, some of these people, it's just amazing to me, the things that they say. Like, do you read before you hit the send button? Like, do you at all? Like, because to me, it's utterly ridiculous. Let's see if we have some good gems here. Reasonably should have known. If a reasonably should have known is the thing. Reasonably should have known. And that's what I love, is it should have been reasonably should have known. Any normal person reasonably should have known that driving at night, DUIing in the snow, would cause that. It's kind of common sense, right? Like, but I think it's very telling. Very telling that the defense had to go in with their last bit of whatever, with their, closing, and lie through their teeth some more. Like, if you don't think that the jury noticed that they were, not. Thank you, Mary. That they were lying. Like, if you don't think that they knew that they were playing conjecture, like, come on. Oh, yeah. We all got suits for slander and defamation. We sure can do. A lot of us do, because of a lot of our lives have been turned upside down because of it. And I think it's disgusting that these people continue to do it. You're still parroting bullshit that someone else told you. 9 out of 10 times it's coming from a sewer turtle. Like, what in the F and F? Like, what do you mean? Like, it's nonsense. Absolute nonsense. So, I mean, it's amazing some of the things these people say. It literally is. The dog treat thing gets me the most. I'm like, you guys are absolute geniuses. Yeah, the dog treat is still on John's clothes, but not John's. And someone said the other day, like, oh, Proctor probably washed the sleeve off. So he washed off his regular DNA, but not the dog treat that's intertwined with it. Sure. You guys are absolute fucking geniuses. Let me tell you. Absolute motherfucking geniuses. I love it. So I'd like to read this. Yeah, and left blood. Yeah, exactly. He left everything else on the shirt but the DNA. Like, again, absolute geniuses we're talking about. Like, well, she did around 5 something in the morning, which is probably what Lucky saw was Karen's car. That she did go back before she went to Jen McCabe's. Yeah, exactly. You wouldn't drive around to the place you were looking for him like that. It's because they know now that she went back. So now it's try to explain around why she went back, right? It's like, oh, she drove everywhere else, but she didn't go to Fairview. Like the one place she dropped him off. Like, why wouldn't she go to the one place she dropped him off? Like, stupidest argument on planet Earth. Like, and she last saw him. Wouldn't that be where she went? Like, common sense. Yes, I saw that. It's downloading now on my phone. My phone is old and slow, so it's downloading now. That's why I said, thank you, Mary. So I'm going to read Tuesday Gazette. This is also someone you guys should follow if you like truth and not somebody sugarcoating shit for you. Tuesday says, no matter what the verdict is, I believe in the innocence of every single witness here who has been slandered and verbally abused relentlessly for over a year. The defense tactics outside the courthouse have been an utter disgrace to our judicial system and has left a trail of victims in its wake. Those who support this type of public mob mentality need to remember that the mob can turn on YouTube anytime, any day. If it fits their conspiracy and mass hysteria, the vigilante behavior you helped feed will have no mercy on you. We should all hold our power system accountable if we feel there is a problem. But this does not give you the right to scare people's children. Stalk citizens at their place of work for YouTube clicks or market a sensationalized storyline as fact. Do better, America. I believe Jen McCabe. I believe Brian Albert. I believe Colin Albert. I believe their families. I believe Kerry Roberts. I believe all the emergency personnel. I believe John's niece and nephew. And most importantly, I believe Karen Reed when she said she hit him and that she fucking hates him. Bravo, Tuesday. Bravo. Brav frickin' o. Abs-fricking-lutely. Well said. I couldn't have said it better myself, Tuesday. Yes, we are still here. We're going to wait around a little, see if maybe a jury comes back quickly with some sort of verdict. You know, because if they do, we'll be here for it. You know, I hope, you know, I'm actually glad that, not that I'm glad that I had to deal with harassment and defamatory statements that they keep putting out there. Not that I have to deal with all that, but I'm glad that when it happened, that I did lose the donations of people like that. I'm glad that I lost the viewership of people like that, because those are not the types of people that I want on my channel. Those are not the type of viewers that I want. I want people who use their brains. I want people who can be kind to one another, even if they don't disagree, right? Like, you don't have to call each other names if you disagree on something. Nobody's ever going to agree on something 100%. You know what I mean? Like, everybody's going to have their own ideas. But what I'm not for is to continue saying free Karen Reed if I knew that that was not true. And for me, and Mary can confirm this, when I got pneumonia and I was so sick for 6 weeks, I couldn't stream, I couldn't do anything. I was having these awful coughing fits. Poor Mary on the phone with me was probably sick of me at that point, coughing while I'm trying to talk to her. But I got all this evidence thrown in my lap. Like, hey, Elise, you might want to look at this. And I was like, oh, shit. Shiitake. I thought she was innocent, but clearly, with what I am looking at, she is very much not innocent. And I had to make a choice. The choice was continue to say free Karen Reed and let my channel continue to grow, as small as it was, continue to allow the donations to come in that was feeding my family and keeping me afloat, or take my integrity and say, fuck all of that. Clearly what I was just given shows that she's not innocent and I need to say so. And that was a hard fucking choice to make, knowing it was going to affect me and my family. But it wasn't hard in the sense that I have to look myself in the mirror. And I'm not going to compromise my integrity for fucking any sort of clicks or views or donations. I'm not going to do it. Sorry, not fucking sorry. I will never apologize for that, ever. I will never apologize for leaving my videos up from when I thought she was innocent. I will never apologize for any of it. The only people I owed apologies to were the Alberts and McCabe's, and I gave those. And, you know, I never went to these rolling rallies or booing of the family. I didn't do any of that. I didn't go to any of that. I probably said some not so nice things, not about the O'Keefe, but my point is I had to be a big girl and say, you know what, I was wrong and I apologize. And then I had to come back and I had to correct the information. Because if I'm going to put information out there that might not be true and I found out clearly it's being contradicted by this, then I need to correct it. Okay? I have to. Like, it's my duty to do it. If I gave it out, I got to correct it. And you got to suck up your pride to do so. You have to suck it up and just fucking do it. You know? You have to. Like, yeah, the second you don't agree with them, they attack all. And Tuesday's right. It doesn't matter who you are. The second you don't bow down to their leader, the one that I realized could lie so boldly to all of his viewers simply because he was mad I didn't lie for him and that he got caught lying to multiple women and cheating on multiple women because I didn't lie for him. Then he was able to just say a bunch of bullshit about me, a bunch of lies, a bunch of crap, knowing it wasn't true, and just say it and then just call me bad. I'm a bad person. I'm, this, I'm that, I'm everything that he says that I am and I must be because he said so. And it's like, bro, if you're going to go and believe all that, then you have no critical thinking skills. If you don't realize that he attacked for no reason out of left field, out of nowhere, and that his reasoning that he gave did not match what actually really happened. And obviously people behind the scenes know that, but even some of those people who were behind the scenes knowing that still backed up the lie because they were too afraid to say to him, that's wrong. What you're doing is wrong. That's not true. What you're doing is wrong. Some of these people to this day are still so far up his ass, you can spit them out. What they don't realize is he will turn on you in about 7 seconds if you don't do exactly what he says when he says it. So I don't know what world you live in, but nobody tells me what I can and can't do. Not Karen Reed, not Sewer Turtle, no one. That the world I come from, I am my only boss. Thank you very much. No one else. Like, no. You can have an opposing viewpoint and stick to the arguments without attacking the person. It doesn't seem that these people can do that, which is really sad. But it's like they're learning their behavior from a sewer turtle who's been proven pathological liar. It's everyone else but himself. It's always everyone else. He's always the victim. It's everyone else. And the Alberts and the McCabe's have paid the price. Lindsay's paid the price. People who have told the truth, like me or Kevin, have paid the price. Yeah, no. Going in real life is the most ridiculous, stupid. Like, if you have the time to do that, then you really need to find a hobby. Like, really find a hobby, honestly. I knew what I was going to lose when I came to say that I didn't think she was innocent. I knew what I was going to lose by dealing with him. But what I wasn't willing to do was lie. I'm not going to lie for him. I'm not going to lie for Karen. I'm not going to lie for anyone because it's not my fucking job to lie for anyone. I have my own set of boundaries. And if you can't follow my boundaries, then I don't need to be associated with you. And I'm not going to lie for you. It's not my fucking job. And we're talking about not little white lies, like, stupid shit. We're talking big, giant, go along with, just keep saying she's innocent when clearly you have a bunch of shit in front of your face that said she's not. I'm not going to do that. I'm also not going to lie when someone asks me a question just because he decided he was going to get caught up in it because he lied to multiple women. That's not my problem. I didn't know he was going to get himself caught that way. All I did was answer a question Lindsay asked me at the Halloween party. That's it. That's all I did. That's all I did. It's literally all I did. I answered a question. And because of that, I became his publicly enemy number one because Lindsay was able to figure out that he was lying to her. And lying to Lauren and still cheating on his wife and lying to Kara and just the list goes on and on. All because I just answered a simple question that I didn't lie about. It's not my fucking job to lie for anybody. So if I become public enemy number one because I didn't lie for his lies, that tells you what type of person he is. It's that simple. It's that simple. Yeah, that was a cute one too, keeping the picture. Like, come on, dude. So ridiculous. Like, absolutely. I was blamed for pictures that I never took at the Halloween party too, because 2 people on that side were too afraid to come out and say, you know what? Stop blaming Elise for that. She didn't take those. I did. They were too afraid of being attacked by him themselves that they wouldn't come clean even though they knew I was being blamed for it. I mean, I'm sorry, but in my world, you are a shitty fucking person. I would never allow somebody to be blamed for something that I did that was innocent anyway. Like, you took a picture, so what? Took a fucking picture, so what? Like, but what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to be blamed for taking pictures I didn't take. Me and Mary were on the phone with my like phone company trying to get these like the whole thing of text messages to this person to prove that I never took or sent a picture to them. Like, for like 2 hours, I argued with the guy from my phone company. Like, ridiculous. Yeah, I didn't take the pictures. Someone else did, and they admitted to it later on, and I have those screenshots still. Like, it's just absolute crap. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to be blamed for what someone else did, and then they try to downplay it. Like, I didn't know you were mad about the pictures. I've never heard anything about the pictures. Dude, what do you mean? People have been talking about it and talking about it. It's one of the reasons why Aiden started attacking me. I have the messages from him to prove so. So, yeah. Pictures I never took. So there's that. It's just ridiculous to me. These are the people that we're dealing with, though. It's literally what we're dealing with, the people with no common sense. And the people who are too afraid to stand up to him. Like, yeah, the guy said I needed a subpoena. I was like, I'm not getting a subpoena for my own stuff. I don't need that person's stuff. I just need everything I sent to that number. Not anything they sent me, only what I sent to that number. The guy was like, you need a subpoena. I'm like, no, the fuck I don't. It's my own phone records. I don't need a subpoena for my own phone records, you absolute moron. If I was asking for someone else's, yes, I would need a subpoena. I was asking for only mine. Like, I pay for that, right? Like, I pay for that. So, yeah, no, you shouldn't need a subpoena for that. All right, let's see. Let's see what we got over here on the cesspool of Twitter that we can show you guys. Let's see. See some ridiculousness. Let's see. What can we see? Okay. Yep. Vince Edwards makes a very good point on Twitter. He says about 13 minutes ago that he had to give himself a break from this case. The amount of lies being spread and regurgitated by stupid people finally wore him out. His faith in people is far less now because of all the easily swayed, free, hear, and read people out here. Further proof of how much misinformation rules our world. And that's exactly what I was literally just saying to you guys. Like, it's sad that this can happen, but this can happen. Oh, she hides. What do you mean? She hides. She hides from the camera because she knows how stupid it makes her look being there with him and his new girlfriend and trying to rope all of his ex-girlfriends into going and, quote, supporting him just for the look of it. It looks stupid and you make yourself look stupid to support him. Like, and it's because, and I hate to say this, but the girl doesn't have any self-esteem. And she will do whatever he says because, I don't know, she seems to think one day he'll come back. I don't know. But what I do know is he has done a lot to hurt her, a lot to ruin her life. And instead she blames it on other people and not him. And one day she'll wake up and one day she'll realize it was him who did all the damage to her life and his actions that caused all that damage. And she'll stop blaming other people and she'll get some self-esteem and realize that she was being emotionally and mentally abused. But nobody can help her until she realizes that, because now it's like Stockholm's. You're defending the abuser, dude. Like, it's sad, but it's true. It happens. Like, it actually happens. But she will. If she sees the camera coming towards her, she'll hide so that you can't see her. But she's there. Yep. Can't help someone who doesn't want help, you know? Nothing but a good friend, and then you're gonna shit on me because he said so. Like, I'm sorry. Nope. Don't ever ask for my help or friendship ever again, because you'll never get it. You don't get those second chances with me. Dude, I'm a very loyal friend, and that's what most people know about me is the people that I care about I'm very loyal to, probably to a fault. So you're lost, not mine. Not mine. You choose to surround yourself with shitty people. I choose not to. I'm all set with that. Like, people still on Twitter saying things like, oh, they're going to jail. The witnesses are going to jail. No, they're not. They're not being investigated for anything. They're not the target of any investigation. And some idiotic person was like, that's not one person isn't the target. That's why. Like, oh my God, you guys are idiots. No, the FBI has to have a target to their investigation, even if it's multiple targets, and they are not. I don't know what part of they're not you're not quite understanding, but they're not. Like, because a sewer turtle told you so. Like, you're still going to believe that. Like, what is wrong with you people? He knows they're not going to be arrested or go to jail. He knows the FBI is not coming out of anywhere to arrest the Alberts and McCabe's. They haven't done anything wrong. Like, let's get real here. I'd be ashamed of myself if I was her too. You know, I went to support her and not him at her court date. And still, this is what I'm saying. You do something nice for someone and it's like no good deed goes unpunished. Like, you just, you do good shit for people and they shit on you like that. So like, don't ever ask me to support you ever again until you wake the fuck up and realize that you've been duped by an abuser. It's that simple. Like, and I hope one day when she gets to that, she can make amends with the people that she hurt willingly because of it. For someone who complained a lot about being doxxed and harassed, she sure the hell didn't have any problem adding to that for other people, or allowing it to happen to other people, or allowing me to be blamed for those pictures she knew that I didn't take or send to her because she knows who did send them to her. She had no problem with that, though. So if you're going to whine and cry about your life by trolls and then you let it happen to someone else, I have no sympathy for you. No, none. I have none. I have no sympathy whatsoever. Sorry. I did at one point. I don't anymore. Like, if you allow things like that to happen to other people that happen to you because you're too afraid to come to the realization of what the truth is, or you're afraid of a sewer turtle, then it's a you problem, a you self-esteem issue. Not a me problem. Maybe one day she will make amends and apologize to those that she has hurt, but don't run around playing the victim when you're victimizing other people. It's disgusting. It's really disgusting. The amount of things I see, like, I'm like, oh, Karen's gonna be found innocent right now. First of all, if a verdict came back right now, I promise you it would not be innocent. I promise you. Okay. We're waiting for this verdict, and I'm hoping maybe we get it today. It's very possible we get it today. It's also possible that we don't get it today, you know? It's disgusting that people can still just parrot bullshit because someone else said it too. Grow up, dude. This affects people's lives. They don't seem to care. It could, but I like that the judge told them, use your common sense. And she also, just like I tried, told you guys yesterday, and I kept in, thing yesterday, that it's not just doubt, it has to be reasonable doubt. There's a reason it's called reasonable doubt, and the judge emphasized that. Sweet doubt has to be reasonable. Logical. Is it logical there's some 40-person fucking conspiracy? And also remember, the defense was hawking about Colin Albert and Jen McCabe and Kerry Roberts and all these people, but then cut it down to just Brian Higgins and Brian Albert now. Where'd your conspiracy go? Where are all these people you've been accusing this entire time? You just cut the conspiracy down? But then you just said Yuri Buchanan's in on it. Sorry, newsflash, Yuri Buchanan's not in on anything. They just threw that in there because he was with Proctor, and you can't explain away Proctor if he's with Yuri, the clothes are in his car, even though they told the world that those clothes sat in Proctor's car for weeks. People are still repeating that lie. They do have a lot of evidence to look at, but they saw it all already in trial. Remember that. So it's like they can look at everything over again, each one of them. They also could just glance over it and say, oh, I remember this. I don't need to look at the whole thing. Like, so it's like it could take till Friday, could take till the end of today. It could take till tomorrow. I think we'll see it more than likely tomorrow at some point. I'd be elated if we got something today, though. I mean, what do you think, Mary? You're the one who's been on a jury. How long did your jury take? A day, 2 days? Like, how long? And I know your case wasn't as long as this one, but I think tomorrow too, but I'm hoping still today. Still hoping today, but I'm thinking more logically tomorrow, by the end of tomorrow, which is what I said earlier. Never know. Took 2 hours, and that's a smaller case. So, yeah. I mean, yeah, good. It's possible. Anything's possible. I will be Matt Tampanick. He's an attorney. He said he'll be rendering his mock verdict this afternoon in the Karen Reed trial. I'd like to know what his mock verdict is. I would love to know. He seems to be very intelligent, in favor for the plaintiff. Yeah, that was a civil one, right? Yeah. Yep. You guys had to like calculate all how much money, millions of dollars, and all that. Yeah. Interesting. Did the judge shoot consciousness of guilt? No, I think she included it in the thing. It will render one now guilty, vehicular homicide, and leaving the scene. I think if anything, they find her guilty on at least that. On the vehicular homicide. I think the judge was very clear about the facets that need to be hit for that, and I think it's also very clear that the burden is met for those. So I love all these free Karen readers who are on this poor man's post saying, no one cares, no one cares, no one cares, all 3 in a row. You obviously do, since you took the time to write no one cares, you friggin' buffoon. Same people that write on mine. And it's like, thank you for writing on mine so I can invite you to my block party. Because I don't know you exist unless you're being a troll. So awesome. Thank you for being a troll so I can block you from my Twitter. Thanks. Join the block party of all the other idiots. Because then I don't have to deal with you. For the vehicular homicide? Is that the one you mean? Let's see. What is the time for that? What is the sentencing guidelines? Let's see. Homicide by motor vehicle. No more than 15. So 2.5 to 15. Mandatory minimum. I don't know, Elaine. Maybe if are you on top chat? Some people have to switch over from the top chat to the regular chat. Like YouTube started doing that a while ago. But you should be able to see me. Yeah, you can't. So that's the problem, is a lot of those people are very pro Karen. And so like, that's all you're going to hear, literally, like whether it's true or not. And I do know 2 of the people who are not free Karen Reed who are in that courthouse. And they tell me that basically anything you hear from Turtle Boy is basically the opposite of what actually happened. Funny enough. But let me see. Let me check if my friend wrote anything about. Oh, sorry. About what the jurors look like. Let's see. Yeah, the medical expense. Yeah, that's what I thought. The money. Yeah. Oh yeah, she'll do more time if she's convicted. No doubt, she should have taken the 16 months. We know that. Let's see. Lally bringing up the Karen Reed told niece of John, I left him at the waterfall is very powerful. The lies began immediately. Julie Grant wrote 2 hours ago, admissions, 100% Commonwealth kicks off with Karen Reed's own admissions to hitting John O'Keefe. Alan Lally calls the defense strategy a 3-card Monty trick and emphasizes there's no conspiracy. Lally kicking ass for a full half hour, 2 hours ago, and then up to an hour. I don't see anything about the jury, but I'll ask. I'll ask. Let's see. I just asked someone, and if they let me know, I'll let you guys know as soon as I know about the jury reactions. You should get notification. You hit the subscribe button, but even then, I think YouTube is weird now, where like once the person is going live, it'll send you some notification, and then you have to go to that and then hit notify me on that live for that day. I don't know why. Okay, yeah, okay, they figured it out for Elaine. Thank you guys for figuring that out for Elaine. I appreciate you. Oh God, you guys, I know I can't stand some of these people myself, but looks like the glare is going on with Sean. Anybody want to watch 5 minutes of that with me and see what ridiculousness comes out of that? You guys can say no, you don't have to do it, but I can only imagine the ridiculousness that's coming out of that, right? That will be coming out of that right now. Penalties for OUI. Vehicular manslaughter, 5 years, mandatory prison time, 20 years, 10, 15 years, or lifetime loss. Yeah, driving. She won't be able to drive. That's for damn sure. Yeah, he pushes a narrative no matter what, no matter what. Just remember that. So anything you're seeing is almost always the opposite of what he's actually saying. Let's see. Lally did do amazing. He did awesome. I know a lot of people can't watch that either. I know it makes me lose my marbles as well, but yeah, she always does that. Sean would be funny. He is kind of funny when like, how I think, for me. All right, let's do a little laugh. Let me see. Let me see. Hold on. I hate him too. I can't, you know what I'm saying? Like I can't either. Like, but I just want to see what ridiculous nonsense they could possibly be saying. You know what I'm saying? Like, what ridiculous nonsense could they possibly be saying? Like, again, the opposite of what the world saw. And that's what I find funny. Like, Emily D. Baker is live, of course. I can't. I literally can't. Oh, here we go. Oh, it's not even on yet. Well, that one's 22 hours ago. Why am I getting it? I was getting an alert for a minute ago. So here it is. Hold on. Let's see. See what it says.
The tow truck driver.
Okay.
People, they're coming in.
Well,
Obviously,
we have
don't
a
know
guy
about it.
from Dighton call in, Will, in the show.
Oh, the tow truck driver.
He said his friend is the tow truck driver. You gotta love this, Will.
The guy said
he went down to talk to him today. He said, "Dude, what's up?" He says, "You know that picture of me going into the Sally port and taking pictures of the car?" He says, "That's not me. I never went in. I never drove the car
here we
into
go. More
the Sally
conspiracy.
port." They said, "All right, here you go. We'll take the car."
We know he
did.
didn't.
It makes sense.
They did.
It's evidence.
We know they did.
Some mofo got in that car, drove it into the Sally port. It was not the tow truck driver.
We know it wasn't the tow truck driver. Genius.
This is wild. And think about it. That's just another drop.
Hold on.
I went over some of the stuff on my live stream earlier.
Stop. Okay. Stop. All of these idiots just acted like this is the first time that they've heard that it wasn't the tow truck driver that drove the car into the Sally port. We knew that during trial, you idiots. No one said that the tow truck driver drove it in. We knew the cops drove it in. They said that. Did none of you pay attention to a single word that was said at trial? Like, okay, they all just acted like this is like giant big news. Oh my God, it wasn't the tow truck driver that drove it. Bro, we know that. Did you watch the trial? Apparently not. Yuri Buchanan said, "That's me, that's Trooper Proctor. Those were the two people getting out of the car, genius. We know who drove the car in. We know it wasn't the tow truck driver. But now we're going to act like Well, the guy said he's friends with the tow truck driver, and he said that they said that their husband's dog's hamster's wife said, like, this right here is how lies start, y'all. This right here. This right here. My husband's dog's hamster's wife's, bird's friend said. Like, get the... All right, let's just watch a little more of this fucking clown show. While we're at it, if anybody would love to give a like and a subscribe, I'd really appreciate it. And if you can think about donating to the channel, I'd really appreciate it, because that's how I make a living at the moment, and I'm not living. So if you can, it's well appreciated. They haven't had sex since high school. I love it. It's like a flat earth reset they go through, free Karen Reed reset. I can't imagine them still acting like they didn't know the tow truck driver wasn't the one that drove the car into Sallyport. We know that, you geniuses. Did you watch any of the trial, or none of you guys understood a word that was said? Is that what's happening? I'm confused.
About the stuff that we know about that the jury still doesn't even know, because there's probably just not even enough time to present it to the jury.
It's amazing.
There's still exculpatory evidence.
No. False, sir. False. There is not still exculpatory evidence. Any exculpatory evidence, even ongoing during trial, has to be given. And there's plenty of time to present to the jury. The defense could have taken 6 more weeks if they wanted to, sir. They chose not to. And also, I take offense to the fact that you wrote wicked pissa, because only people from Massachusetts are allowed to say wicked pissa, you idiot. Take it down. You look stupid.
Evidence for Karen Reed that is amazing that they still didn't even go over. They never went over the 3 liters of blood.
No.
Where's that?
Well, like I said, Will, I mean,
oh my God, he didn't just say that.
Like I was
he didn't
cheating
just
on
say that. Genius. They didn't go over the 3 liters of blood because it wasn't effing relevant, and it was a BS thing you were told to stay on the conspiracy. Where'd the 3 liters? They know where the 3 liters of blood went. Where the scientists and the medical professional told them it went to. They didn't talk about it because there's nothing to talk about. Which part of that you're not understanding? There's a reason why the basement being replaced wasn't mentioned, because they got the receipts for all the work that was done through the insurance company for it. It wasn't done when you were told. There were many things that they didn't go over in trial. Why? Because they were debunked lies, sirs. I think some of you know this already. Let's not act like you don't. But I mean, really, maybe read a book, touch some grass. I don't know.
On a test, right? There is a federal investigation, and they're not going to let up. They're not going to give this gold mine up. They will not.
Well, that's the first thing
take this off
that
real
I
quick.
agree with ever. That I have ever heard anything said on the glare is the one thing I would agree with. You're right, Sean. And let me just full disclosure here. Okay. I don't agree with Sean's take on this. I don't agree with anything free Karen Reed with him at all at this moment. But make no mistake, me and Sean are friendly. And I'm friendly with Sean because Sean has always had my back no matter what. And I respect the fuck out of that, because he was the first person to say, like, this is not right what's happening to you, Elise. I'm really sorry. And, like, I have your back. And for me, I just have a different relationship with Sean than other people. But again, don't agree with anything free Karen Reed on his side that he thinks or anything of the sort. So we don't really talk about that when I do talk to him. But that's probably the first thing I've ever heard on that channel, on Glaire's channel, that I ever agree with it, is they don't want to get rid of the money train. They don't want to get rid of the meal ticket, the gold bars that they, keep getting when their numbers are going up and up and up and up, and their donations are going through the roof, and they're, got money in their pockets. They don't want to give it up. So it's, the Glare is going to keep screaming free Karen Reed. And that's his prerogative. But I think that he knows by now that the sewer turtle could give 2 fucks less about him. We're talking about the same guy who tried to rope him into playing wiretapped phone calls that he continues to this day to call quote unquote voicemails that are not voicemails, that she's never left a voicemail. They're wiretapped phone calls. Phone calls he wiretapped between him and his ex, and between him and many, many other people, might I add, that he tried to rope the Glare into playing by telling him that they were voicemails that she left, except they weren't. They're wiretapped phone calls. So he didn't care whether Will went to jail for dissemination of wiretapping. As long as he didn't play them and he gave them to somebody else to play them, he didn't give a shit about Will. He didn't care. He never cares about anyone he's going to set up into that position. He didn't care when he did the Young Jerks either, and he knew he altered that audio. Because it was originally a video. The cops have both. Someone he sent it to got a conscience and was like, wait a second, this is the different version of something that you sent me before. That's a video with added audio. Clearly it was altered. You know? I mean, again, I don't agree with him when it comes to anything Free Karen Reed probably on this case at all. But I respect that he had my back when a lot of other people were too afraid to. You know, it is what it is. But this guy here, this one here, needs to read some books. I don't know who this guy is. I don't really have any opinions because I don't know who this guy is. But this guy here, I had to send like an alert out to someone else because I knew he wouldn't listen to me. To have someone else send him an alert to say, hey, if you play that, it's wiretapped phone calls, not a voicemail. And you could be in a lot of legal trouble. So I suggest that you probably don't. If you do, just be ready for the legal ramifications that come with it, sir. Because I genuinely felt bad that someone else, a second person, would be roped into doing someone else's dirty work without knowing the full extent of what it was. But at this point, if you don't know, at this point, after the warnings have been sent to you, if you continue to ignore it, it is your own fault, Will. Your own fault. It's your own fault.
People, listen, we're going to shut down the phones for a while, okay? Because I really want to concentrate for this thing for the Howie Carr show. So listen, we will open up the lines a little bit later. Where are we on the jury watch there? Well, Dylan, where are we, my friend?
We're about just over an hour into it now.
Okay, all right. So they're getting friendly with each other. I think the statement was that they were going to work through lunch. That's what Yannetti said. They were going to deliberate through their lunchtime.
There you go.
Awesome. What do you think about that there, Will?
I think that they have
anything,
confidence that this is going to wrap up quickly. Maybe not today, but every second counts. Like if they could wrap it up quickly, then they will. And I think that the reason for this is because I think they're anxious to let Karen get on with her life.
Oh, for fuck's sake, you're an idiot.
You know? Absolutely. Yeah, no doubt.
No, you're an idiot.
Going to say?
Nope.
I just thought that, what was Lally going to say? I mean, he had to put in all the crap that meant nothing. One thing, they can talk about everything.
Meant nothing.
Talk about the calls.
John, I highly
talk
disagree.
about this. Tell me how she killed him. Lally, tell me how she killed John O'Keefe. The science doesn't say it.
Science doesn't say it.
Nothing, physics doesn't say it. And the timeline. The timeline is gone. It's been destroyed by their own people. Their own people destroyed the timeline.
Right.
Their witnesses and Garino, they messed up the timeline.
And it was amazing that he had a timeline.
Let's just make something abundantly clear here. The timeline was perfect in every way. Nothing messed up the timeline. And let's just get down to this whole, the physics don't match it. The science doesn't match it, except it does. The physics and the science that the experts for the defense were doing were launching a cocktail glass at a car at a different temperature and a different mile per hour that had nothing to do with this, and then proving that John didn't hit his head on the tailgate, which nobody ever suggested. So the physics and the science, they were doing something completely different than what even the Commonwealth was saying. So you're right. The physics and the science that those people put out don't support it because they weren't doing those types of tests. The types of tests they were doing were launching a glass with a potato cannon at a car and proving somehow that John didn't hit his head on a tailgate, which nobody has ever said happened. So what? What now? Now, listen, I don't expect much out of Will, okay? But I do expect more out of Sean, being somebody who is in the DEA. I expect more out of him. And the data is 100% accurate and is backed up with more data and backed up by numerous experts. Their whole theory hinged on a Google search that did not happen at 2:27 a.m. Okay? That's gone. Then their theory was she broke her taillight on John's car, with their own expert saying that's not possible. And our expert saying the same thing. Not possible. Couldn't have happened at 1, 2, 3, not even 5 miles an hour. Could not have done that damage to a taillight. Even a piece wouldn't have came out. So, you mean the evidence that they showed? How did he die? She hit him. That's how he died. He hit his head after she hit him. We know how he died. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about how he died. His skull is how he died, because she backed up into him. Also, her EDR data shows that she backed up, just like the Commonwealth said she did. So I just don't understand how 3 people can misrepresent all the evidence that was shown to them and just ignore it as if, and this is where people get their talking points from. This is where people get the, there's no evidence from. You mean the taillight pieces in his clothes? You mean the hair? You mean the DNA in the housing of John's? You mean no one else's DNA? By the way, Proctor's DNA is not on that taillight. Gary Buchanan's is not on the taillight. They checked. It's not there. So there goes your theory on that, because their DNA was not there. Nobody else's DNA is on John's shirt. There was no fight. There was no body shots. So there's a fight, but there's no body shots. Got it. Sure. 2 trained fighters, right? That's what Yannetti and Jackson called them. Trained fighters, but no body shots, right? So they punched John in the face. That's what we were to believe, that they punched John in the face, didn't break a nose, didn't break an eye socket. Trained fighters did no body shots. And a dog whose bite patterns don't match the quote unquote things that you guys are going to call bite marks or scratch marks, which again, your 2 experts can't even agree whether they're bite marks or scratch marks, nor can you agree whether they're bite marks or scratch marks. So you want the jury to somehow figure it out, but you guys can't even figure it out. Sure. I don't know how much longer I can deal with this, you guys. I will try, but I don't know. It's getting kind of crazy. This is just like ignoring all of the evidence to say, what evidence? All of it that was presented to a jury. That's what.
Line up for his closing arguments. Like, look, jury. Like, dude, it's already been shot down, bro. Like, I don't know what you're trying to pull here, dude.
Yeah. That's amazing.
But your
and
theory.
The other night, and I didn't want to get into this, right? But those thugs really showed their true colors, with Aiden on the street. And I was telling people here, Will, Canton is.
Stop. Sean, I know you don't believe that. Okay? I know that you don't believe that. Aiden went there to antagonize them, and if it was your family he went there to antagonize, I expect that you would probably respond the same way they did. Fed the fuck up. I give Jill Daniels for president, y'all. Jill Daniels for president. Because I'm going to tell you right now, if that was my family and you shut up to my family business that way, I would have just knocked you out cold. Because if you're going to charge me with A and B, you're going to charge me with A and B for an actual A and B, not for me swatting a phone out of someone's hand. You're going to actually charge me with A and B. Now I'm just going to knock you out. And it probably would have went viral. But there's no way on God's green earth I would have kept dealing with it. You're not going to come here and harass my family and friends, my innocent family and friends, because you need content. You're losing donations. You're not as interesting. Nobody wants to watch you anymore because there's other people who aren't as horrific as you. Pretty bad, but not as horrific as a sewer turtle. Come on. We know Aiden is the thug here. Okay? Let's get real. Stop it. He calls the cops over everything. I'm going to show up and intimidate people, but I'm going to call the cops. Yeah, I'm going to call the cops. Got to come help me, guys. I'm going to call you all corrupt, but come help me. I would have told him he's on his fucking own. We're corrupt. We can't help you, Mr. Kearney. Sorry. We're not allowed to help you. I would have told him. Sorry, we're not allowed to help you. You got to call Stoughton or something. Have them come fucking help you.
It's not indicative of those thugs. All right, Canton's a beautiful town. It was a great town to go to high school in. My parents lived there for 55 years. It was awesome. And to see these thugs led by a select board member, right? Egging his kid.
No, weren't led by a select board member.
Trash.
No,
White
you're right.
trash.
Yep. It's exactly what the sewer turtle is. Thank you, Sean, for that. I appreciate that. What was that again, Sean? What was it you said?
Laughing. Calling.
What was it? What was it, Sean? What did you say again? Let's just go over that. What did you say?
It's not indicative of those thugs. All right, Canton's a beautiful town. It was a great town to go to there for 55 years. It was awesome. And to see these thugs led by a select board member, right, egging his kids on, laughing, calling people's names. I mean, just low class.
Because they showed up outside of Sewer Turtle's house to do all this, right? That's what happened? No.
What you're trying to pull here, dude.
The other night, and
where is it?
On the street. Well, here, Will, Canton.
Viral related to each other. Everybody.
You're not far off. You're not far
We got
off.
15,000 in here right now. This is nice. 1,000 in here right now. This is nice. Hold on, let me see what this thing is.
15,000.
I mean, I don't care about it. I mean, come on. All right, we got 10,000 on the right here. We got I'm sorry, 10,000 on Twitter. Galera's got 547. Going through the motions, I don't know where the hell that's at. That's 4,000. And yeah, we got 15,556 people. Not bad.
Got this, and I got Law Crime going.
That's what's important. So you guys had a nice little time out there, right? You guys met up when I.
It's about 15 minutes. I'm going to be over there. Just don't chew on the turnbuckles when you get there, Georgiana.
Oh, wow.
CF McCarthy's. Juliana Nagel was sitting at the bar. Saw.
Yeah, you guys
with the motorcycles. I mean, I don't know who the.
I did a quick change. What do you do for work?
I'm like Fred Flintstone. I work at a quarry.
Hear this conversation I'm having with Howie. All you people in the chat will be able to hear the stream with Howie.
Nope.
Yeah, and I never heard of him before this case. And then when people explained it to me, I was like, wow, because I mean, he wrote a book on Whitey Bulger, right?
Let me tell you a backstory.
And his writing is his articles just great.
We're talking
and
about
I
Howie
love talking
Carr,
with
he's
Dylan.
trash.
I just like I said, I just recently got the pleasure of talking with Dylan. So yeah.
So and like I said, I mean, when you think about this, right? Karen Reed has the federal government backing her, right? That time, it's a message to all of us that Mr. O'Keefe was not in that courtroom today.
Oh,
he
please.
probably is disgusted to the fact that he.
Stop spreading the false rumor
on what
that Mr.
specifically.
O'Keefe.
I'm just saying.
On Karen, I can't watch this anymore. I'm sorry, you guys. I literally can't. Stop. Okay, stop. I can't. Okay. I fucking can't. I literally can't. Okay. Mr. O'Keefe knows who killed his son. Him being or not being there is not indicative of him thinking Karen is innocent. Stop it. Stop. It's fucking delusional. Mr. O'Keefe is an older gentleman with medical issues. He does not need to sit in a courtroom for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours with his medical conditions, okay? He's a brave man, and I have much respect for the O'Keefes, the Alberts, and the McCabe's. There's 15,000 idiots watching those idiots. Not just those idiots, but he's adding up the numbers between what they are doing and other people. 28 minutes ago. All right, I guess we can see this clown show because I can't deal with the other one anymore. Like, once you start bringing the O'Keefes into it and making those kind of comments, like, Mr. O'Keefe wasn't there. It has nothing to do with Karen Reed being innocent or guilty. Sorry to tell you. That's not a thing. Can we please stop doing that? Like, that's not, again, that's called conjecture. It's called lies. Like, let's not throw lies. For fuck's sake. Do these people either because they're a fucking mess. Till whenever, he says. Hold on. No, I don't think John's parents are together. 28 minutes ago. Okay, hold on.
There was a little boy here. We spoke to him earlier. He had a sign and he did a little press conference of his own.
Oh, cool. So cool. So, wait. Where am I? So we're going to go back somewhere around here. Fucking ridiculous mob. It is so disgusting. I'm just disgusted. Is that Tom? Really sorry, wow, it's terrible. So all the people show up on the last day, because remember, none of these people have been here the entire time. This is all people showing up on the very last day. I mean, this is nuts, dude.
I got mine. Tell him to stay behind her. Got it? Yep.
What do you guys think? That you're some sort of security? I'm really confused here. They could hire their own fucking security. None of you fools are security. You guys look like idiots. Absolute idiots.
Okay.
Work like that.
Thank you.
There's something severely wrong with you people.
Let it go. Come on. If not today.
I'm so disgusted right now. These people are clowns. Absolute fucking clowns.
Dennis, you good? We got you.
They don't
Tom.
need
Yeah,
your
make
help,
right. We're good.
guys.
Yeah, Smith Walker.
Okay, they don't.
Tuck in behind him. Make a hole.
Make a hole.
We got it.
They don't need your help, you fools. Like,
I'm getting out.
Take care.
Yeah.
what the cops are there for, y'all. Like, I mean, I literally can't. I effing can't. I literally can't. Well, thank you. Thank you, Jennifer. It's fucking bizarre.
I'll grab the bag from her out of her hand.
It's a very
like, oh no! I'm a good person.
You're escorting someone to like lunch. Like I'm like they can hire their own fucking team, dude. Like this is like delusional shit, bro. This is like Delulu land. Oh, one that claims that because her kid has special needs that she doesn't go to school and the school doesn't help her child. Listen, lady, my kid has a chronically painful condition that could take her off this earth at any moment that 177 people on planet Earth have, okay? And I certainly have fought with the schools, but the one thing I'm not going to do is bring my disabled child, whether it's physically or mentally, to this fucking shit show. Certainly not going to bring a 6 or 7-year-old there to do with this every day. It's just insane. It's absolute insanity. Like this is the kind, like this is the same one that was like the same mother that was saying that she thought it was just so cute that their daughter, their 6-year-old child, told Grant to shut the fuck up or something like that. That's just adorable, right? Teaching your 6 or 7-year-old to say such things. Like, oh yeah, it's wicked cute. It's great parenting, let me tell you. The fuck. And somehow he has it on, like, he shut off the camera and muted it for whatever reason. Like, it's weird. Like, why? Why is it still even running live if you shut the camera off? It's fucking weird. Like, it's really strange. Like, really strange why you would do that. Like, it's fucking bizarre. Like, it's not, and it is, like, right? So it's not, you have to remember, like, the O'Keefe family, the Alberts, the McCabe's, everyone it extends out to, people like me, like, we all get this these are the people who send me, you know, DMs and emails and text messages on a daily fucking basis telling me what a shitty person I am. And, you know, like, this affects everyone's lives when these animals act like fucking animals. And there are people cheering on this animalistic behavior. It's fucking disgusting. Like, while you throw money at a murderer and a pathological lying abuser accused of SA, let's do that, because that sounds like a great fucking idea. Like, let's not support the truth in any way, shape, or form, because that doesn't make money. The truth doesn't make money, so they're not going to support it. It's fucking gross. Money or not, the truth is the truth, okay? I've made exactly $15 today, I think, total. Been here for 6 hours. If all they care about is money, especially people who are poor, like me, like, it's a fucking problem. Like, I'm sorry. How about open your mouth and tell the truth for once? Tell the fucking truth. It's disgusting. This is disgusting. This is, they're animals. Absolute fucking animals. That's what it is. Fucking animals. Like, I'm sorry, not sorry. This is just utterly disgusting. It's the most disgusting thing I've ever seen in my life. They're making a formation like they're the fucking CERT team. Okay? In jail. So in jail, we have a formation to make around someone's cell before the team goes in. If they're not complying, you have to have your hand on the other person's shoulders. So, yeah, that's what a CERT team looks like. Like, so again, we're talking about people surrounding a effing killer, bro. Whether she's found innocent or guilty, which is, again, these people love to say, like reading something, whether she's found innocent or guilty, the truth will prevail. That's what that says. This is a free, hear, and read person. FYI, free, hear, and read person. Nobody's found innocent. You're found guilty or not guilty. Number 2, the truth is out there. You choose to ignore it. Not my fault. Okay? Not my fault that you choose to ignore it. So for all these same people that are going, where's the evidence? They didn't show us any evidence. They didn't show us any evidence, guys. And I would totally put myself on camera right now and just show you guys literally the face I'm making, but I can't because, like, I am so sick today that I'm still laying on this pillow. And I look like I stuck my finger in a light socket with my hair. But literally, we're talking about people who are, the evidence is right in front of them. They're going, what evidence? What evidence? Where are you guys? Where is this evidence? I don't know, ma'ams and sirs, you know, the taillight that's stuck in the clothing, taillight pieces under the snow that you were told were on top of the fucking snow. You know, all that fun, happy horse shit over there? Yeah, that stuff. That's evidence that, you know, the GPS data from her phone and John's phone, the Waze data that you guys claim is off by 3 minutes, but isn't off by 3 minutes because you guys don't understand how fucking data works and you're idiots. Yeah, that stuff. All that stuff where she backed up at 24 point, what is it, delete? I know you know it by heart now, 24.2 or 24.3 miles an hour. And, you know, backed into John till he got hit in the arm and then landed where he landed, cracking his head open, killing him. That, where she went past Fairview again before she went to Jen's house and failed to say that, where her story changes 72 times from I left him at the waterfall to we were so drunk I don't even remember to a plow must have hit him to I know I struck something and that I knew my taillight was damaged, but I didn't get out to look at the damage. Well, how the fuck would you know that your taillight was damaged if you didn't get out to look at it? Well, she better take a couple big gulps, Elaine. She better take a couple big gulps of that fucking Tito's because all she's getting in jail, as someone pointed out earlier, is toilet wine. So she better learn real quick how to start making some jail mixes. It's a circus, right? Like, not my fucking circus, not my clowns, but holy shit. You better stuff those clowns right back in their clown car and send them on their way, dude. Someone, please, for the love of God, put the clowns back in their clown car. Yeah, that one. Are you watching the same trial as the rest of us? Yes, but we have these things called, what do they call it? Oh, brain cells. We also have this thing called critical thinking skills,
where if something changes, I love, you know, my favorite one. I'll show you my favorite one. My favorite one, I'll tell you my favorite one. My favorite one is when people go, you only changed your mind because Turtle Boy called you out. Called me out on what? Turtle Boy didn't call anyone out, dude. The sewer turtle got mad that I didn't lie to his girlfriend at the time, who is now his ex, about where his other girlfriend was when she asked. And then he got caught lying to multiple women because the answer that I gave was something she didn't know, which how was I supposed to know? I thought that's why she was asking me. But either way, that's when I became his public enemy number one because I blew up his spot accidentally. He didn't call anyone out, dude. He made up a bunch of shit because he was mad. He got caught and was hiding his own dirt. That's what happened. He had an adult tantrum. And even after that adult tantrum, I still thought she was innocent. And again, all my videos are still up. So even after that, I thought she was still innocent and did a couple shows on it before I got sick. So it wasn't, oh, he attacked me, and then I just went to instantly, no, I was sick for like 6 to 8 weeks with pneumonia. And I saw a lot of evidence in that time, and I was like, oh my God, what am I going to do? She's clearly not innocent. And now I have to get back and tell people either I'm not doing my show anymore at all, because I just went out of this, or what my thought is on this evidence, because she ain't innocent, right? Like, come on. I had to make a choice. I made a fucking choice. I knew it was going to hurt me. I knew that I was going to lose a ton of subscribers. I knew that I was going to lose my weekly food on the table money. I knew that. I knew that was going to happen, and it did. What I didn't appreciate was the lies and conjecture thrown in with it because the sewer turtle was mad that he got caught in a bunch of lies. That's his own fucking problem. I'm not lying for anyone. Like, probably will have prison hooch, but I'll tell you now, okay? Women in prison don't think you're a celebrity, even if it's on TV. They don't tend to like that. So FYI, Karen Reed, just so you know, when you get to Framingham, they're not going to bring you in a giant hug like it's Delta Phi, okay? You're going to get a cell, probably with someone who's a very, very bad person who has committed a lot of bad crimes, probably violent ones even. And I don't know how you're going to adapt to prison life. I probably think not well, considering you've been given everything your entire life on a silver platter. But they do not just with open arms say, oh, she was a celebrity on TV to a bunch of idiots, so she's a celebrity here. That's not how it works in Framingham. Yeah, so have fun with that. Yeah, that one is the worst. There was only a couple of us that had to make the decision when we saw the evidence. There was a couple of us. Kevin would be one of them when he saw the evidence a little bit before I did. I hadn't seen what he had seen until I saw it, you know. But if you're impressed by the defense experts, that tells me literally all I need to know about you. Please don't watch me. If you think that those people were good, please don't. For the love of God, don't. $1 million defense, dude. And that's what you could come up with. Oh my God, I love that comment. $1 million defense, and they bought their experts from the 99-cent store. That's awesome. I just looked down to see that. It was like 1.3 million or something. But what baffles my mind, though, is how people are just throwing money at her and at the sewer turtle like they're like some sort of important people that need their help. These are people who are making ridiculous amounts of money. They don't need your fucking help. Why don't you actually help people who do need your help? Maybe your neighbor needs food. That's a possibility. You know, nobody ever checks on that. Maybe your sister needs food. Like, maybe, just maybe, you can support smaller channels that have to work twice as hard. Stop supporting murderers and liars, bro. It's a bad look. It's a bad fucking look. Yeah, it was bad. You can ask Mary. I was so sick. I don't know. She's the only one who could have deleted them. That's the funny part. She's literally the only one who could have deleted them. The only one who had access to them. And magically, why it starts with her backing out of the driveway and deletes all the way back to, I think, when Patrick gets picked up or something like that. So, like, literally all of that night of them leaving and coming and her coming back is gone magically. But someone else would have deleted that. The thought that like the cops would have deleted evidence that would have showed she was guilty is just fucking ridiculous and stupid. And if you think that, then you have no brain cells and you should probably go read a book. Like, I mean, I'm not going to say Lally isn't boring sometimes with his monotone. I wish he wasn't so monotone. But I knew beforehand, maybe some of you didn't, that he's won many cases. I'm not saying he's the best to listen to sometimes, especially when he's doing like direct. But I knew he could get the job done. You know, like, let's hope Karen is cellmates to a girl named Amy or Bella. Yeah, right. A daily room. I imagine that would be hilarious. Bella's mom. It took them 2 years to find a dog bite expert who agreed with the defense. And then the defense accident witness the next day immediately contradicted her. What were they thinking? They weren't thinking. They weren't. They were trying to pull anything out of their hat and throw it at the fucking wall and see what would stick. Half of it, I mean, didn't even make it to the wall. Never mind stick. You know? The other half of it tried to make stick, but it just fell down the wall, just like spaghetti does. If there's a retrial, I don't think she will be able to pay for it again. Remember, most people paid it for her, paid most of this for her. These free Karen Reid people paid it for her, right? Like, it is bizarre. But I mean, maybe her legal team has told her that, like, they think she'll win, which I think would be very disingenuous at best for them to tell her that. Oh, yeah. $1,100 sandals. $1,100 could buy me a hoopty car just to get me from A to B. You know what I'm saying? Like, and these are people throwing money at her. It's like, it makes no sense to me. It's ridiculous. Like, and her $2 orange flip-flop, she'll have to pay $1 to get herself some ramen so she doesn't starve. They only give you 1,000 calories a day in Framingham. So if you don't have a canteen, you're going to starve. But you're only allowed to use, I think it's $75. Used to be $95 a week, $75 a week. And all the prices have gone up. So you don't get too much with that. You know? You have to keep the sodas in the toilet to keep them cold. So she's going to state prison. State has soda. But all the soups are like $2 a piece now. Like, she's already small. Well, she's either going to get smaller because she's not going to have much to eat with 1,000 calories, or she's only going to eat sodium, which is going to blow her up like a whale. I think that her dad and her deleted it, or during those 20 minutes they were upstairs. You know? I mean, someone tried to erase that vehicle data, whether it was her or the brother remains to be seen, but someone fucking did, you know? I think she could have deleted them before that as well. There was ample opportunity. Kaylee was asleep. She was the only one in the house. And as far as I know, there's about an hour gap between her phone calls when they end and when she wakes up Kaylee. A little more than an hour. So either she was asleep for an hour or she was doing other things in that hour. But her phone stops, like she stops like texting and calling people for about an hour. A little more than an hour before she starts doing it again. They don't know that solo cups can be used. They can. It's the next best thing you can use next to the containers they give you is anything plastic that is brand new. Any sort of plastic container that's brand new would be the next best thing to use if you don't have those specific evidence cups. And they also apparently don't know that paper bags are used for evidence collection. So whether it said Stop and Shop on it is irrelevant. They used a paper bag, which is always used in evidence collection. You know, like, always trying to, they tried numerous times to confuse the jury. Numerous times. She doesn't strike me as a prisoner worker outer. Probably not. Probably not. You know? If she thinks what Proctor said about her was bad, then she would be horrified to hear what I scream at the screen every time I see her super smirks. Oh, me too. You know, I have to mute myself sometimes because I'm like, is this real life? Yeah. I mean, again, she better do the same thing Aiden's going to have to do and buy soap on a rope. You know what I'm saying? Somebody send these people soap on a rope. I'm sure they will. She left the one with Carrie and Jen coming back, but then not when they inspected the taillight. Yeah, exactly. because that was after so everything after she backs into John's car, I don't think she has the opportunity to delete. So it's got to be a time where she was only able to delete up to there. So whatever time that was, she wanted it started with her backing into John's car, which I think she did on purpose. I think she absolutely, you can see her in the video turn her head towards that way. Like, why are you even backing up that far, dude? You could have already moved out. You could have already driven out. Like, they were new and clean. They got them from a neighbor. They were brand new and they were clean. They came out of a brand new package. They got it from actually the cop that lived across the street. It's like not directly across the street, but more like diagonal across the street. But they went over there and they got brand new Solo cups from him. Yep, because the next best thing you can use is a plastic container of any kind that's new and clean. 3 pints of blood missing. They collected several drops. Well, they're not going to collect all 3 pints. And some of it would have went into the ground. She will have to drink prison hooch. Oh, I can't. I can't listen to Howie Carr. Howie Carr makes me want to smash things. And I'm not an angry person, but like the shit that comes out of that guy's mouth, bro. I'm telling you. Like, I can't do it. You're never going to see that from those people. They have no respect for John or his loved ones. Why would her car not be? It did. It was. That's the point. Is it would have been beep, 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 beeping at her. You know, it would have been beeping at her. Yes, there is a difference between 3 pints and 3 liters. A very big fucking difference. They're talking about, oh, well, I didn't go over the blood. Why would they go over the blood? There's no reason for them to go over the blood. They know where the blood went. Even the defense knows where the blood went. That was just something they threw out to the public to try to skew the jury pool. But now that they have the jury already, they don't need to talk about the blood because they know they're not, first of all, they wouldn't be allowed to because the evidence to the contrary would have been given to the judge and the judge would have been like, yeah, no, you're not telling that lie. Sorry, that's a debunked lie. No. So, no. Wonder what was on that video that she needed to delete it. I wonder what she was covering up on those cameras. Well, we know that she would have been covering up the fact that when she came home with a busted taillight. So there's number one. Number one, it would have shown her pulling into the garage with the busted taillight when she came back from Fairview. So that would have sealed her fate right there. That busted taillight came right when she returned. That's what she's got to hide, right? And of course, she's got to hide also when she shows Kerry and when she shows Jen McCabe the busted taillight. So she gets rid of that too. You know? Yeah. The colostomy bag, yeah. A lot of people have them. You wouldn't because they're just tucked into their pants, sort of, or they have these little things that they can hook them up to. You would actually never know they had them, honestly. Oh yeah, see, now that my friend just told me that Howie did some no, Howie Carr's an awful person. Sorry. And I'll tell him that to his stupid friggin' face. Like, I'm sorry, you did what to my friend? I'm sorry, no. You're a terrible person, Howie Carr. A terrible freaking person. Hold on, I have a Venmo I need to read real quick. If I can get it up on my screen. I have a $25 donation from Danielle. She says, "You're so entertaining." Thank you, Danielle. Sometimes, I guess. Sometimes you just get me in rare form when I'm just like, these effing people are driving me effing nutty. All right, and then I have PayPal. Have $18.19 from Elaine. Thank you, Elaine, so much. She said, "Thanks for your hard work. I appreciate you, Elaine." Okay, so those are the two that I got that I can read. I just don't want to miss anyone.
You sound 1,000 times better than you did when I left here an hour.
I feel better. I'm sitting up now. Then I'm not still laying on the pillow. I'm sitting up. So that's a good
progress.
sign.
Are you still the same
feel
color as the
nauseous. No, I'm not that white anymore. But I'm
good.
I'm still nauseous, but I'm not. I'm tolerating the water. I'm tolerating the Canada Dry. And my husband made me a little bit of like ramen noodles in a cup, and I ate some of it, just like 3 bites, but I held it down. So Go me. Go me. An hour ago, I would not have probably been able to hold it. It just wouldn't have happened.
Hypothetical situation.
Okay.
Assuming we get a guilty verdict, one of the three, or all three of the three, who hands down the sentence, the judge or the jury?
Oh, the judge. The judge does. The jury does not.
Okay.
The
I was
judge
curious
does.
because I know different jurisdictions do that differently. So
You want to talk for a second so I can go pee?
sure.
Thank you.
Doesn't she? She's, oh man, delete. You should have seen the photo she sent me of herself about 7:30 this morning. She looked like hell. So I'm very, very glad to hear her perked up and not, you know, obviously ill as she was this morning. And for all of you out there in the greater Boston area, prepare for your summer bug, which seems to be running through everyone in about 18 hours. Illinois' summer bug seems to be lasting about 36. My nephew had it last week. No, my son had it the day after, and then my grandbaby had it over the weekend. So we've been dealing with summer illness, which always sucks. Summer colds are the absolute worst. So what did I miss during the hour I've been gone? Other than, I mean, I know when I came back in, we were watching The Glare and the man that I will always equate with Chris McDonough, who I affectionately call Chris McDon'tknow or Chris McDumbass, depending on what mood I'm in.
Chris McDumbass. You didn't miss much. That's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. I mean, yeah, no, if you guys saw me this morning, it was pretty bad, dude. Like, I was probably for at least since this morning, all the way until maybe an hour ago, had my computer, my laptop opened up on my bed with a pot behind my head because I don't have a bowl big enough to puke in if I can't make it to the bathroom. My sheet is coming off the bed and I had no will to get up and even fix it because I could not move without feeling like I was going to vomit everywhere. So it was a pretty bad shape this morning. I still have a bit of a headache. I'm still a little nauseous, but nothing near what it was this morning. But also this is the same thing that happened to my daughter. She's happily playing with the kids next door right now. So she got it yesterday morning. And by today, 24 hours, this morning, she was fine. So, you know, not bad. Yeah, see, it is. It's going around here, dude. It is. I'm gonna pray because, like, I'm starving. I'm like a hostage. Like, I'm so hungry right now. Okay. And as hour and 52 minutes, is that what we're? Yeah, I can't be outside in that kind of heat. I have POTS and I'm already sick. That is a no-go for me. No go. I'm gonna check on. Let me see. Let me go back YouTube here and check. Core TV.
And again, for anyone who is curious about Will's state of mind and will he learn from this, he is still friends with a convicted murderer and waiting for him to get out of prison in 20 years so they can be buddies again.
Yeah, that's fucking weird. Sorry, not sorry. That is just weird. Oh, Court TV it says verdict watch. What do you think the jury will decide? Guilty. Yeah, 84% say not guilty over on the Court TV chat. But again, these are all the same free Karen Read people, so I find it funny. Guys, use your brain. I'm sorry. There's something very wrong when a bunch of lies can lead you to believe someone's not guilty. And even when the evidence comes to light, you choose to just flat out ignore it. Like, that's insane. Yeah, I didn't drink anything, Mary, yesterday. Like, I couldn't even call you back. I couldn't call anybody. I couldn't text anybody. I couldn't check any messages till this morning. Like, I literally laid down, had to turn the TV all the way down. I couldn't move. I couldn't hear sound. I couldn't nothing. Like, so I didn't drink anything until this morning. Didn't eat anything until this morning when I did these noodles about an hour ago, maybe. And I've just been taking little sips of my Propel and my ginger ale since then. So I'm trying not to, like, overdo it, you know? But this is what we're looking at right now on Court TV. So there's all these free Karen readers over here in the chat on the side saying this nonsense. And here's the poll. What do you think the jury will decide? And of course, I think guilty, but I'm only of 7%. Lesser charge guilty, 5%. Hung jury, 4%. 84 say not guilty. Well, if you look at the 84% of the people that are saying this over here on this channel here, dismiss poll. Come on. They're all the same people that are free hear and read people. Legitimately. So, yeah. I mean, these aren't just everyday normal people that are just like, oh, I don't think she's going to be found guilty. Like, hopefully we can get a timer overlay, Court TV says. Hope y'all love the nameplates that ticker so far. Sure, Court TV. Oh, that's weird.
Say an hour and 52 minutes since the jury's been out. That's not that long. Alec Murdoch was 3 hours and everybody was shocked at how fast it was. So,
right. Beecham was here this morning. He was here this morning. He had work to do. Maybe he'll come back later and give us his take on closings, but he was here this morning. Of course he did.
Hey, Eva.
Oh, apparently the sewer turtle went live as someone's on Howie Carr's show, which is Sean. I find that funny because that's the kind of stuff he does to sort of like steal, like, you know,
his own audience
like,
from his own audience.
Like, yeah, pretty much. Yep. It's a jealousy thing, but that's what you get when you get, you know, people like that. Like, it's stupid. Like, it's absolutely effing stupid dealing with stupid people. Like, no updates on the juror, just a lot of speculation between people, you know. Yeah, that body, that was damning that body didn't hit her. I'm sorry, but if that didn't tell you everything you needed to fucking know, I don't know what else would have, you know. Like, Law and Crime has a timer. Oh, do they? Do they really?
And combine that body and
Right.
no, I didn't love him. We were dating.
Right. Weird. Like, I'm sorry, but when I'm dating someone, that usually means that I love them enough to be dating them. So I'm just saying.
And live with them for 2 years.
Right. Because she basically stayed there in Canton at his house. So I also have a poll. Law and Crime. Jury's verdict. I want to see what this one says. I think guilty, obviously. Oh, 9% over here. See, all these free Karen readers just take over these chats. Look at these. It's all the same people. All the same people. Some of these people I even have blocked from my channel for coming over here and running their mouths and calling people names. Like, what the hell? Like, what?
No, she
Albert is gonna
doesn't.
be totally messed up, and he's going like, no.
She doesn't seem worried, and that's the thing that kept. She was laughing during Lolly's closing. She was glaring at the jury over Alan Jackson's head. She was making weird faces. Like, what? Pay attention.
Yeah. Oh, they did. They had a truck. They had all sorts of stuff. They did all sorts of stuff. Yep. She doesn't, but that doesn't mean that she's not screaming on the inside because, you know, the sewer turtle puts up this whole facade of I'm stoic and I'm not afraid, except he is, as we know, a lot of people know that in private, as I have a ton of messages showing it, you know, these people he thinks are his quote unquote friends, they're not all his friends. Some of them can't even stand him. They literally just stay talking to him to like show people how fucking stupid he is. And he tells people privately how afraid he is of going to jail and that he knows he'll probably do jail time. So yeah.
Those
he
two
tells the
sitting
world
up front,
that they're all going to be magically dismissed. They're not.
Those two sitting up front with Karen's brother, that was the Roccos, right?
No, Nick Rocco was in the back in the second
In the
row.
back.
I saw him on the
Okay,
end.
the two that were
Yeah,
sitting up
I
front
saw-
next to
I
Karen's
saw Nick,
brother,
but I
they
didn't
were
see Jenna.
They were squirming like
Oh.
crazy. Those
Know
two
who they
people
were,
sitting up in
family
the
members,
front.
I
Yeah,
think.
they were
Yeah.
squirming.
I would be. The fuck? that was my family member, I'd know they were going to jail. I'm sorry, but the evidence is the evidence, okay? It just is, unfortunately. No, not a verdict yet. I wish. Why are you hearing that there is?
Say whoever walked in, I seriously doubt it was the FBI there to arrest Chris Albert, Colin Albert, Jen McCabe, and Kerry Roberts.
No, they're not. I mean, again, let's make something abundantly clear. The FBI has already said that they're not targets of any sort of investigation. It's that simple. It was said in open court and pretrial. A lot of people, someone posted on X, possibly have a verdict. Oh, if they have a verdict now.
If they have a verdict now, start the party.
Where are you? Yeah, where are you seeing that? Everybody get the bottles out. Let's pop bottles if there's a verdict right now. Like, yeah, if that's the case, I don't know. Did we hear this from like someone that's like, you know, free Karen Reid, or did we hear this from like Ted Daniels or like someone from the courthouse? Because the only way I'm believing it is if we get someone from the courthouse. Literally it.
You know, even when I was a Peter Tragos fan, the whole Law Daddy and Law Zaddy thing that they called him and his dad, cringe, creeped me out like you would not
So
believe.
cringe.
And Crash Daddy is no better.
Cringe. Very cringe.
I mean, Trooper, God bless the USA. Yeah. But don't call people daddy. That's creepy.
Yes. Trooper, God bless the USA, is married, I'm told. But
I
he
know.
appreciates that
Well, so
you
am
all
I.
love him so much. Yeah. He appreciates that you guys think he's a rock star and that you guys love him. Oh, so the FBI's in on it too now? Oh, cool. These people are idiots. I literally can't. I can't. I mean, the places that you should look to see if there is a verdict or not would be John DePetro, maybe Ted Daniels. I'm not a huge fan of him because of his love for Karen and his unbiasedness as a reporter. But these are the people who are near and in the courtroom. So I would say I'd keep an eye on John DePetro's X account.
Say the most recent thing I saw was everyone talking about Sean running with the anonymous report of the unvetted report of talking to the unknown tow truck driver.
Oh yeah, that was the tow truck driver's brothers, sisters, tow truck. You know what I'm saying? All that nonsense.
Yep, that's the best they've got right now. And a lot of people are already laying the foundation that juror 3, the one that was dismissed this morning, was definitely FKR, and that the 2 alternates were too. That's going to blow up in their faces if people interview the jurors and they find out that none of them were.
Yeah. My husband just said, I didn't get the Hershey because I asked him to get a Hershey's bar last night so I could make a s'more. And he forgot it last night. She was like, I almost got you one earlier, but you were sick, so I didn't. I'm starting to feel a little bit better now. Maybe I can get that s'more later.
Okay, you were sick is not a defense against not bringing chocolate. That is actually a condemnation for not bringing chocolate.
That's okay. He's going to get it now. So, you know, that's okay. He's going to get it now for me.
That's a good one right there.
He's going to walk to the to get something for dinner. So it's so funny. Like, yeah, I mean, you got to find credible stuff, you know, to go on, guys. And the people who are credible, I just told you who they were. Those are the people that I would, you know, I would look at their stuff. So let's see. Bev was funny when she asked Ian Whiffen if he needed a few minutes to gather his things. Yeah, he was funny too. He was very coy with her. very coy with her. I thought he was very charming and likable. I just like I don't understand why the defense got people from 1882 to testify. I'm wondering if they met Father Time, Adam and Eve, and Mother Nature, possibly at all. And the dog lady, she kind of looked like a what's that? What is that old? It's not old, but it's like a 2000s cartoon, and it's a dog. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Like, I'm sorry, but her face reminded me of that cartoon for some reason. Like, the dog was like blue. I can't remember what cartoon it was. Let me see.
The only two I can think of are Bluey and Huckleberry Hound.
No, neither. One's too old, one's too new.
Well, yeah, and Bluey's 8. So
yeah, exactly. Nope, I'm trying to think of it. I'm looking right now. I'm looking up. Let's see. I can't. Okay, nope, it's none of these ones. It's none of these ones. Damn it. Its mouth was like, maybe it has to be a 90s cartoon, or at least a 2000s cartoon. It's either 90s or 2000s, but the mouth on the dog looked kind of like something like this, except it was like the mouth stuck out, further than the face almost, and it was like squared off kind of. And her face, her mouth just looked like, because for some reason, her bottom, like chin and lip or top, it would like hang between her top. And it was like, what the hell? But it reminded me, I can't find it. Now I need to know the name of this cartoon. Maybe somebody will think of it. I don't know. I think the dog was blue at least. Let me see. Just with a dog. It was like what kind of dogs are those? Like not a pug. No. None of these ones. So I'm going to think of it. I am. And it's not courage either, but I want to say the dog was blue. It had to have been blue. Kind of looks like this in a way, but not as much. Yeah, it is a Virgin Watch Party kind of. No, it's not Ren and Stimpy, not Blues. I think it's on like Tubi or one of those free like cartoon channels, but like the dog's mouth like hangs over the bottom. Yeah, I know. I'm just like looking at these things here. So it's like, let me show you. Sort of like the mouth is sort of like this, where it's like comes straight out and it's like square here, and it looks like the bottom of the mouth hangs over the top of the mouth. And I can't think of.
I don't even know why I'm Googling. You're Googling the exact same thing I am.
I don't know, but now it's in my head, and I now need to know what the dog is. Okay. And it's none of these ones. But now I need to know for realsies, because when I figure it out, you guys are going to be like, oh my God, she does look like that. Like really looks like that. And now I can't. It's none of these. It's sort of like this, but not really. Like the mouth is more like, the bottom of the jaw comes out further than the rest of the top of the mouth. And so, no, it's not this. There's so many different cartoons back then that I couldn't, and I think it has to be 90s, right? It would have to be. It would have to be 90s, but there's so many cartoons from the 90s and 2000s. Like I could probably never, and it wasn't like one of the more popular ones. It was something like obscure that like of, but that isn't like, so sort of like this guy here, sort of like this, but like the dog was smaller. And like its mouth was square and the bottom jaw came out and hung out like better than the top part. And so like that reminded me of the dog lady, because if you go back to the dog expert lady and look at her face, for some reason, her bottom sort of jaw and lip hangs lower and further out than the top. So I'm never going to be able to find it. I have it in my head and I'm thinking of it, but I'm probably never going to be able to find it. But it's funny nonetheless if I could find it. No, not Paw Patrol. No, not the hyenas. It's like, yeah, like a bulldog. Exactly. It was like a bulldog. And I can't think of whatever cartoon with a bulldog. Like, I
You
can't
put in
remember if they
blue
even talked.
cartoon, put in blue cartoon bulldog. All you get is Spike from Tom and Jerry.
Yeah, no, I put 1990s cartoon with a bulldog, and now I got a lot of bulldogs, but not quite the one I'm thinking of. But it does look like that, a bulldog. Like, it literally looks like a bulldog. Ah! I think I found it. I found it. I think I found it. I think I found it. Okay. Can you guys see this? This guy here. This one. See it?
Oh, yeah, I saw that one. I thought that was another version of Spike.
Sort of. I mean, I know there's a different one that's just like it, but do you see how it's like bottom mouth? Okay, so hold on. Okay, see its mouth? All right, hold on. Now we go back to the lady, all right? And I'm doing this. This is happening. Dog lady was on what? Yesterday? Or the day before? Was she day 29 or day 30? She was day 29, right?
Yeah, she was Friday.
Okay. Okay. All right. Day 29. Let's I kid you not. I see her. All right. So let's get through this stupid thing. Oh, wait. Is my computer dying or is my headphones dying? One of the two of them are dying. Probably the headphones. Now, let's just get her. Okay, there she is. But I got to get her in a spot where she's doing the thing with her face. Wait, is that it? Back it up. Hold on. She does it at points in time. Let's see if I can find a better one where like the microphone's sort of in the way. It's annoying. See her mouth right now? You guys see that? See it? Her chin is out here. Her top lip's like curled into the bottom of her
I
lip.
see dogs.
You see it? And then you see this. All right, hold on. I'm going to show you. Hold on. Okay. Ready? Do you see it? See how her bottom lip is like hanging out? And I can't get a good one on it because the microphone is in the way. But when we did the voir dire, it was so much better because she had it down. And like her bottom lip sort of just hangs over the rest of her mouth sometimes.
You haven't written a report, correct?
That's correct.
Why not?
And it looks like a bulldog.
I haven't been asked to write a report, sir.
No. Oh, well, normal people write them anyway, lady. When they come to a conclusion, that's going to be used.
Now, did you ever look at anything related to Mr. O'Keefe's head injury?
I looked at
Sustained.
She gets pissed off. See her face? Look at her. See her mouth?
Yeah,
It's
she's
creased
definitely
here. See it?
got an underbite when she's angry.
Yes. It's when she's resting, when her face is resting. See it? See it? See it? See it? There it is. See it? See it? See it? I can't. Now, tell me that and a bulldog don't look similar. Okay? Just tell me. Tell me it doesn't look similar. God damn it. Can I get it again where she was?
files existed, yes.
You became aware of those files? Were they not sent to you previously?
No, I think there were technical difficulties regarding me and the
Oh,
computer
who called that?
and downloading from Dropbox. And so, yeah, so they were,
Bullshit.
I think they were sent to me, but I think I didn't open them.
She's
Now,
making
with reference to these technical difficulties, did you ever express any of those technical difficulties? Or, hey, I can't see the whole file, or there's other things in here that are listed that I can't look at?
No, I wasn't aware.
You weren't aware.
And so with regard to, as far as your...
She didn't go through her
reaching out or
inventory list?
contact, in regard to this
Right.
case, how did that come about?
Okay. I saw an article, I believe it was in the Boston Globe, regarding this case. And
do you see the way she just did that? Where is it? Where are we at? 341. So around, yeah, wish you could kind of go back like seconds.
And when you were asked specifically what materials that you had reviewed,
I'm gonna pause.
you included a number of items, but you did not include anything about a Dr. Sheridan affidavit, anything about a UC Davis report, or anything about any sort of bite history for a canine that lived or resided at 34 Fairview Road, correct?
That's correct, because I hadn't reviewed them then.
And so since
She's
then,
chewing on the inside of her.
Or something. Do you see the way she said then? She was like, then.
Yeah, but
Like-
she's chewing on the inside of her cheek. I do the same thing when I'm thinking. She's trying to figure out what to say here. The other issue, I mean, first of all, they sent her the information between Tuesday afternoon and Friday morning. There's no other way for her to have had access to it.
Tell me.
But then
Look at her real
yesterday,
quick, right? Look at her.
yeah.
And then look at this. Tell me.
Oh
this
yeah,
doesn't look like-
there's a definite pronounced underbite, especially when she's
I mean,
angry.
Look at her. And then look at this.
The whole disappearing, reappearing data thing. I mean, Dr. Wolf admitted he didn't have half of it, but Dr. Rentschler did.
Right.
What? You're on the same
Right.
team. How does one of you have it and the other one doesn't?
That was a huge problem for me. That was a huge. One of them never saw any of it, but the other one found out afterwards. He said, so that makes no sense.
Well, that's because he found out after Dr. Wolf testified.
Right. Like, right. That's exactly it. Like, he didn't find out until afterwards. But, like, bro, that was a big, huge red flag for me where I was like, wait a second. One of you out of the three of you on the team knew. Interesting. Like, oh, okay.
And if they had gotten that information after the fact, the scientifically responsible thing to do is go back and double check your work.
Well, okay. So when she said in voir dire that she didn't see those files, when she said in voir dire that she never got those files, that she didn't get the UC Davis DNA reports, and that she didn't get the bite history of Chloe's bite marks, I told you guys that same day I called bullshit. And again, video's still up for anybody to watch before she says, and I said, I call bullshit. I think the defense never sent it to her, just like they never sent it to anyone else. I said, because they wouldn't have been able to get this out of her if they had originally sent all that. I said, I think they're going to blame it on technical difficulties. And what fucking happened?
You specifically said it would be Dropbox that she'd blame it on too.
Yep. I said Dropbox technical difficulties. And what the fuck did she blame it on? Booyah. I'm like 100 and 100 when it comes to predicting this shit. Sleazy lawyer doing a sleazy thing. You didn't give it. Now you're going to act like, oh, Dr. Russell, you must not have seen them. We'll send them again, Dr. Russell, so you can see them this time, because they knew if she came into that court saying she didn't see them, that was going to be a big fucking problem for the judge. So they knew at that point that they had to send them. So they sent them, and then she comes in with the excuse, well, I think it was technical difficulties. You think? Well, first of all, it wasn't you think. They wouldn't have had to send it to you again. It would have been in the first thing. So you saw all the other files in the Dropbox, but those two specifically. And you had technical difficulties with those two specifically.
And also, anyone who has ever transmitted large amounts of data back and forth. Now, our system that we keep all of our files on is native, and we are all connected to it 24/7 from our computers. But if you're sending data through Dropbox, well, no, it's internet based, but the server itself is at our home office in Atlanta. So I guess it would be an intranet. We have to be on Barracuda to get to it. So
yeah, so it's an intranet for the company, right?
Right. But if you use Dropbox, if you use Google Docs, if you use OneDrive, you know that you don't just dump a folder in there with a whole bunch of files. If you want somebody to get it, you zip it and you upload the zip. That way, nothing gets dropped, because it's impossible for a zip file to drop something contained inside of it.
That's right.
So if she didn't get it from a zip file, it's because it was never there.
Yeah, it was definitely never there. That's noodles. You feel better? Yeah. You look so much better. Can you make mommy feel better? Bippity boppity, mommy feel better. Well, don't talk with a noodle in your mouth, kid.
I need my feel better. Where's Daddy's phone?
Okay, thank you. I don't know, probably out there. Check on the futon or on the couch. Sorry, my little just came in from next door.
Oh, you're fine. Latest Twitter cope is that the jury has been paid off.
Oh my God, dude. Cope harder, for the love of God. Yeah, please do spread the word. That'd be great. I would love to grow my channel. I would love to do that. That would be fantastical. I mean, I'm quite entertaining sometimes. I know that I'm not at like top 100% entertainment today because I feel like garbage, but I'm starting to feel better. Well, she was trying to bippity boppity me with her pretend magical wand to feel better with a ramen noodle hanging out of her mouth. So all I could understand was so she had a noodle hanging out of her mouth. Sometimes I do have those wise moments, y'all. Just wise moments. Count on me. I can't. I know that I'm not at top entertainment today, and I apologize for that, but my stomach is still all wonky. I haven't eaten. I'm starving. I've had like 2 bites of those noodles, but I know I can't handle much more than that. So
I think the potential or possible verdict was because somebody saw Karen walk back into the courthouse about an hour ago.
yeah, that's not a potential verdict. They still have to like hang out there until they realize they're done for the day. Then they can go home. How does people think that like everyone gets like you can't just go home and get a phone call that they've reached a verdict? Like you're usually there and then you hang out in the courthouse until they are done for the day or they reach a verdict. It's one or the other. You know, like it's not. Let me see. I got to go back to the verdict watch anyway. But nonetheless, yeah, we're muting that. Sorry, not sorry. Yeah, if they were paid off, we would already have a verdict. It's obvious that we would. I'm hoping we get one today, but I doubt it because A, it's 10 minutes of 4. And they're going to send a note in soon to see if they want to continue or if they want to end for the day. I'm going to guess they're going to want to end for the day. It's been a long day. I think more than likely we'll get a verdict tomorrow by the end of the day. That would be more than likely.
I think get it. I was thinking tomorrow right around lunch, either right before or right after.
Yep. I'm thinking before lunch as well. I think before the end of the day tomorrow, you'll have your verdict. And I think, you know, no jury wants to go into the jury room and just magically all of a sudden come right back out because that makes it look like you didn't actually look at the evidence. So like, even if they go in for like an hour or 2 hours, sometimes they just putz around just to make it look like they're taking a little longer. Yeah, if they feel like they're close, they'll stay late.
Have the foreman write a little slower.
Yeah. Yep. Everything a little slower, just so that they're not seeming like they came to the conclusion quickly. You know, they'll take a vote, they'll see who's where and, you know, whatever.
That struck me as kind of odd. She asked them not to do a straw poll when they first get there, but isn't that how you start deliberations? Find out who's where and then discuss.
Usually it is. Yep.
That was strange to me.
I don't know. I guess the jury, like, I guess what they want is for you to go back in there and look at all the evidence. But it's like, I'm one of those people that when I see it and I hear it once, I know it. So like, I know not everyone's like that and other people need to look at it again to remember it and refresh. But like, I'm not one of those people. I'm one of those people that normally, if it's something that I have to pay attention to that I know it after I've heard it or seen it. So like, I don't need to go over it 75 times. That was why I was always so good in school. I know there are other people. So basically what they're saying is like, what they're going with is like a normal person would need to see it again to refresh their memory and look at it all again. For me, I only need to see it maybe once, maybe twice, like usually once, or hear it once, and then I know it. I remember it. Like, but
with
I mean,
Lolly
they want them all to talk it out first.
Lolly's focus on the evidence rather than the emotions. Correct. Alan Jackson's entire closing, except the last 5 minutes, was an appeal to emotion. Right. Lolly's was an appeal to logic, and facts.
Yeah.
And
I
they
mean,
have
even the judge
the
said,
entire timeline laid out for them now.
yep. And even the judge
So-
said, use logic. It has to be reasonable doubt. Use your logic. Use common sense. Is it logical that there's a 30 or even a 5-person cover up here? Because again, like Lally and let them know, you know, like the defense is acting like Michael Proctor is the only one who made decisions and Michael Proctor was the only one who investigated. He has a team. He didn't need to go to the scene. He had other people on the team at the scene. That's the whole point. That's why he works as a team leader, because there's numerous other officers also doing investigating, not just him. So of course the defense wants it to be like, oh, Michael Proctor was the only one and whatever, but you'd have to say that his whole team was in on it. All of them. All of them. So, well, that's what the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office is worried about. They were worried if they arrested Aiden that they would riot outside the courthouse. And
Because there are 300 some people out there right now.
my response to that, yeah, but there isn't usually every day. That's because it's the last day. Every day there's like 50 people, maybe, out there. There's not like there's many people today because it's the last day, and so people came out for the last day. Usually there's not that many.
Right.
And
It's just like
so-
Tom's chat hit 3.4 thousand this morning. He has never seen numbers like that, nor will he ever
He
again.
hasn't. What do you mean, dude? I was seeing, and this is sad, but I was seeing between 1,000 and 3,000 every stream I did. Now I'm hovering around like 200 to 300 every stream.
I would say that the largest I had seen before this was yesterday, and it was the same time. It was the arrival. It went from like 1,200 people to 2,400 people back down to 7. And it did the same thing today. He had 3,500, and within
Well, you also
15 minutes, he was
have
under
to
1,000 again.
Remember, some of those people are people who despise him and not just watch him just to see what he's going to say. Just like I'm sure some of the people watching me do the same thing. They're people who are just trolls watching to see what I'm going to say, which thanks for the view. I appreciate it. I don't care. Like, yeah, well, that's another thing. People have to wonder. I mean, and I've said what she texted her lawyer that made Proctor dislike her so much. We've had that discussion on this channel numerous times. She texted her lawyer that she hit John. She just didn't think she hit him that hard. Like, so like, that's why he doesn't like her, but they're not allowed to say that in court. And I think that sucks because it doesn't explain why, like, the jury doesn't know why he fucking disliked her. The jury doesn't get to realize that, well, it's because she admitted to hitting him in her text messages and it's not admissible because it's to her attorney. And that's
another
shitty.
part another part of the instruction along those same lines that as far as reasonable and rational and common sense was when she said you can't just stack inferences up on top of each other
Mhm.
with no physical evidence to back them up until they
fall
topple one
over.
direction or the other, one
Yes,
direction or the
correct.
other. So she basically was telling them if they didn't give you physical evidence that their insane conspiracy is based in any semblance of reality, you can't use it.
Hey, what's up?
Do it, B Tim.
Hi,
Do
B
it.
Tim, go.
I thought it was an amazing closing from Mr.
Right.
Lally. I
Yeah.
thought it was concise. It was I liked how he played the recording. I
Mhm.
liked how he did the timeline of the events. I think it was very good. It was a very good closing. I think it wrapped up a lot of things. With AJ, I think he was lying consistently. I mean, like,
yeah, dude, a lot.
I sat there and I was listening to AJ's closing, and I just didn't like the fact that he kept on bringing back the 227 when he was clearly that was debunked. Claw marks. It was very interesting. He didn't mention Cullen. So I sat there and I was like, wait a minute. So you beat up this kid for like a day.
Yeah, no, he completely took Colin out. He took Colin out of the conspiracy altogether.
Yeah, Cullen out of the conspiracy and put Higgins in and accuse Higgins. And it's like, what I didn't understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, did he say during his closing, Alan Jackson, that at 5 o'clock, around 5 o'clock is when they put John outside?
Something like that.
So,
something
like-
around, I'm like, what? That doesn't even make sense. There was nothing
Yeah.
underneath him. It was grass, you idiot.
Well, the problem with that theory is that how would you die from hypothermia if you're put out at 5 and you're found at 6?
Right.
And you're clothed.
Right. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and I'm sitting there, I'm like, why would you say so you're telling and then plus isn't Higgins not even at the house at the time? So you're
No, he's
telling
gone.
me so you're telling me Brian Albert with his wife is picking a 200-pound man dead weight up the stairs and
Yep.
putting him out there? That doesn't make any sense. And
Nope.
that's the problem. It sounds great on like we're in Fantasy Island, but once you break it down, you see yourself. I looked at Brian Albert, and he does not look like he can lift a 200-pound and dead weight. He does not. He doesn't look like the Incredible Hulk.
No, he's not.
And the fact that one moment he's saying it's premeditated murder, that he invited him over, the next minute he says, "Oh, it was an accident." It's like, was it an accident or was it premeditated murder? Then at one point they says they picked the investigator to do the case, but then that investigator was not picked and randomly Proctor was picked. And they said, oh, Proctor's going to make sure everything's good with us. I mean, it's just too many holes and it doesn't really quite make sense.
Way too many holes.
when I listen to like Lolly, it makes perfect sense. Now, what I don't think, I think a lot of people are automatically like a lot of law tubers are saying it's going to be like a not guilty plea. Or not guilty verdict, that she's going to go free. I mean, it's a possibility. Everything's a possibility. But, like, how does AJ's arguments make any sense to anyone that has listened to this case? I mean...
They don't. They only make sense to free Karen Reed people who only want to hear that Karen's innocent.
And it's like, these are highly educated people, and they listen to Alan Jackson... And he's basically claiming that this John was basically left in the house bleeding in a warm temperature house. And then the 3 stories he talks about, and it's like the basement is 9 feet tall. So that would mean that he would have to go in the 3-minute span. He would have to go up, go down a flight of stairs, get beat up. But the problem now, instead of he keeps on talking about the 3 minutes, but then he's saying that the guy was in the house until the morning, like basically 5 in the morning, and then put outside because Lucky didn't see him. See, like that's the problem. It just doesn't make a lot of sense. And the GPS shows that he never entered the house. So you got all these things kind of just destroying the whole defense's theory on the third-party culpability thing. And I don't think that's good. I think it's very interesting to see that a lot of law tubers and stuff like that said it's going to be not guilty, but yet they don't question how ridiculous this theory is or even think about it.
So ridiculous, like so ridiculous.
Yeah, that's the problem. I'm kind of
so ridiculous.
Eva says, Ellis, can you tell us what else you couldn't say before?
Oh God. Okay, so good old Elise had lots of information when the trial started, and there was lots of shit I couldn't tell you guys. But most of it I told you guys right before it was going to happen, like the EDR data. Like I knew about the EDR data way back when they took it out of the car. That was like December 1st or 2nd of 2023. Mary's known about it since then, since I told her about it back then. So there was the EDR data. There was the stuff the kids were going to testify to. There was the text message that to her attorney that was, and it wasn't that she said she hit him. She said she thought she clipped him, but not that hard is what she said. So very telling that she didn't say hit. She said clipped. And I knew that she went back to the house at Fairview before she went to Jen McCabe's house. I knew that she had told the sister-in-law that to think about the bad times, which was really fucking weird. I knew that she had told the cops that she doesn't know how the taillight happened. It happened sometime the night before. I knew that she had screamed, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. I knew that they had the video with the leaf blower. I knew that they got the solo cups from the neighbor in a brand new stack. And why? Because they didn't have that at Canton PD. They hadn't had a homicide in like 30 years. I knew that Proctor wasn't alone and that he was with Gary. And so those whole rumors about Proctor held on to the clothes for weeks and weeks and weeks. I knew those weren't true because they weren't even in Proctor's car like they were claiming. They were in Yuri's car and they were together. Proctor was never alone. He was always with someone else. So I knew all that. I knew that they put them out on butcher paper. So I'm pretty sure that I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I couldn't say before that I have now in my brain. There's so much, you guys. Like there was so much so fucking much. And I'm sure I'm missing some things here right now just thinking of it, but like there
Yeah.
was so much shit I couldn't say before the trial started.
LA Connection says, person on X saying OJ jury took less time to find him not guilty when he was actually guilty. Yep, they are officially worried. Yeah, I don't think this is going to be a quick verdict. I think it's going to take a couple of days, to be honest with you, because I think there's a lot of information. I mean, the Commonwealth had like fucking 50 something witnesses or something like that.
More.
And,
It was
yeah,
over 60 something.
and I think that's where the majority of the time is going to be spent. I think like they're going to look at the How's Long stuff and all that stuff. I kind of like annoyed with like actual smart content creators continuously pushing that lie, which is completely full of shit. There was no 227 shown on that. It was not a 227. That is a lie.
No, I knew that too. That was the big one that I knew.
I mean,
was
Ian
that never
Whiffen,
happened at 227.
Who do I trust more, Ian Whiffen or Green? I trust Ian Whiffen, the guy who made the program, the guy who didn't sound like a complete fucking moron.
I would like to jump in just real quick and point out that pointing to the OJ jury, if you didn't live through the trial and you didn't live through the day of that verdict, you might not be realizing that you're pointing to a jury that admitted they threw the trial, they knew he was guilty,
Yeah.
they found him not guilty as payback for Rodney King.
Yeah. A lot of people don't realize that. That was basically because there was a lot of racial tension at that time. And also, OJ, another thing I would like to point out, OJ at the time was more likable than Karen Reid.
He was a national hero.
I mean, he was in the Naked Gun series. He had the commercials. People loved OJ. Even like a lot of people liked OJ. He's a very likable guy. So, you know, I mean, there was probably some people that couldn't imagine a likable guy like that murdering his wife and this guy so brutally. You know what I mean? And they probably thought more in lines that the police probably planted the evidence to frame another black man. Then that was probably the thought process back then, and especially a racist cop. You know what I mean? Like that thought. But yeah, he was clearly guilty, but he got off based upon the times in that particular situation, his character.
And we can blame OJ for the Kardashians.
Can you?
Yes, their father was his defense attorney. That's who Robert Kardashian is. That's where they came from.
Robert Kardashian was one of his attorneys. Of course we can. I'm blaming him for
He
that.
might be a murderer, but he can't blame him for the Kardashians. That's a bridge.
He literally spawned them all.
It's a
with the exception of the Jenners.
That's OJ. You can't blame OJ for that. That's a bridge too far.
Fuck that. I blame his trial for bringing these idiotic people into limelight.
All right. Let me see. Fam, Girl, and Mr. Fried says we're funny, but it's interesting. It's like
Farm Girl says we're funny because we're actually funny. The other one is just being a troll, I think.
Oh, okay.
So.
OJ was a national treasure at one point. Yeah, I mean, like I remember watching Naked Gun when I was a kid. And he was like the partner, and he was actually likable. Karen Reed's not a likable person. Even like Nerd Report doesn't like him, and he's a free Karen Reed supporter. He heard that when Karen Reed said the body, he's like, I don't like her. She is not a likable person. If you compare OJ to Karen Reed, I guarantee you more people like OJ than Karen Reed.
Let's just make something very clear here. The sewer turtle doesn't even like her anymore because she disinvited his girlfriend.
Yeah. Mainly because he's pulling antics, stupid ass antics. Like literally the day before the closing statements, he decides to go and harass the people he's being charged with. Idiotic is the word. And that's why I think he's going to be in big trouble, because I think like all the free Karen Reed people are just going to fucking abandon his ass. He's just, a lot of them are just going to be
they will. They absolutely will. But especially when they see his evidence at trial and how much he's lied to them, like consistently. And when they start to realize it, like when at least some of them who have brains are going to be like, oh man, we are idiots. Like we feel really bad.
And if you got to realize this guy, Turtle Boy, pissed off. I think, you know, people says, oh, well, they kind of messed up the trial with Karen Reed. Well, they're not going to mess it up on him. They're going to definitely make sure that it sticks on that guy. So, I mean, it is what it is. He's going to try to pretend that he's a journalist. Okay, good luck with that. I mean, when you call 50 people to show up to help you protest. You can't be a protester and a journalist at the same time.
Not only
And
that,
what
but
I
you have to follow
wouldn't give,
ethics if you're a journalist, ethics, which he does not.
what I wouldn't give to know when the decision was made for those 4 innocent people to walk in that courthouse today, and if it was after that bullshit Sunday night.
Yeah.
A lot of people have criticized the cops for not going into the house of Karen Reed, and the issue is that
they
like,
lost probable cause the second Karen was on that lawn screaming, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him." They might have had probable cause before that, but the second she did that, they lost it.
Yeah, but also the fact is, if Karen Reed stated, he walked into that house and I saw him, that would have been probable cause enough for them to go in there. But she never said that. Instead, she said, "Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? I hit him. I hit him. I hit him." That, that's the contended word. I
It
hit
wasn't
him.
until a year later that she says like she saw him poke his head in, which is something she never says the entire time until Nightline.
Yeah, and it's just very interesting to see the grifting squad. You got Mr. Glare, you got Turtle Boy, you got Sean McDonough, LTL, fucking Tom CPU. You got the Dylan, all these people, and honestly, all these people are.
Then you got these other people that jump on the backs of them, like Melanie Little and
Melanie
Emily
Little.
Baker, and all these fucking DUI guys, these idiotic people that I wouldn't hire to represent my fucking cat.
Yeah, they're very, very dumb. Hal Proctor is disgraced to the BPD. Let me see. Unfortunately, if I was Proctor, I'd probably retire at this point because I think he's going to hurt a lot of cases.
Definitely not near retirement age yet, but I mean, I get it. Like he
Yeah,
probably shouldn't have said. But usually, private messages aren't used in a fucking trial, and usually, innocent cops aren't. Conjecture isn't thrown their way of planting things, but it's literally not physically possible for them to have done it.
Here's another interesting comment on Twitter talking about how the prosecution claimed a bullshit typo in Jodi Arias's trial too. Did you guys not get the memo? Jodi Arias is guilty as fuck.
Well, I mean, these people are going to try to protest Brian Walsh. I heard Tom CPU wants to protest Brian Walsh. That guy is. I got to look into it, but everyone I talk to says that guy is.
Brian Walsh is guilty. Guilty.
I mean, is this going to be the Karen Reed movement where you try to get rich, like white people out of jail? Is that the whole movement? Like, make sure we get all the rich white murderers out of jail.
Let's throw more money at rich people because that's wicked smart.
Well, that's going to exclude Jodi Arias anyway.
Yeah, that's the movement. We got to throw money at the rich white people when they kill someone so we can get them out of jail. It's like, okay.
It's fucking nuts, dude. It's some of the craziest shit I've ever seen in my fucking life, bro.
Eva, have you ever been to Queens? Sorry. Eva just said that she loves the three of us together and that we should do stuff more often. So I was inviting her over to Queens.
We do stuff every day. What do you mean?
And here and B Tim and I are up at Queens a lot together too. So
yeah, I'm around. I jump.
You are everywhere, dude. Everywhere.
Because
God damn it, B Tim, stop being a YouTube whore.
I like to have conversations with people. You know what I mean? I'm not like the Glare or these other people that just try to do it, for a monetary gain. And I'm just my opinion. I just like to have a conversation with people about cases and stuff like that. This case caught my attention. And there's probably
you also have a brain in your head and not a ball sack.
Yeah. And I'll probably jump on, another case at the end of the day. But I like to do deep research in a case. I don't like to do half-assed research in a case. And this case stuck out to me because I felt like there was the conspiracy made no sense, and also how families were being harassed by YouTubers also attracted me to this case. Yeah.
And lover or hater.
A lot of this shit happening again. Sandra Birchmore, and because they now say that the family hired an ME and that ME says that she died of strangulation and homicide, like that's going to be a big one, which I've already been saying for quite some time. I've done her case twice. Something stinks to high heaven there. And from everything I know in that case, which is a lot, they they should have went after the Farwells.
Love her or hate her, Nancy Grace is behaving like a former prosecutor right now. So other former prosecutors that you see are not behaving like former prosecutors right now. Myself personally can't stand Nancy Grace, but
I can't either.
She's at least taken up for the yep.
Right.
And she's following through on what she did as a prosecutor. She
Well,
has not changed.
The law and crime poll means nothing to me, and neither does the one on the other channel because it's 99.9% free Karen Reed people. And again, that's not where the jury isn't in free Karen Reed land. So I don't really care what those polls say or don't say, because that's not indicative of that's indicative of the lies the public's been told for so long, not indicative of the actual trial.
I mean, at the end of the day, polls mean jack shit. I mean, if I cared for the opinions of the masses, I would have, if you base your opinions on like popular of the masses, you're always going to be wrong. At one time in history, people thought slavery was such a great idea. They thought, China, they thought foot binding was a popular and great idea to do to young girls, to bind their feet to make them really small. They wouldn't be able to walk. There's been a lot of popular ideas. And just because people jump on the popular ideas, it doesn't make them right because they're popular.
Yeah, see, I've always been the person that like helps the underdogs because I guess I am an underdog. So like, I don't know. For me, like I use my brain, and if it doesn't make sense at some point, then I need to figure out why it doesn't make sense, how it doesn't make sense, and what does make it make sense.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, I don't care about the popular opinion. It's something, if you have, people need to read Carl Jung. It's a very interesting psychologist in the 19th century. And he talks about, like, don't lose yourself to the masses. Try to gain a sense of self. And that's what I do. I have a sense of self. I don't just naturally just go with the masses because it's a popular opinion. I think for myself. And if I'm wrong, I can only blame myself for being wrong. And if I'm right because of myself. I don't care about the opinions of masses. I don't care about looking good for, the camera or looking good for the podcast. I do what's right, because in the end of the day, the person that's going to judge you when you're in your deathbed is not God or the devil. It's yourself. You're going to flash through. Yeah. You're going to flash through your entire life, and you're going to look at it and you're going to decide, did I do good decisions or did I do bad decisions? Did I do decisions that were just self-motivated for money and wealth and the opinions of others? Did I care about opinions of others more than actually the truth? And that is,
or did I do some good in the world and leave some good in the world for others to follow?
Yeah, and that's the end of the day. And I think my decision was good. And other people who want to defend, people based upon popular opinion, well, you're going to judge yourself by the end of the day. You're going to see to yourself that you never gained a sense of self. The glare, he did it. He went against everything he told people on YouTube against the tragedy pimps. He could have just easily just said, yeah, I believe Karen Reed's innocent, and just kept to the true crime case. But he went way beyond that. He decided to just hang out with Turtle Boy, who's clearly a tragedy pimp. 100 a tragedy pimp. He is worse than Bull Hardy. He is worse than all these other people. And he decided to ally himself with a piece of shit like that. And that's why I call him out for that, because he is a hypocrite. He sat there for 2 years talking about how it's terrible to protest innocent people. It's terrible to go after people who haven't been arrested. And what does he do? He befriends a person that does exactly that, so he can gain an extra 40, 50,000 people watching his videos.
Yep.
And in the process, ended up on the same side as Lana Oriani, who he openly despises because she does what he's currently doing.
Yeah. And that's the truth.
Because Stone Cold said so.
Lawyer, is just like all the other lawyer turbos. I really think they have been. I think Emily D. Baker was probably promised an interview, to be honest with you. But I think a lot of people, they don't think for themselves. I think we live in an age where people do not have independent thinking, where people are like kind of bullied into thinking like the masses. And I think like if you don't think people who are like law tubers it doesn't happen to them, it happens to them. I think that, if you see 20,000 people and 70% of your chat says that Karen Reed's innocent, your opinion's going to probably evolve and change to thinking that Karen Reed's innocent, because you cut, no matter how, smart you are, you still worry about what people think about you.
My question
Yeah, I did
for
not do
all of
that.
them, with the current state of law between their Pope and this fiasco, if this is where you think the United States criminal justice system should go, what's the point of you? Because if all we need is social media mobs, we don't need lawyers anymore.
No, for what? You know what
Yeah,
I mean? For what?
Yeah, I mean, people who are applauding Alan Jackson's terrible tactics, his sleazy tactics to me, who are lawyers, is shocking. The man purposely released documents through a third party to a blogger that he knew he should not have released so that he can get it admitted during trial. He purposely, he did not give his experts all the information for them to come to a proper decision. He's done every single sleazy tactic you can do to try to acquit someone. And that is not being a good lawyer. There's representing your client to the fullest extent, and there's being a sleazeball. And being a
sleazeball. And even Aiden's attorney is Bradle's a fucking sleazeball. So
yeah. I don't care about votes. To me, vote 84% of people that watch true crime thinks that he's not guilty. Well, does that mean that they're normal people, or that just people who just vote? Personally, I didn't vote because I don't give a fuck. I don't care about. Why would I care about a poll from LawTube or any of this stuff, man? Because at the end of the day, I don't care. I came to my own decision. Simple as that. I think she's guilty. I will always think she's guilty. Now, will she be acquitted? There's a possibility of that. There's always a possibility of guilty people getting off. I've seen it happen time and time again. This will just be another successful innocence fraud project where a person claimed to be innocent, but she was a fraud and she lied about it. And she used her money, her wealth, and her connections to get her out of jail. Just like, for instance, I'll give another example. That guy who's a green or something that went to Texas and dressed up like a woman and killed his next door neighbor. Remember that guy? He was
yeah.
Yeah.
I remember.
Yep. Remember? He got off on murder. He killed his next door neighbor and disposed of the body. And they got him off on self-defense, I think, right? It was self-defense or something?
Yeah, I think so. It was something crazy, and I was like, what in the hell just happened?
And this is a guy who killed 2 other people beforehand.
And Casey Anthony got away because she created such a cluster at the house that they didn't find Kaylee's body in time to prove how she died.
Bob Durst, that's him. Bob Durst, that's him.
Yeah,
yep,
Bob Durst. You know what I mean? Like rich people getting off on charges, like criminal charges, not the most shocking thing in the world, guys.
No,
it's happened a while. And Karen Reed's paid a significant sum of money to get herself off. I would estimate that she spent well over $1 million for her defense. I would estimate, well over. There was millions being spent on that. I would estimate there was a huge market, like a bunch of money with TVs and all this stuff. And also a little help with the FBI because of connections. So I'm not really shocked that, that would happen.
I mean, I've told this story, Freud, very simply. I had pneumonia in November, and during the 6 to 8 weeks I was sick with pneumonia and I couldn't do any lives. I was handed a crap ton of evidence that I was able to look at, hear, go through, that showed that she wasn't innocent. And I had to make a decision at that point. And there was a lot of things that I couldn't say right away that I knew because it wasn't public knowledge. And so I sat on it for a while because there was nothing else I could do at that point. And,
Wait. So it says Jura has a question?
Yeah. And if Twitter reporting is to be believed, the question was, do we have to stop at 4:30?
Oh, okay.
Do they want to keep going? Maybe
that's the implication. Yeah, that's the implication being
that's
left.
Probably not good for them.
Yeah,
that's probably
but that's just Twitter reporting. We don't know if that's what the question actually was. We just know that the attorneys were all called back into court, and a question was asked.
Okay.
Interesting.
Imagine, I just like to see the reactions of people if there was like a guilty verdict in. That'd be kind of crazy. I'd be like,
Oh
whoa.
man.
Like imagine that
listen.
happened today with like 200 people out like guilty, and those 200 people out, like there would be like a riot in the front of the courthouse. There'd be like,
oh man,
that poor lawn would be completely destroyed.
I mean, I don't know. They wouldn't be asking if they had to stop at 4:30 if they were like close, you know?
Yeah, if they want to stay late. Yeah,
If they
whatever,
want to
man.
stay late, that means that they're probably close to a verdict.
Didn't they say, like, I heard someone say, like, if a verdict comes in quick, that's usually a bad thing, isn't it?
Mate, it's usually a prosecution's verdict if it comes in quick. It's usually not a good thing for the defense.
Why is that? I never understood that. Do you know
honestly, it's just, it's just that if the jury comes in quick with a verdict, 9 out of 10 times it's a guilty. I have no idea why, but 9 out of 10 times it means it's a guilty verdict, and they were already almost at that conclusion before they started deliberating.
You know what I mean? Like that would be so insane on social media if that happened. Like, because I'm like 70%. I'm sure she's going to be guilty, but I often think I honestly think it's like I think the Commonwealth proved their case for like manslaughter and leaving the scene of an accident. I don't think they really proved their case in second degree, because I don't think you know what I mean. But I think people might have a hard time stretching that a little bit. But
I think she'll at least be found guilty on the vehicular homicide, on the influence. Court TV said jury has a question. Well, law and crime isn't telling us anything. So
it says here, ask me. Let me see. I got to look. Court TV.
Wait, are we not at the end here? What the fuck?
Let's see Court TV.
Oh, hold on. There's the judge. There we go.
Okay, if we're bringing the jury in, they don't bring the jury in to answer a question.
What the?
No, they don't.
Fuck. Oh, then maybe they're going to say innocent or guilty. What's this?
Or is she dismissing them for the day?
Yeah. You have sound on? Juror has a request. Oh, I would be so scared if I was the prosecutor of the defense right now. I'd be like, oh my God.
Are we muted, Elisa?
Yeah, we're muted.
No, we're not.
No, Court TV has the sound.
It's not muted.
Maybe they shut off the sound.
I can hear her.
Oh, okay.
I can hear her.
I can't hear her.
Hold on. Can you hear it now?
Nope.
She's
and I
just
can't see the
dismissing them
closed.
for the day.
Okay, couldn't see the closed captioning either because Aurora's comments up.
Oh, I can go back. Hold on. It's hold on. Let me stop sharing and then reshare. Maybe that's the problem here. Hold on. Yeah, no. She just all she did was dismiss them for the day. But can you hear now?
No.
I don't even see it
hear
anymore.
this?
Nope, don't hear it. Don't see it.
Hold on. Hold on. I haven't put it up. That's
or
backed it up.
intends
Can
to
you hear
do an
that?
act which, in the
I hear it.
circumstances known to him,
All right, hold on. I'm gonna go back down to where she popped in for the jury. All they did was dismiss them for the day, I guess, but I don't know. Looks like they may have wanted to stay. She doesn't really say, but yeah, I could hear it, so I don't know. I don't know why you guys couldn't, because I could hear it in my ear, so I don't know.
I hope she wears that butt ugly couch upholstery Balenciaga tomorrow.
Yeah, I doubt it, but
look how nervous. Like Jackson and Yannetti are pretty fucking nervous.
I would be. Look at her face, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, my earbuds though, I can hear you guys in them too. So it's I don't know what was going on. Yeah, I told you by the end of the day tomorrow, I think you'll have a verdict.
I'm still saying around lunch.
I thought it was going to be 2 days because there's a lot of evidence to go through and to kind of compare.
I think we'll for lunch tomorrow, but
All
we'll
right,
see.
jurors. So as you know, I sent you in a note at 4 o'clock asking if you wanted to go home and come back tomorrow. You said yes. I apologize. It took us so long to get everybody together to do this. So I'm going to excuse you for today. When you come back tomorrow, you will start again after coming into the courtroom. So I do have to give you those 3 cautions, and the cautions also concern the alternate. So please do not discuss this case or any aspect of this case with anybody. Do not do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. You've all worked so hard for this last 8, 9, 10 weeks, however long it is. Let's just make sure that you continue to be as secure in how you've done things as you can. We really appreciate it. So we will see you tomorrow morning. Have a good night.
All right, jury up.
Jim.
Yeah, that's Alan Jackson's face, and is.
I was just gonna say, do you see his face?
Yeah,
Look at his face.
he's nervous because
Yeah,
it's like they know it's not a good thing for it to be
All right,
passed
we'll
for a
see
longer
everybody
time.
tomorrow.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Be a recess.
Yeah,
Wowza.
and the writers are losing their mind because it wasn't back not guilty in 5 minutes.
Well, I mean, I never thought there would be a verdict in 5 minutes. I've never seen
It
that.
takes them longer than that to put their names on the jury form, for God's sake, people. Come on.
Yeah.
At least
I mean, I've
pretend
seen
you
an
passed
hour.
civics.
I've seen an hour, but this is a lot. This is a lot of information. I think the jurors would be careful to not do it in about an hour because, I mean, they only deliberated for a little over 2, close to 3 hours today. So, because it was already more than halfway through the day when we started doing the deliberations. So,
Yeah, I mean, I think there is a possibility it can happen tomorrow, or it could be like 2 days from now. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't.
I don't know. I mean, like there could be like they could. You never know what's in the minds of people, what sticks out to them. For them, they could be like, I did not like Brian Albert's testimony. I did not like Colin Albert's testimony. They could be like, I don't like Karen Reed smiling constantly, and acting like a fool on the courtroom. I mean, you just don't know.
yeah, it's so fucking stupid, dude. Like, it would be tough, definitely. But at the same time, there are friends that I have that are out of state that had no idea about this case until I said something to them. So, like, I don't think it's that hard. You know what I mean? Like, it's mostly Twitter that you're going to see it on. It's mostly the news. If you don't watch the news, and some people don't, and you're not on Twitter, like, you probably don't hear about it. You know what I mean? Like, people live in this bubble where we hear about it all the time, but that's not the bubble that everybody lives in or their every daily lives, you know?
If I had stayed uninvested enough to make it onto the jury, no way would I go out looking because I wouldn't know there was anything to look for. But
even that,
as
but
I've said,
I don't want to be kicked off the jury.
They will never let me on a jury involving vehicular anything.
No.
Well, you just have to tell them what you do for like what you watch for entertainment. I watch true crime and trials and murders.
Right.
And comment on them and do accident reconstruction for a living. So yeah.
Yeah, they'd never have me on a jury because I do true crime. Like, that's not a thing. Like, but I probably wouldn't want to go and look anyway, just because I don't want to be kicked off the jury. If I was on the jury, I don't want to do anything improper. This is someone's life I have in my hands, and I would take that pretty seriously. I don't want what other people say to influence what I think with someone else's life in my hands. Because you're talking about taking someone's life away in prison for a very long time. So I wouldn't want any influence from the outside about what I think, because that could influence how I vote, and that's not fair to the person who's on trial. So
Yeah, I mean, I know more about the conspiracy theory sitting here after only, really getting in when, I was on panel at Queens when we watched the first Turtle Boy hearing, and that's when I kind of threw my hat in the ring on this one. And it was like a week and a half later, I saw a photo of the back of the car, and I was like, oh no, she hit him. And that was it. I was all in. So I wouldn't know that it existed if not for that background of me being exposed to it.
Right. Not everybody is so exposed to it.
I don't know why they called everyone back in just to dismiss the jury. I'll be like,
They always have to. They
that's
have
so
to. I don't know why. It's
crazy.
fucking stupid, but they do it. Like, en masse, the judge picks the foreperson. It's the way they do it is fucking stupid.
Yeah, it's like, can you just page her? Like, when you got a verdict, let's get it.
Right.
Why? Because I'm sure, that would be so annoying. I'd be like, I gotta go back to the courthouse just so to dismiss. Because that seems like it's gonna happen every day now. They're gonna have to show up there, and then they're gonna hang out there, and then they're gonna have to leave.
Yep. And that's what'll happen until a verdict comes, because, people seem to think that Bev's just gonna let Karen, stay out of jail and whatever till sentencing. I don't think that's gonna happen. I think they'll remand her. She's out on bail right now. You don't let a killer walk around free after they've been found guilty. Especially with all the bullshit they pulled in this case. I'd be shocked if she let her stay out before sentencing. And I think sentencing would be in short order too. She's not going to make it a month from now.
We will see.
So, me too. I hope justice is served. We'll find out though.
All the people asking, what could they be debating? What could they have doubt about? What could they this? What could they that? They're talking it out. We'll find out what they think when they tell us.
We don't know. We have no freaking idea. It was kind of a tease.
I do think it can be said that it's not a slam dunk acquittal.
All right, so let's listen to the brilliance from Nick Lonzo. Here, let's listen to this brain trust. So Sean McDonough doesn't even know what the charges are. Sean, not John, but Sean McConnor, whatever the fuck his name is. Sean the fraud doesn't even know what Karen Reed is charged with. So this is the brain trust, the brains of the Free Karen Reed movement.
They're going through the due diligence. I believe if they get hung up at all, right, it could be on the DUI thing, right? That's all I'm saying.
No, they proved that she drank 9 drinks and her level hours later was way over the legal limit. I don't think they get hung up on that at all. As a matter of fact, it's probably one of the most clear-cut pieces of this trial.
Oh my God.
It could be the DUI thing. I don't know.
But they can't charge DUI if they don't find. There's no DUI if there's no murder to or manslaughter.
What?
No.
No. Yeah, there is.
They're going through the due diligence. I believe if they get hung up at all, right, it could be on the DUI thing, right? That's all I'm saying. It could be the DUI thing. I don't know.
But they can't charge DUI if they don't find. There's no DUI if there's no murder to or manslaughter.
No.
What they said was that they can find her guilty of involuntary manslaughter just on the DUI.
Oh
Correct.
my God.
Are you people idiots? Go back to being a nurse. Please don't try to know what the law is, because you're a moron.
And you guys are like, why do you not follow the crowd? Why do you not follow the crowd of people who believe that she's innocent? Maybe because I think by myself. Maybe because I'm an independent
And
thinker.
maybe because you listen to people like that. That's embarrassing.
It's like, this is, you know what I mean? And then you're like, why are you not hanging out with these people? It's because they're idiots, okay? And I'd rather be right and be against the masses. And, even if she gets acquitted, I'm okay with my decision. I'm okay with my position. I don't give a fuck about views. I don't give a fuck about people's approval of strangers. I care about myself and understanding the truth and pursuing the truth, and that's pretty much it. Don't care about nothing else. If you're an adult person and you're trying to get people's approval, the approval of strangers, you're a sad person.
You need a therapist.
Yeah, because I don't care about the approval of strangers. I'll treat you with respect. I'll talk to you nicely on the chat. We'll have a conversation. But the only people I seek my approval from is my parents when I was a kid. That was pretty much
your boss when you're trying to get a promotion.
Not even my boss, to be honest with you. I don't have a boss. I work for myself, actually. Justice for John O'Keefe and his loved ones. I hope so too.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's going to be a good thing though in the long run for a lot of these people. I mean, the damage is done to a lot of these people. They've been harassed and fucked with, and they're going to be continuing to be harassed and fucked with. And
regardless.
Yeah.
Peg O'Keefe is still never getting her son back, and she's still raising her grandchildren because all three of their parents are gone.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah, when she said that body did not hit my car. This woman has lied.
Weird.
This woman is clearly guilty. And it's surprising that people don't see that. I can understand people saying, well, there's reasonable doubt that she could be acquitted based upon, this, and this. But we all know the motherfucker's guilty.
But there's no evidence of any of it. It's all conjecture, just like Lally said. And I've been saying this long before he said this in closing. Go back to all my videos. It's just rank speculation and conjecture from the defense. There is no evidence of any cover-up or conspiracy.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
But the writers are starting to, I'm seeing more and more, why is my gut saying they're going to vote guilty? Probably because she is, guys.
Because they are.
You're so close.
I don't know. You never know with the jury. I mean, pride before the fall. That's the thing I say. I'm not I don't become too prideful about certain things because you never know. So I try to be very, very
think positive here, B-Tim, okay? Because
I think positive.
Guilty for the team, for the whole
At
team.
the very least, at the very least, the DUI happens.
I think positively, but I never, my faith in humanity is not the greatest because I've seen people acquit people who are clearly. Durst was 100% guilty of murdering that man next door.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so it happens. And when you have emotions and you have people that are this in depth into the conspiracy, I think people will, I don't know, make that.
For me, that circus outside would make me want to tell them to fuck off. If my decision itself was that she was guilty, that mob outside wouldn't have any bearing on the fact that I thought she was guilty. They can say whatever they want. Really, they can cry, they can whine, they can run with bullhorns down the street. I don't give a shit. Guilty is guilty. I'm not going to let a murderer go because of a mob of people wearing pink, dude.
Because his best friend after the trial. Oh, I did not know that. The insider, man. I don't know. Did not know that.
Gross.
That's crazy. I thought they were because and that's a travesty of justice right there. That Durst guy getting off because he murdered more people.
He did.
I mean, let's just Karen Reed. I mean, if this lady gets off, what's the precedence this creates that you can just manipulate? You can just get some $2 fucking blogger / YouTuber to fucking help you release information and cause a hate campaign and a conspiracy. To me, that's the thing I look at, man, because I don't like the precedent. I don't like how social media has negatively affected this case. Because realistically, if we remove the FBI's bullshit involvement, those experts, not there. Those text messages, not there. You would have just had the facts and it would have been a clear guilty verdict.
Yeah,
and this new information did not exonerate her. It just allowed them to throw more biscotti at the fucking wall.
That's right. That's right. I mean, thankfully Durst is in jail now, but he was able to kill someone else because of that.
And
that's the shit.
I mean,
or no, he died. I guess he died in 2022.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, this is the type of situation you have. You have
died
people
before trial.
Yeah, you have people who are clearly guilty. I mean, Karen Reed, in my mind, admitted it. That she hit him.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I think she is clearly guilty. And people can argue about like the rule, like evidence, and maybe there was a mess up here. But I've talked to people that have that opinion, like says, oh, maybe she'll get acquitted based upon like the collection of evidence. But they know she's guilty. Like there's two different things. You can clearly think a person's guilty and say, well, maybe they can be acquitted based upon the collection of evidence. But you don't hear that here. I mean, I would love the lawyer to tell me why he believes Alan Jackson's theory makes any fucking sense. If I asked like the lawyer or EDP to repeat Alan Jackson's theory of the case with a straight face, they would probably break out laughing. The theory of Alan Jackson is so stupid that it's insane. Like the thought process is now, just using his closing argument, is that basically Higgins and Brian invited John O'Keefe to the basement. And then Higgins said, I got some text from your girl, and a punch and a push here, and John is down. And then they all just go home and leave him there in the basement, and then Brian Albert decides, I'm just gonna lift him up.
And he's not dead yet, but we left him in the basement too, by the way.
We left him in the basement to bleed, and then we're gonna put him in the front at like 5 o'clock, 5:30. So that, and that makes no sense because he would have not died from hypothermia if he was out there for only 30 minutes.
Right.
And the criminal mastermind, Brian Albert, couldn't think of anything better to do than throw him in his own front yard.
Yep.
That was a great line.
No, he took Colin out of it. He took Colin out of it in closing. So now Colin's not part of this giant theory now anymore.
Oh yeah, yeah. By the way, and that just shows. If I was on a jury, I would sit there and I'd be very angry because he sat there for a good day, character assassinating this kid. Bang bang. Fuck. You said this in your text. You said that in your text. Accusing him of being at the scene and beating him up. The Nevercracker stuff. And then he tried to, say that he was going to try to impeach him. And he doesn't even mention him in his closing. You know why he didn't mention him in his closing? Because it didn't make fucking sense.
No,
it didn't make any sense.
No.
And even the Higgins angle sounded stupid. Like Higgins is so much in love with Karen Reed that he's going to beat up a man for her. No.
After 9 days?
No.
And how 2 words in a text message, one of which isn't even a word, it's an onomatopoeia.
Yeah.
It became like a 4 or 5 paragraph soliloquy. What?
Right. Ridiculous. Like, yeah, well, that's what slimy defense people do. But this is where afterwards they can be held accountable for lying openly and on purpose because that's an ethics violation. And you can lose your license to practice for that. So I highly doubt they're going to get out of this unscathed with the bold-faced lies that they told.
No, I don't think there's going to be ramifications for the actions that these people have done, and we're going to see it in the court. We're going to see it.
Yes, we are.
Because there is like this. You know what I mean? If I was a Free Karen Reed supporter and I listened to that closing, I'd be like, wait a minute. So Colin had nothing to do with it, and we've harassed him
that for a year, right? But now instead, they're just going to ignore the fact that he wasn't in there and just not talk about it ever again. That's what they do.
And he was even being harassed even 2 days ago, right?
Sunday night. So, but they'll make excuses and be like, "Oh, Jackson didn't have time because Bev only gave him an hour." Watch, I guarantee you, like they will literally just make excuses.
Yeah. And that to me just shows you that this was just simply a campaign to just see it, reasonable doubt and blame everyone. And it's
anyone and everyone. It's a pick one anyone. I told you, juries don't like a pick one anyone though.
Yeah, and we'll see. I mean, personally, I hope they vote guilty. I hope these people get the maximum time, but we'll see. I mean, I don't know. My faith in humanity is not that great. I've seen some things in my time.
Mine either, be Tim.
And you never know.
Yeah.
But what's your thoughts? Anything else that you thought that was interesting?
No, it's exactly what I expected it to be. The defense was exactly what I expected it to be. More conjecture, more lies, more bullshit, more spin, which is what they've been doing this entire time, spinning and spinning and spinning. So that's what I expected. More spin, more things that don't make sense put together. And I think Lally nailed it home like he was supposed to, in the way that he was supposed to, and I expected that from him. And now it's in the hands of the jury. I still think that we'll probably get a verdict before lunch tomorrow, if not by the end of the day tomorrow, but we'll see.
Yeah, I thought Lolly's closing was way better than Alan Jackson's closing.
Yeah.
And it's very interesting that I don't even know why, like, I think just Yannetti was just sitting there the entire, I think Yannetti was just dead weight. Basically.
He was like, why? But he's the lawyer that Jackson's practicing under. He can't practice here unless he's practicing under an attorney for Mass. So it's like you threw Yannetti to the side, probably because you didn't want to want his strategy. But I probably bet his strategy would have been better than whatever Jackson did here.
Yeah. They didn't ask. Yeah, Cameron didn't ask what happened or how is he. And it's just like,
just, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead?
So like her first thought was to drive her car to her parents' house instead of sitting with the family.
In a snowstorm, nonetheless, I would have left it there and would have been like, I don't want to do that right now. Like, that's too much for me to deal with. Like, this tragedy just happened. Like, I'll get it tomorrow. Like, I'm not, or wanting to stay with the family because I would want to be with the family.
Well, I mean, Emily, that's the problem with like these like YouTubers. It's like, you guys have brains, right? If I gave you like half the data and kept up the data that goes against my theory that I want you to find the conclusion for, of course you're going to find that that accident was unlikely to be an accident or anything.
Right.
Half the data was held. All the data was basically held. He gave these supposed experts pictures,
right,
and estimates. That's it.
Lied to one of them, telling them there was no DNA on the taillight, which there was.
Like, that to me is wild. And these experts embarrassed themselves. They really dishonored themselves, and they really embarrassed themselves by acting these very foolish.
Absolutely, they did.
So yeah, it is what it is.
Agreed. Last thoughts, anyone, before I shut this down for the day?
No, but I hope there's going to be my last thought is I hope it's a guilty verdict, and I hope that John O'Keefe gets some justice, Officer John O'Keefe.
Yep.
And I really do hope that justice actually occurs for the Jen McCabe, like the McCabe's and the Alberts. And I feel like they deserve justice for their case that comes up, and peace. And
so does Kerry. Poor Kerry Roberts. People don't forget she exists. Kerry too.
Yeah. And it's just unfortunate. Well, anyway, you have a good one. Bye.
Thanks, B. Tim. Got anything, Bree?
Hang on, had to mute Ryan's World. I was very satisfied with Lolly's closing. I thought it was fantastic. I thought leaving them with the image of the Lexus backing toward them was brilliant.
Yep.
And I will be back in the morning.
All right. Love you. All right, guys. I'm tired. It's been almost 8 hours, and I need to get some rest so that I don't feel any nausea tomorrow, so we can get this verdict rolling. I love your faces, and make sure you give a like and a subscribe if you already haven't. Share the video. Think about donating to the channel. We're a small channel. We only run on donations from you guys. All the information scrolls at the bottom of the screen. I popped it up bigger here, but it always scrolls at the bottom of the screen. Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. I love you guys, and I will see you guys tomorrow.